Good morning, SMP Nation, and welcome to Quilt Fest Day 2. We had an awesome day yesterday on day 1. I hope that y'all got to see it. If you did, you missed a great show, but you can always go back and rewatch it on YouTube or Facebook or all the other places that we're streaming to. But today we have an awesome day planned for you again. At 10:30 this morning Pacific time, we're going to have our second educational session and of the week, and we got Edita Centaur going to be here to do that. So we're really excited about that, and we got a great lineup of educators going to be on the show doing all the products all the rest of the day. We got some really great pricing on you. So how's the SMP Nation doing this morning out there? And put a number 1 in the chat right now. If y'all watched the entire show yesterday, I want to see all those number 1s. If you're brand new, this is the first time you've ever seen one of our big festivals, put a number 2 in the chat. We're going to see that. But we have Grace in the house this morning. They're coming up first thing this morning for some stuff with you. But before we get to there, I got some things I want to go over with you. If you are just joining into our show, if you didn't join in yesterday, we'll kind of get you up to speed about what's going on here at SMP. So before I get too deep in the show, I want to say a big shout out to some of the SMP Nation watching this morning. Hey, we have Patricia Williams watching in Virginia. So hey, Patricia, how are you this morning? We have Tina Sampler in Colorado watching. We have Janet Thomas in Georgia. We have Hilda Hall in North Carolina. We have Rita Diaz in Texas. And so good morning to everybody that's watching this morning. And I want to say a big thank you to our sponsors. We could not do this show if we didn't have our sponsors helping us out here and with some of the prizes and providing all these great educators. Their platinum sponsors for Quilt Fest are Handi Quilter and Grace. Gold sponsors, Baby Lock, Janome, Brother, R&K, Juki, and Quilt Easy. Our silver sponsors, King Quilter and Arrow Cabinets. Bronze sponsors, Reliable, Bernina, So Steady, Brewer, and Laura Star. So our educational sessions that we're going to have now, we had one yesterday that was absolutely awesome. And but today we're going to have Edita Centaur here, and she's going to talk all about the kitchen towel project. Now, yesterday we had Bethany Nemish, and she was had a great session. And if y'all want to watch that, you can always go back. But it was the colorful yarn couching, and you can go back and watch that. It was really, really good. And tomorrow we're going to have Jane Hopprich, and she's going to go beyond the stencils. So that'll be really good. Thursday, it's going to be ruler work with Kimberly. It's IMO. I always get Kimberly's name wrong, so I got to apologize to her. And then on Friday, we have a session called Meet the Judges. It's going to be an hour long. We're going to spend 15 minutes with each judge and basically just kind of talk to them a little bit about how they got their start, their journey through quilting, and what they look for in an award-winning quilt. So you don't want to miss that Friday's segment. That's going to be pretty awesome. All right, so what Quilt Fest is all about, as y'all probably know by now, it is the quilts. And we had a quilt contest where you could virtually enter a quilt that you made through pictures. And we had all the rules that you had to go, and we had to tell you how to take the pictures. So everybody submitted their pictures. Now, voting is now open right now. We're going to let you vote until the 14th, which is Thursday, end of business. And then we're going to shut it down. But right now, you can go vote. We encourage you to go vote. So if you want to find it where it's at, just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. On the homepage banner at the top, you'll see Quilt Fest. Click on that. That takes you to the product page for Quilt Fest. And you'll see a little tab on there. It says voting. Or you can go the gallery to see the quilts. You can go look at all the quilts. And then you can just vote on their favorite one that you see. You can do 2 votes a day. And so if you have 2 different quilts that you like, you can vote on each one of them. So I encourage y'all to go do that. I know the people that entered would really like for you to do it too, because we are giving prizes away. So you ask, well, what are we giving away? So we got some really great prizes. So one of the things the judges are here for, the celebrity judges, they are going to be voting on the best of show. So all 4 of the judges will vote on their pick for best of show. And that person's going to win a $11,000 prize package Also, they're going to win a ribbon to put on their quilt, and they're going to win a golden scissors trophy, our special trophy that we give. It has golden scissors in it that actually work. And then we're going to have a People's Choice Award. The People's Choice Award, we're going to give the first 3 places, first through third, and that is an awesome award as well. Each one of those get a ribbon, but the first place gets a golden scissors trophy, and they also win a prize package worth $3,500. Second place wins a prize package worth $2,800, and third place wins a $2,300 prize package. So you can see all the things we're putting on the screen right now of all the things they're winning. So it is a pretty awesome prize package for everybody. But you're saying to yourself, well, what about me? If I'm just watching, what do I win? Well, every one of you watching right now have a chance to win something today. We're going to give prizes away throughout the show all week. And one lucky viewer is going to win the Dream Studio giveaway worth $26,000. And you see it all right there. One of you have a chance to win that. It was supposed to be $25,000, but Kennedy and Kyle got real generous and ended up throwing another $1,000 in. So speaking of Kyle and Kennedy, they're here with me this morning. We don't have a camera on them, but they're here and running the console. We had Rock and Roger was in the house yesterday running the cameras for one of the demos that we did at the San Marcos store. So he was here. But he's watching this morning as well. He's back at the home office watching. But so the value is $26,000, and here's how you can win. All you have to do is participate in the show. You can either ask questions, make comments in the chat, whether you're watching on any of the streams that we're streaming on, whether it's Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, or X as they call it now instead of Twitter. We're streaming on a lot of different social media platforms, and any one of those that you chat on will actually enter you to win. And so we encourage y'all to do that, participate in the show. And then what we're going to ask you too, if you have questions that are really specific about the machine, wait till the end of the demonstration to start asking those questions so we can see them, and the person who's doing the presentation can see them too, and hopefully answer your questions. Now, we're going to have live chat going on those platforms. So if you're on Facebook, YouTube, for example, and you're chatting, we have people monitoring both, and they're going to be doing that. So we have Rhonda, Joe, Melinda, and Rena all this morning going to be doing that. We also have live chat agents on our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. So if you're on there and you have a question about a product, you can ask them. And then naturally, our call center is going to be open. It's 800-401-8151. We're going to be putting that number up throughout the show. And if our call center gets where it's really, really busy, Kyle will be putting this Google link in the chat, and you can just go fill that sheet out, hit that link and fill it out. We haven't had that problem yesterday. They were handling all the calls just fine, and hopefully we will today too. But if it gets where it's really busy at the call center, they're going to let us know. We'll put that that link in the chat so you can hit that. And basically what that does is just a callback. You can put your name and number, and they'll call you back as soon as they get off the phone. So hopefully we won't get there. Hopefully we'll be able to handle all your calls. And but that's how the Dream Studio is going to work. And what we're going to do each day, we're going to pick a finalist. So yesterday we picked a finalist we had, and do y'all remember who it was?
It was Laverne Mendez.
Laverne Mendez was our first finalist yesterday for the Dream Studio giveaway. If you are picked just to get in the finals, you're guaranteed to win at least a sewing machine. But one lucky viewer on Friday out of the 5, we're going to pick one that's going to win the Dream Studio giveaway. So today, at the end of the day, we're going to pick our second finalist. So make sure you stick around and see if you win. And it's going to be a lot of fun, isn't it, guys?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right. So right now, this morning, y'all probably don't know, but my co-host will not be in this first thing this morning. Jane Klaus is my co-host. And as y'all know, Jane, she's a 2-time Emmy Award-winning TV host. She's a radio personality. She has a morning show in Chicago. She does everything. She's an ambassador for Brother. She's not going to be in early this morning. Her husband had knee surgery, and she's having to early this morning. She's having to pick him up and get him back and settled in, and then she'll join us in a little later. So, but first thing this morning, we have Grace, as I said, and Grace in the house. And so I'm going to take her duties. We have Allegra Erznosnik and Melinda Romero. They're going to be talking all about the QCT edge-to-edge long arm robotics. And everybody loves robotics. Now, Allegra, she works closely with Grace dealers and customers and recently started attending quilt shows and created virtual events. When they're not working, you can find them crocheting, adding new hourglass to their collections and snuggling up to their adorable cats. And then Melinda, she's an SMP's personal account executive. Now, we work closely with her, and we just love her. Melinda graduated from Salt Lake Community College and is currently based in West Valley City, and which is just right outside Salt Lake City. And so, y'all, welcome to the show, Allegra and Melinda.
Good morning, Blaine. How are you this morning?
I am fantastic. How are y'all doing?
We're surviving day 2 of daylight savings time.
Yes.
We were talking this morning. We're like, we're so tired. We're so tired.
Oh, yeah.
So,
people don't think about that, but it is. I mean, it happened on Saturday night. And, the first Monday, yesterday, everybody's still trying to kind of get used to the different time. And I actually love this time of year because you have longer days. It's sunny when we get off work. We're tired of, going home in the dark. So now at least the sun's out when we go home.
that is true. That is true. I had an appointment after work last night, and when I was done, I looked outside and I was like, it's still daylight, and it's like 7 o'clock.
I know, it's awesome.
I love it.
Well, I know y'all have a lot to get covered this morning, so I'm gonna let y'all get going, and we're gonna come back as soon as you get finished up, and we'll tell everybody how they can get this robotic system. But y'all take it away, and I'll see y'all back here in about 30 minutes.
All right, thanks, Blaine. All right, good morning, everybody. Melinda Romero with Grace. And
Allegra, nice to meet you all, and we're so
Yes.
excited that you could join us.
I love the new option with our automation.
I do too.
We recently upgraded from QCT5 to QCT6. Beginnings turned into 6 Plus. Pro remained Pro. But we added that third new layer. So it's the edge-to-edge layer. And I'm telling you, Allegra, I love this feature. I wish we would have had this kind of when I first started with Grace,
me too.
because automation, it's so intimidating. And even now, now I know it. There's always still that hesitation. It's like, am I doing this right?
Yes.
And kind of having that foundation of the edge to edge surely would have helped tremendously.
It would have, absolutely. Not to mention, it's also at a lower price point. So if you're not sure about robotics and you're like, I don't know if I'm ready to make that commitment, this makes it so much easier, and it's so easy to use.
It is.
So why don't we just jump right in and let's show you guys how to set this up.
All right, awesome. Allie or Allegra, I'll go ahead. Go ahead, give us a show and tell kind of. I will ask tons of questions. I'll keep an eye on questions in chat, but tell us all about edge to edge.
Yeah, I love edge to edge. It's right in the name, edge to edge patterns. You get to program 1 row at a time. It will come with a library of over 100 patterns for you that you can already pick from and choose. So lots of freedom and just creativity already built right in here for you.
Awesome.
So when we get started, we're just gonna click edge to edge and we're just gonna hop right in. And this is going to take us to our introduction page. It'll give you a QR code if you want to know a little bit more. Go to our education platform. If we hit next, this is going to prompt us to set our safe area.
Now, tell me why though? Why is safe area important?
It's so important because I said it wrong earlier. We were testing and we have stitches on our batting.
Uh-oh.
So if you want to keep your pattern in place with your quilt and you don't want it to go off the edges, the safe area is very important.
So in the name edge to edge.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Well, tell us or show us, how do we set that safe area?
Yeah, so you want to set it in the top left corner is where it's going to prompt you to go first. So as far as you can go to the top and as far as you can go left on your quilt. I always go a little bit off the quilt. That way when I'm placing my pattern exactly to the edge, it doesn't yell at me.
Great tip. Great tip.
And now we've set the top left, so now we're going to come down to the bottom right and set that one as well. Same thing, as far forward as you can go and as a little bit off as well. And we'll set that one.
Awesome. That looked easy enough and not complicated at all.
So easy, and it gives you the instructions right on the screen as well. So if you do have any questions, it's just right there.
Awesome. Awesome. So now I can see where we get to choose a design. I'm excited to see all the awesome designs.
I love
Edge to
them. You
Edge.
guys are going to love it. Something I love about Edge to Edge is it kind of introduces more kind of like kid patterns. A lot of questions I get about automation is, are there patterns in there that I could use for like my grandkids quilt? Or I have a new baby coming. Is there something I can use for a baby quilt? And I was like, well, I mean, there's lots of intricate, pretty designs, but maybe not like a kid design. So this really opens that up as well. We have the animal kingdom pattern. We have bear tracks, apples, birds. Some of my personal favorites on the bottom row are all of our dinosaur options.
Those are pretty cool.
They're so
I love
cute.
those. I love the giraffes. I think the giraffes are one of my favorites.
Yes, the giraffes are adorable. And we also have like medical themed stuff, we have music, we have needle and thread. So lots of themes to go into. Okay, my second favorite is also the space one.
That one is pretty cool
I
too.
choose that one quite often.
Awesome, awesome. So again, awesome designs built right at your fingertips to do just the edge to edge quilting. So I don't think we necessarily want to sew just because the machine can get quite loud stitching. But let's go through the process up to that stitch point. So we're picking our pattern. We'll do the no bones about it. Kind of a cute little pattern.
Makes me think of cats.
It does. It does. All right. So Allegra, we've selected our pattern.
Yes, so once you select it, you're going to see it up in that kind of
Safe zone area.
safe zone, like preview area. That's what I was looking for. And then it's going to have you set your design height. This is going to be based on how many rows you want and how big your quilt is. So I don't know how long this is, but let's say it's like 50 inches. And if we want more, if we want like 10 rows, we're going to want them to be about 5 inches tall. So this height is going to be based on how big you want your rows to be and how many you want on your quilt.
Okay.
So we're just going to keep it at the default and we're just going to hit next. And now this is where things start to get a little fun, in my opinion.
Okay.
Is the row
I'm
spacing.
all about fun.
I love the row spacing. So if we want, we can shrink it down and they can overlap each other when it loads. Or if you just really want it really compact, you can do that as well.
Now, I do know the more stitches on your quilt, you're going to have that much more shrinkage of your quilt. So I don't know how many stitches per se this design would have edge to edge, but that is something to always be mindful of.
Yes.
You know, with your patterns, the more stitches that are through the fabric, again, that's just shrinking your overall project.
Which is why it's good. You don't want it to be too tight or else that shrinkage is really going to pucker up.
Yes, I think we've all done that once or twice.
Yeah. Something I also like about this feature is that you can space it out as tall as the row is, which is kind of a fun way to be able to do different patterns in each row. Because this will prompt you through to set it exactly under the row you had already stitched. So if we set that spacing already, if we want to do another pattern in between the ones we've already picked, then that will help you do that as well.
Yes. But so far, I mean, Allegra, everything you've shown us, it's been super simple, straightforward, It's taking you step by step by step,
Yes.
which I feel, you know, with beginnings or pro, you just don't have that kind of tutorial
I would
to
agree
walk
with
you through it. So
and the
I
best
love
part
it.
is it also has a help section on each one. So each step that you go through, if you're a little confused or maybe you're like, I'm not quite understanding the instructions, this little help tab just pulls up and gives you a little bit more information and will probably answer any questions you have on the steps that you're in.
Awesome.
So this one's actually really cool. So all of our automation will zone it out for you, but this one is made specifically to help you with zoning. So you'll see that our options, we have the one on the very right. This is for projects that are in our safe area. So for example, if we picked that one, we wouldn't have any extra quilt hanging over the front.
So you're saying maybe if I quilted a table runner or a small wall hanging, something like that
Exactly.
might fall within that category.
Yes.
Awesome.
But if you're doing something that's going over, then we're going to be picking one of these. And since we are at the very top, we are going to pick the top one. And it's going to take us to this screen. This is going to have us basically set our safe area, but where we want the pattern to be laid. So the reason that I set it out a little bit outside of the fabric earlier is so when I place these exactly on the edges of the quilt, it doesn't tell me that I'm out of my safe area.
Awesome. And I know with our previous versions, beginnings and pro, I was almost always
Yes.
somehow outside of the safe area. And I'm like, why?
I'm staring at it, I'm like, I know I'm not.
Yes. So I love this, just the placement of the pattern. It makes it so easy. No guesses, no hiccups. It's just plug and play, you know, press the buttons, you're done.
I also think this extra safe area settings also helps you visualize if your quilt's not straight all the way, and it helps you set that and be a little bit more specific with where your quilt starts to angle.
Yes, yes.
So we're gonna set it now and we're just gonna put the nodes where it wants us to put them. So we're gonna go to the top corner and we're gonna set that one. And it'll turn green once you set it.
Yes.
And then this one, you just want to go down the side. Doesn't really matter how far down you go on the side, but just letting it know that this is the side of the quilt. And once we set the left ones, we're going to go do the right safe areas. And then once they're all green and we've placed all of them, we're going to hit next. Now it's going to preview for us where it's going to stitch, but now it's going to have us set our placements. And this is going to be if we're going to continue our row. This is where this step is important.
Yes. So I would say, really, it's kind of more so for a hoop style quilt. So right now we're on a rolling rail frame, but we do have hoop style frames. So with the hoop style frame, you're shifting and moving your fabric to be able to complete a row. So again, this step, this is what Allegra was referring to. It's the kind of that second placement specifically for hoop frames.
Yes. So this one, this is going to tell you where your starting and end points are for the row. But now we're just going to start placing our pattern. Oh, I have to set it. And then I'm going to set this one. I'm going to change the default because we already did do a practice stitch this morning.
Yes. All right. So we reset just the pattern. It, for whatever reason, didn't like where we were placing. But again, super simple placement, super fun designs. We love this system with the edge to edge. Let's maybe go back and we'll pick, since we're not at the top of the quilts, because we did already pre-stitch or stitch out a row testing the automation this morning. We'll get that reset very quickly. Now, I just want to know in the comments, go ahead and tell me, I want to know how many UFOs do you have waiting to finish, and if having automation or robotics is something that you would find very useful to finish those UFOs faster. So again, just go ahead and type me and then how many UFOs you have. Dying to hear 12 UFOs. That is a lot. Automation can help get those stitched out very quickly for you, very easily. So I love having access to all of this here at work.
Oh, me too. It's so nice.
It is. One day I will have it at home. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right, so now we seen quite a few quilts. Where did it go? Brenda V2, Squirrel, Jam 53.
I see a 30 on there.
30, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Now, I always find it so interesting. We have these UFOs that we are not hoarding, but we're hanging on to, waiting to be able to stitch these out, or on the other hand, send them out to be quilted. I'm a firm believer with automation. Save the money from sending your quilts out.
Yes.
Make the investment for yourself with edge to edge. That's your starting point. You can always upgrade to any of the other automation tiers. So QCT 6 Plus or Pro at a future date. But I'm a believer. Having automation, great way to save some money by sending your quilts out, and then you can just do them right at home. Get them done, get them completed much quicker.
Oh yeah, and in the long run, it kind of pays for itself because now you're not paying to send every single quilt out. And I also think it's just a little bit more fun to do them yourself as well.
Yes, I think so too. All right, so we've completed kind of replacing that pattern.
Yes, and it let me do it this time.
Yes. All right, so I think we can at least show that starting stitch.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's get back to our starting point.
Yes, so it instructs you to just move the needle near the starting point, and then we're going to hit starting stitch.
And I hope you can hear, I hope you could hear that. That was the machine engaging with the motor plate on the carriage, moving the machine to where we want to start. And right here, we're just simply pulling up our bobbin thread. If we click on the next button and go to our next screen, we can see our pattern. We have the sew option. Once we click that, again, that will engage the motor plate in the carriage and begin stitching our pattern. Now, let's say though, for instance, darn, I ran out of bobbin thread in the middle of my row.
This happens,
what happens?
Too often for me.
Me too, and it's like I'll be mesmerized watching automation stitch my pattern out, and then I'm like, wait a minute, there's no stitches.
Something's wrong.
So how do we fix that?
This is one of my favorite features in our systems, especially when we're at a show and it breaks when I'm talking to a customer. I'm like, this is perfect. Let me show you this amazing feature that we have. So let's say you run out of bobbin thread, or your thread breaks, or you run out of top thread, and it's just going along, just poking holes in your quilt. Luckily, we do have a repair pattern feature that it lines up exactly with the stitches that it already stitched. So it knows exactly where it's gone before. So you can say you want it to go to the closest stitch or the last stitch. What I like to do is I like to release the carriage, and then I like to move it about 3 stitches back from where it broke so that it has a chance to lock in those threads.
Yes.
And then once you hit closest stitch, it's going to position itself right over the closest stitch you have it next to, and then it'll just keep going and stitch right in the holes that it already made.
That is awesome. That is awesome. And again, those steps, super simple. Let's see if it'll let us get back in. So yes, it let us come back in so we can trace backwards on our pattern. We can trace forwards. We can do just smaller increments of stitching forwards or backwards. We can nudge, because I know there are some times when I've had just a tiny bit difficulty lining up my needle exactly with the last successful stitch. So again, those nudge options, phenomenal. I love them. You can go back to, again, what Allegra was saying, the closest stitch, the last stitch, and you'll see the machine just kind of move. It'll engage and move through the pattern in reverse just to get back to that last point.
Yes.
And I don't even know how it knows where the last point was.
I don't
to me,
either.
that still boggles my mind.
Like, how do you know when the thread broke?
Right. And then if you knew,
Why didn't you tell me?
yes. So again, fantastic features with the automation. I love the library of patterns.
Me too.
I love the ease of going through step by step, picking my pattern, placing my pattern, determining where in my quilts this pattern will be sewn. I love it. It's so easy, and with QCT6 edge to edge, it really is like the affordable option. You know, I know this year especially, I've cut back little by little, well, maybe a little and then more, a little bit more. I've cut back on, you know, some of my spending. Not entirely, but, you know, I'm more conscious of it. You know, so to be able to get into automation, getting into edge to edge at such a low price point, it's phenomenal. I don't know any other brand, you know, that you can get in at such the base level.
I would definitely agree with you. Something else that I really love about the new patterns we introduced with Edge to Edge is that every single one of them was designed by a Grace employee, and it's not just people in education, so it's designed by our engineers and our marketing team and our sales team, and I think that's just such a cute personal touch.
It is, it is. And I know with some of the other options, so QCT 6 Plus and especially Pro, you can upload additional patterns into the software, you know, and really make it your own. And I know later this week we'll get into, you know, those separate upgrades, so the QCT 6 Plus and Pro. But again, you know, for the money, for the price, for the ease, kind of the peace of mind, taking ownership of completing your quilts and not having to send them out, QCT6 Edge to Edge is the greatest starting point.
It really is. Now that brings me to a question. This is the basic version, Edge to Edge. Is it compatible with only our basic frames and machines?
So Edge to Edge, all of our software is compatible with all of our current machines and all of our current frames. So again, it doesn't matter if you have the Cutie Breeze or the original Cutie or Q-Zone Hoop or the Continuum 2 or, you know, the frame doesn't matter. All of our machines, the X and the X Elite series, will work with the automation. So again, great range of our products. I think probably one of the things I love most about our products is you can have a starting point, you know, maybe starting small and gradually build up until you have your dream sewing room, you know, with the big frame, big machine, automation, the whole 9 yards. I love how we have those steps allowing customers to do that. Something I love about our line is that our frames, our machines, and our automation are built to grow with you. So even if you do start at the lower end, that's fine. It's meant to grow as you grow as well. But also on that flip side, if you have always had that space, but maybe you're at a point in your life you're downsizing, you know, sometimes we can't take everything with us when we downsize. I love quilting. I couldn't imagine not being able to quilt, but we do have those products where kind of on that flip side, you have spent your time growing into the quilting world. You can also take those steps backwards to accommodate what space you have available for. I love that as well.
Yes, me too.
Yes. So I love it. I want to go back to the very beginning. So if we go home,
Okay.
we have this awesome help menu. So tons of topics, how to, what to, where to, why, all of these different topics to help us with the automation software. Here on the left side, or the right side, we have About, which, again, just standard whenever you click About on other things. If we go into Settings, very easy to be able to select the style of frame, the name of your frame, your machine. You can change all of these settings very, very easily. If we kind of go down that list to options, so you can kind of customize what the automation, how it kind of looks on your tablet. And Allegra, I think that's one thing we haven't quite touched on was the tablet.
Yes.
So key thing, currently automation, it doesn't come with the tablet, so you would need to have a tablet separate from the automation. It would need to be a Windows-based tablet, and it would need to be running Windows 7 or higher.
Yes.
Now there are tablets here that we use at Grace Company in our classrooms, when we go to shows. They're all Surface Pro 7s. But again, any Windows-based tablet running 7 or higher, Sewing Machines Plus can help you with the specific tablet requirements that are needed beyond having Windows 7 or higher. So again, you would need a tablet, and that's with any of the versions, QCT 6, 6 Plus, or Pro. But again, kind of going into this screen, you can change your line colors, the node colors, just make it a little bit more unique to you. Mm-hmm. So I do like that option. We have a status summary, online access, enter keys. So enter keys, if and when you're up to kind of that pro version, there's what we have, the gold card, which is a subscription-based service. That's where you can enter that information as well. We have the repair kit. So again, just kind of helping with different things with the software, and whether it's tech related, these are things that you can do right at home with the help of tech, to make sure everything's as it should.
Yes. Another thing I'd like to touch on
Okay.
that I forgot to mention before we closed out of our pattern is I get a lot of questions about, can you change the stitches per inch? Can you change how fast it stitches?
And I'm just
Those
getting
kind of questions. So when you are just about to hit sew, there's a red toolbox in the bottom that says functions, I think.
I am getting there.
We'll see. Oh, look how cute those boats are.
They are. I don't know if I had seen
I don't think
the
I've
boats
seen those
before,
ones yet.
so I thought they were pretty cute.
Now this is all happening in real time, so this is a great way to show you just how fast this can be done. Melinda's just setting this up right now. Super easy peasy.
And I really didn't make my safe area all that big. There we go. All right, so we'll kind of reset those nodes again.
It doesn't have to be perfect.
All right, there we go. So now it's connecting again.
See, we're going to skip the threads. Okay, it does say functions. So this is going to be, this will move you to your start point, release your carriage, release the sewing machine. Once you are in there though, you can change again how fast it's going to stitch and how big you want your stitches to be.
Yes, yes. So great tip, great reminder. You know, just what we can do with automation. You know, the sky is kind of the limit. We're going to be our own worst critics, our
Yes.
own kind of worst enemy. Can I do this? Is it too smart for me? No, it's not. I'm a believer. It's simple enough. Everybody
Yes.
can do it. So let's get back, bring Blaine back on. See if he has seen any questions we may have missed in the comments.
Somebody did ask if the sailboats are on QCT6 Pro. They are in the edge-to-edge pattern folder.
Yes. So when you upgrade, you have everything, all the previous versions as well. So you will always have access of that.
Yes.
So
All right. Well, nice job, everybody.
thank you. Thank you. Now, did you happen to see any questions that we missed?
I think that y'all answered all of them. That anything that we saw come up, y'all answered it. So great job on that. And now I'm just going to tell them how they can get it. So we'll see y'all again a little later.
All right.
All right,
Awesome.
thank
We'll
you.
see you this afternoon.
All righty. Thank y'all. All right. That was from Grace, the Robotics 4-year long arm. Now, again, let me remind you how you can get this. Now, this is it's the Quilt Motion Quilters Creative Touch. It's a mouthful. And it is $49.99 for this, but we have a call-in special. So give us a call and we can tell you all about it. We can also give you the Quilt Fest pricing on this. Naturally, it's going to be free shipping right to your doorstep. And we do have some financing available for you, some special financing. So make sure if you're interested in that, inquire about that when you give us a call. 800-401-8151. And they did a great job on that. So again, if you are wanting to some robotics to put on any of your Grace long arm machines, this is where you want to start. So give us a call and we can tell you all about it. All right, we are going to move on. And up next, we have Janome in the house, but actually Elna in the house. We're going to talk a little bit about Ellen, but we got Sam Fung, and Sam has been on our show before. Now, Sam, he's an educational coordinator and has been sewing for the past 45 years. Prior to joining Janome 15 years ago, he owned a custom sewing business where he made everything from couture wedding gowns to home decor and even taught students of all ages how to sew. Sam is definitely Janome's resident notions expert, and he probably has enough notions at home he could start his own business with them. But today he's going to talk all about the Elna 792 Pro. So y'all welcome Sam to the show.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Sam, how are you?
Good. How are you, Blaine?
Doing fantastic. Glad you're here. And I tell you what, you're going to be talking about one of my favorite machines today with this Elna 792 Pro. And so we're going to let you take it away. And I know we got a lot to cover with it. And I'll be back in about 30 minutes and we're going to tell everybody how they can get it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Today, we're going to talk about this Elna 792 Pro and doing ruler work with the ASR. What the ASR is, it stands for Accurate Stitch Regulator. This machine right here, it has 11.5-inch stroke space, and it comes with the stitch regulator as a standard accessory on this machine. Now, let me show you what the stitch regulator looks like. You get a nice box that the stitch regulator comes in. I'm opening up the box, and this is the stitch regulator right here. The stitch regulator it regulates your stitches so you have even stitches when you're doing free motion quilting. On the back of the regulator is a button. When I push the button, the foot just pops out. You get the regular closed toe foot. you get the open toe foot, you get the echo quilting foot, and you also get the ruler work foot with this machine right here. And there's our ruler work foot. So you get not just four, you get four with the stitch regulator, and you get four of them with that you can use without the stitch regulator. Well, the back of the stitch regulator, I just want to show you right here. This is our sensor right here. The sensor is what reads your fabric when you're moving it, so it can regulate your stitches. So to put the stitch regulator for what we're going to be talking about today, we're going to talk about ruler work. So how we do that is with this attached, with the stitch regulator attached to the ankle here, I simply put it in, push it forward, and push it up. And now I'm ready to do stitch regulation. What I would do is put this onto my ankle of the machine to the screw and plug in the plug in the back to activate the stitch regulator. I have already done that on my machine right here. As you can see, I have the stitch regulator already attached. And I'm also have my straight stitch needle plate on the machine. Plus, I am using a free motion glider. Now, there are several different brands out there. I'm using the one from So Steady. Any free motion glider you have will work. You need something like that to help you when you're doing free motion. On the 792 Pro, right now I'm on the regular sewing. It's just very easy to access doing free motion quilting and ruler work. I simply go to my machine, touch the sewing application, which is the t-shirt right here on the screen. In that, I would select the quilting selection, which is the heart with the feathers. In here, and you can see right here, I have an icon for ruler work. I simply touch ruler work. And right now, the screen is showing me the regular ruler work foot. And since I'm using the stitch regulator, I have to turn it on just by simply touching this button right here. It said ASR, stands for Accurate Stitch Regulator. I select that, and my screen, as you can tell, I have changed now to the ruler work foot right here. I have two choices. I have either medium or light. For what I'm doing today, I'm going to change it to light. Well, what it does is on medium, my foot height is 2.40. When I put it to light, when I put it to light, it actually lowers my pressure foot. Let me open this up and show you. 1.5 is my foot height for light, and I can even adjust it more if I need to, okay? I'm going to close the screen, and I'm ready to go. It's just that simple. Now, the rulers I'm using is from the Janome Ruler Work set. It's a 6-piece set, and let me show you the 6 different rulers that it comes with. It comes with the Spinaflex 11 ruler that we have right here. You have the 6-inch arc, the pointed oval, the heart template, the oval clamshell, and the straight edge ruler. Now, also in the packet, also in this ruler packet, it comes with what's called a crosshair marker. This is where you would mark your lines for doing your Spinaflex, and I'll show you that in a minute. Also in the packet, there's a QR code. When you purchase it, scan the QR code. It will give you detailed instructions on how to use every single ruler that's included in the packet. Not only that, in the instruction, she shows you how to make this folder. This folder allows you to put all the rulers that's included in the Janome starter kit. Has a pocket in the front for the crosshair marker, and you have 6 pockets right here for your rulers. The inside pocket, you are using the Spinaflex to do the center design, the straight ruler to do the outside frame, and you're also using the Spinaflex again to do the outside corners. And on the front of the bag, if we look at it this way, you will see that this top part is your arc is using your arcing rulers, your heart rulers, using your clamshell, using your straight edge to do straight line quilting and also do diamonds, your pointed oval to do continuous edge-to-edge quilting, and a different ways of doing the pointed oval. And again, we can use a Spiniflex right here to do edge-to-edge quilting. So just depending on how you change the ruler, you can do different things with it. Now I'm going to set this aside. As you can see right here, this big blue sampler right here, everything is done with the 6-piece ruler kit from Janome. Now, for those of you who's wondering, Janome does make the Elna sewing machine. So if you look at my machine right here, I'm on the 792 Pro. This is the same machine as in the Janome line, which is the M8. So those of you who have the Janome M8, this is the same machine. You would get to it the same exact way. So let me show you how the stitch regulator works. I have a quilt sandwich here, and I've already did the markings on it just to save time. What I did was took the block marker, placed it on my fabric. I took my chalk marker, marked through all the lines on my template so I can get my reference marking, and connected the lines in the center to get my markings. Once I have that done, I'm going to use the Spiniflex 11. The Spiniflex 11, what I'm going to show you how to do is this design right here that you see on the bag. It's very simple and easy to do. So first thing I'm going to do is place this underneath the foot. Our ruler foot right here, it's a 1/4 inch thick. That means around the foot is a 1/4 inch thick, and from the center needle position to the edge of the foot is also a 1/4 inch. And that is industry standard for doing ruler work. So from the center needle to the edge of the foot is exactly 1/4 inch. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop my foot so I can see where the center is on my drawn crosshair. So once I find it, I have a thumb screw right here on the side of the machine. As you can see right here, using the thumb screw, what I can do is lower the needle right at the point, so that way I don't have to turn my hand wheel. This is very handy when you're trying to get it precise and drop the needle. So once I know where it is, I can push the button right here to double triangle to drop my needle down. I'm going to take my ruler, butt it up against the back of the foot, and I'm going to simply do stitch around the template. Now I'm not using a foot control, I'm using the start stop button. And you will see when I hit the start stop button, the machine takes 1 stitch so that I can start doing my free motion quilting. As you can see, the faster I move the template, the faster the needle moves. The slower I move the template, the slower the needle moves. So what's going on is the needle is keeping in time with my movement. And I'm stitching around, I come back to the center, I'm going to stop. And then I'm going to stop this, because if I don't stop it, when I move the fabric, the needle's going to start moving. And again, I'm going to do the next stitch. Again, hit the needle. As you can see, the faster I go, the faster the needle moves. See how it slows down when it comes to the very beginning? Just like here. See how it just slows down. I'm going to stop it, turn it again, and do the next one. Now, I'm seeing my stitch length is kind of short, so I'm going to lengthen my stitch length a little bit. I do have that option. My feed dogs are down. My stitches are being regulated by the sensor on the back of the foot. So I'm going to make those stitches to about 3.0 because I think the stitches is a little bit too tight. So, and then I'm going to hit start, and we're going to do this again. Now this is very easy. If you've never done ruler work before and you tried free motion quilting and you're not having good success with it, you might want to try doing ruler work. Now, doing ruler work, I find that people who've never done ruler work before is able to get a nice design just by having the templates. We also call it quilting with training wheels. That's because kind of what you're doing, you have a template to guide you, and once you get good at it, you don't need to use the ruler anymore. And again, I'm going to speed this up a little bit. Now I'm going to show you what happens when I spin the Spiniflex and I don't move my ruler. If I just move my ruler, I didn't turn off the machine. See how the sensor is moving so fast? That's because it is reading the template. And the beauty of ASR is I don't have to worry about my stitch length. It's because the machine is keeping up with my movement, unlike traditional free motion quilting. Okay, I got one more to do, and I can move on to the next design and show you how that's done. Now, when you're doing ruler work, you want to go and try to move the ruler instead of moving the quilt every time. That's because if you're pulling a big quilt, the last thing you want to do is turning the quilt every time. So what we're trying to do is move the ruler to every direction. Now, if you notice, every time I stop position, the foot stays down. This is what you want to do. So now that I'm done, the traditional ways to pull up your bobbin thread. For what I'm doing today, I'm not going to worry about that. I'm simply going to cut it and pull it out. And there, I have just did my first design using the Spiniflex 11. Isn't that nice? Now, next thing I'm going to show you is the arc, the 6-inch arc ruler. Now, using the 6-inch arc ruler, we can put arcs around the edge, kind of like a spider web. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw more reference line for me to know where to place the line on this, to draw the new line. So what I'm going to do is I'm starting out by matching up the original drawn line. I have edge markings on the ruler. I'm going to take the edge markings and rotate the ruler so the second edged line is on my previous drawn line. And I'm just going to line it up like I'm doing here. As you can see, I'm taking my clover chalk marker, and I'm just going to draw these lines here. Now these are going to be my reference lines. And you're going to see why the reference line are so important when you want to get stuff looking precise. Okay? And so what I'm doing is I'm marking these lines. As you can see, now I have extra lines that I've just drawn. And on my template, if you look right here on this ruler right here, you can see there's a center line marking right here. This is what I'm going to line up the lines that I drawn right here in the center with my center lines here. I'm going to line up the 2 points on my stitch design on the edge of the template, and I'm going to stitch from this line all the way over this to skipping the center line to the next point. I'm going to stop at the next point. And so what I'm going to do is start off with is this. I'm going to line up my line marking, make sure my ruler's at the 2 points. I'm going to drop my foot, butt it up, make sure that my needle is going to drop on the center line by using the thumb wheel and lowering it so that it's on that line, as you can see right there. I'm going to hit start, and I'm just going to stitch. The machine takes 1 stitch and stop so that I can pull up my bobbin thread. So I'm going to hit start again, and now I'm ready to go. I'm going to stitch from point to point or line to line, and I'm going to stop right there, hit the stop button so I don't keep stitching. I'm going to rotate that a little bit, line up the straight line again with the previous point to point, and I'm going to stitch from point to point, and again stopping at the reference line. And you see how easy it is? I traditionally won't use the start stop button if I'm sewing because I just can't handle not having that foot control. But doing stitch regulated ASR, I'm able to use the start stop button because I don't have to worry about the needle continually moving when I stop, and I don't have to worry about coming up there and stopping it in time. So again, I'm going to stitch from line to line, stopping at the line. And if you notice, hopefully you guys can see this on the camera, that on my foot itself, if you look, I actually have line markings on the foot. That tells me where my needle drop is. So again, I'm going to stitch from line to line, just like that, stopping at the line, hit the stop button, turn it, and you can see this is very easy. And then at the end, you can see how everything matches up. The reason we draw the line is because the arc, as we get bigger along the arc, it is the same circumference, as you may want to call it. The arc is the same. Whether I go up, I have the same angle. So without drawing the line, if I don't draw the line and I just lay the ruler on here, it may not be as accurate. It may be all out of kilter, out of whack. Okay, so I'm coming up to the last one. And I'm going to stitch right there. And I'm going to stitch a couple of stitches so it knots it, hit stop, and cut my thread. And as you can see, I just stitched the arc. Isn't that nice? And now, if I want to, let's say, since the foot is a 1/4 inch, if I want a 1/4 inch spacing from the previous line, I would actually put the edge of the ruler up against the stitching, but I want a 1/2 inch distance. So what I'm going to do is, as you notice on these rulers, I have line markings right here. Every etched line on my ruler is a 1/4 inch apart. So for me to get a 1/2 inch distance, I simply line up the arc, the etched line with my first stitched line, like so. Try and look at it. And as you can tell, the fabric shrunk a little bit as I'm doing it. And I'm going to start at a different place. You don't want to start where you just finished the last one. So I'm going to put it on here. And again, I'm going to lower the foot, push the foot up against my ruler, use the thumb wheel to lower my needle so I can see precisely where it is. Once I know the needle's on that line, I can hit the button and lower the foot. And again, I'm going to stitch this and watch. Here we go. I'm going to hit there and stop. Now this time I'm not going to push the start stop button and stop it. You see how it just stitched in place very slowly? Now what happened is when I move the fabric, you see how the ruler is moving? The needle is moving? Usually you don't want that because you end up with a big knot. But it's no big deal, just stop it. And I'm going to rotate it again and line up the line up against the previous line and stitch the next arc. Stop it again. And it's just this simple. How many of you have done ruler work before? My colleague's on the computer answering questions. She's not in the room with me. She's in her office. She's answering your questions. So if you have any questions, just ask it and she can reply to you. Or somebody the sewing machine can also answer your questions about ruler work. If you've never done ruler work before, this is a great way to try doing ruler work, especially using a stitch regulator. Okay? And again, one more. I'm kind of sitting off to the side, just so you guys know. And I know the ruler is sliding a little bit. And I have one more to do, and I'm going to come back to the beginning. And try to connect that little point. And come to the end, and I start. There, as you can see, I have a little spider web around the angle. That was quick and easy. It doesn't involve much time at all. Now, I've drawn some other lines here. I want to show you this. Using the pointed oval rulers, you can see I have several markings on this ruler. I have markings across the 2 points and on the widest part of the ruler. By doing that, I can do edge-to-edge quilting, and I'll show you how to do that. I'm going to start off by lining up. I've drawn a reference line. I'm going to start at the point, okay? And again, I'm going to drop the foot, move the ruler over to one edge of the point, and I'm going to stitch because I know this is going to drop in the line already because I can see on the marking on my foot is on that drawn line, so I don't really have to drop the needle as I would normally do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch across going down if I'm doing edge-to-edge quilting, and I want to show you how this works. So first I'm going to line this up, hit the start button, and again the machine took one stitch and stopped, allowing me to pull up my thread. So I have to hit the start button again. So now you can see the needles moving constantly. I'm going to move across, and I'm stitch from point to point and stop. I'm going to slide my ruler down, and I'm just stitching half the oval to begin with. That's because when I come back around, I'm going to stitch the other half. And that's how we do a edge-to-edge quilt. Now this is a great ruler to use for edge-to-edge quilting. And I can also do the same thing like I did with the Spiniflex 11. I can draw the crosshairs and use this ruler and spin it just like previously to do this. Okay, I'm going to do 2 more, and I'll come back around and show you how the next part is done. Now, I have 1 more to do. Okay, I'm at the end. And when I get to the end, I'm going to do a whole one. Okay, now I'm going to do stop it. I'm going to come back around, and I'm going to make sure that my template, both lines are on the straight line. I'm going to stitch the bottom half to connect the pointed oval, like so. And when you do it, you want to make sure it connects the point, scoot it up, and just keep doing it. Now this, it doesn't matter if you do the bottom first or the top first. The whole idea of this is so you don't have to break the threads. For those of you who do free motion quilting, you know what I'm talking about. The less threads you break, the less you have to bury the threads. If you do pull your threads up, as you notice, I didn't do that. And this is connected pretty good. You guys see that? And what I'm doing is, when I come back around, if my point isn't matching up, I simply just move the fabric just a little and match it up. And I'm done with the pointed oval. Just want you guys to see. Now, isn't that pretty for an edge-to-edge? For doing edge-to-edge quilting? And just like I said, you can simply put this on the foot and rotate it like we did the previous one. Now, doing the clamshell, if you look at this ruler, they're real good about having etched lines on here. This etched line right here, as you can see, the very top etched line, that is where your needle drop is. So if you marked a line and you use this line as a reference guide, you would stop on the drawn line. If you want a 1/4 inch up, you would use the one right below it. And you notice I have a center marking right here also. So if you are doing something where you need to start in the center of the quilt and figure out where to go left and right, you would draw a center line here, stitch half the design, and go back and do the other way. But for lack of time, I'm just going to show you how this works. Because a lot of people get the rulers, they have this clamshell, they have no idea how you do edge-to-edge quilting to go across. I'm going to show you how to do this quick and simple. And again, what we want to do is drop the foot first, because we don't want to drop that, because I have to move this down here, and then move the edge to one of the edge of the ruler. You don't want to move the ruler. You don't want to move the foot to here and then drop it, because by accident, if you don't have it hit right on the spot, you could actually hit the template and it could crack your template. So what I'm going to do basically is I'm going to go across and come back. Now I'll show you how a cool way of doing this. Okay, it doesn't matter you do the top or the bottom first. For this one, I'm doing the bottom first. I'm going to stitch from side to side, stop, and then here's the cool part. To move to the next one, I simply slide the ruler out and go to the next one. I just want to make sure that I keep the line straight. If I don't, then I'm going to have a strange looking one. Okay, so I'm going to go again, stitch over and down. Okay, and stop. And you notice I'm doing it very slowly when I do the bottom oval. That's because when you're doing something like an arc, I have something to push against the foot on the bottom half. But when I get to the point, it's real easy to miss or have the ruler slide out. And I'll show you what I mean. Stitch down just a tad bit. Now this is what happens if you don't cut, if I go too fast. I'm stitching along here, and then all of a sudden, you go whoops, like this. You have this one little whoopsie moment. Now I gotta try to correct it by going back and coming down, okay? If this happened to you, no big deal, you just go on. Some people said, oh, I'll just take it out later. Don't worry about taking it out. It was meant to be. Just tell them it's an artistic creation. Don't you love that? You can tell them it's a one of a kind, because you won't ever, you can't reduplicate it, so just don't worry about it. Now, let's say this is my last arc right here, okay? What I do is I do the bottom first, and I'm going to stitch the top. The top is much easier because when I'm stitching the top, my ruler is up against the foot the entire time. So this way, when I go back to the left, I simply slide the ruler over, line up the straight lines, hit the start button again, and stitch the next one, like so. You guys see how that simple that is? And this ruler set is sold only through your dealer. It is not sold from Sew Steady. Since Sew Steady does make our rulers, they have their own beginner set, but their beginner set does not have the same ruler as what's in our set. They're completely different set of rulers. So I know some of you may have the Sew Steady Westerly ruler beginner set, but their set and our set is completely different, and I just want you to point that out. Now, for those of you who have other brands, okay, and you have to use a low shank rulers, we do carry this set in a low shank ruler, okay? So we're able to cover the people who have high shank or low shank machines. Okay, I'm down to the end, so I'm gonna cut it. Now see, this is what I'm talking about, this little oopsie right here. But as you can see, this is how you would travel back doing the rulers. Now, the other ruler I want to show you real quick is this. This is the straight edge ruler. The angle markings on here allows you to do diamonds. Now, another great thing about using the straight edge ruler is this. If you, other than doing straight edges, let's say for example, I want to quilt this line here. Well, I know I can drop my foot and line up my needle right here at the line, the drawn line. Okay. I simply put my ruler right up against the foot and I can stitch. A straight line, that's simple. And then what I do is when I get to here, I slide it down about 1/4 inch and I can continue stitching straight down. Now I just stitched that, just that simple. And the reason I want to show you that is this. If you were doing stitch in a ditch on your quilt, having a straight ruler like this makes it a whole lot easier and faster to do stitch in a ditch rather than using your dual feed, like this machine includes a dual feed foot. It's much faster, much easier, and you can do it free motion. Okay? What do you guys think? Pretty cool, right? And again, this is the Janome 6-piece ruler work kit. It comes, we also have in low shank, high shank, and just to let you know, if you have any of our machines, any of the Janome machines, and you have the Janome ruler work foot, you can use high shank or low shank rulers, because when I drop this foot, there is not enough room here, even with the low shank ruler. The ruler's not going to go underneath this foot. I just have a piece of paper, the width of a piece of paper underneath this foot. The ruler's not going to slide underneath here, so you can use any type of rulers you have. I have all kinds. I even have long arm rulers. The difference is long arm rulers is a 1/4 inch thick, so I can use 1/4 inch rulers with my AccuQuilt stitch regulator, or the ASR, we call it, on our machines. Anybody have any questions I need to answer? I know my time's about up.
Well, hey, Sam, the only question they have is where can they get one? So
I'm sure they can get one from you.
I hope so. All right, buddy. Well, thanks so much. I had a great presentation and made it look easy. So we'll see you again real soon.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. So everyone, that was the Elna 790 Pro. And I tell you, our 792, I should say, 792 Pro. And guys, this machine is basically one of the top of the line machines you can get. This thing is so awesome. And I just want to kind of just tell you a few of the features because it is loaded with things. And the first thing you're going to notice is if you look to the right side of the needle, that throat space is 13.5 inches wide. So that means this is a really great machine for quilting. You know, a quilter's frame, you can roll up a quilt and put it in there. You have a really nice high heart space and you have that good throat space. And so the price on this is $9,999. We do have a call-in special on this. So you have to call to get the quilt show pricing. And we have some special financing available. So when you call in, you can ask them about that financing and they can tell you about that as well. But it's going to be free shipping nationwide. So a great deal today on this. Now, one of the things too, that a lot of the Elna, a lot of the Janome machines have that a lot of companies don't. This thing, the entire chassis is aluminum. And what that does, there's no plastic in it on the chassis. And I'm not talking about the casing you see around it. I'm talking about the chassis that's underneath those covers. It is all aluminum, and that does two things. It gives you a lot of strength, and it gives you lightweight. So it keeps that machine from being really extremely heavy. This thing also, it has that 7-inch high definition color touch screen right there in the middle. It's really nice looking, has multi-languages, has a very easy navigation system on it, has that built-in needle threader. There's so many things to talk about, and the accessory pack that comes with this is absolutely huge. I completely forgot how many feet comes with. I think it's 21 presser feet that come with this. So 21 feet you get with this machine. It has the 9 LED illuminations on it in 4 different areas. So the workspace is extremely bright lit up so you can see really well. So it has 3 megabits of built-in memory. It has a USB port on it. And so there's just, so many things to talk about. But if you want to look at this, you can either go to SMP TV or SMP TV .tv. I'm sorry, SMP.tv, and look at it. You'll see the product right there. Or you can just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com, type in the search bar Elna 792, and it'll take you right to the product page. And there is a ton of things you can read about. And if you have any questions, just give us a call too. They can, answer all the questions for you. All right, so let's move along. We're going to bring my co-host in, Miss Jane Klaus.
Hi,
Hey,
everybody.
Jane.
Hi, Blaine.
How are you?
Oh, my God. What a morning it's been. How are you?
Telling you what, well, so I know you had to go and pick up your hubby. And so I told everybody that you had to go pick. He had that knee surgery this morning. And
Yep.
so you're just now getting here, but I gave you your introduction early this morning. So we're going to let you take it away.
Thank
And
you.
because I know we got another special presentation coming up next.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much, Blaine. Hi, everybody. I'm super excited to be here. And you know what? I almost wasn't because my computer froze right before I said hi to Blaine, but nobody knows that. And now you do. Okay, well, let's keep this thing rolling. I'm excited for day 2 of a Quilt Fest. And joining us from Handi Quilter is Shauna Westergaard. Yes, you know her. You love her. Super excited to have her back on the show. Shauna is a mother of 4 with her techie husband. She is a Colorado transplant that loves living in the mountains, and she loves Mountain Dew. Hello, Blaine. She grew up in a family of quilters and remembers playing under the quilting frames when the aunts stitched on all the quilts for bridal showers. Who doesn't remember all that? I love it. She considers herself to be an accidental long arm quilter because she inherited her long arm before she had ever finished piecing a quilt top. So once she got the long arm set up, she jumped in with both feet and quilted over 60 projects in the first year that she had the long arm. I love this story so much. Everybody, please say hi to Shauna. Hi, Shauna.
Hi, how are you?
Oh my gosh, I love the memory of you underneath all of the quilting frames.
Yep, that's the best place to play when you're little.
I know, and it's so much fun. You feel like it's your little fort and you're just having a good time, and they're probably just like, don't even know you're down there.
Exactly.
Well, Shauna, you're here to talk to us today about the Amara 20. I'm going to let you go because I know we're running a little bit late.
Oh, no worries. That's okay. So the Amara is actually my favorite. This is what I quilt on at home. The Amara has 20 inches of throat space. Absolutely love it. You can do free motion quilting with this. You can do computerized quilting with this. And there's a lot of different projects you can do. As you were introducing me, you mentioned I did 60 projects on the long arm the first year that I had it. And that's because I focused on little projects. I still did quilts, obviously. But as I was learning how to use my machine, I focused on a lot of smaller projects so that I could get some things done and learn how to do these tips and tricks. So I want to show you about the Amara. Here on the machine, we actually have a magnetic collar. And this, you can see here I've got some scissors that stick right there. This is a really powerful magnet, so you don't have to worry about anything falling off while you're quilting. That's never been an issue. But this is actually perfect for any of my lefties out there, my left-handed quilters, because this is very comfortable with your left hand to reach and grab. Right hands can get it too, but sometimes those lefties need a shout out. So there you go. These handles are adjustable so that you have these little levers here that you can adjust, and then you can turn the handle and make it easier to do micro quilting, even ruler work, anything you want, and you can adjust them so they're very ergonomical as well. I got to make sure I'm tightening it the right way though. We also have buttons on each handle so that you can, start and stop the machine. You can increase your speed or decrease your speed. You can have your needle up or down. I love that those are right here at the touch of a button, right? This machine does have a large tablet on it because this is equipped with Pro Stitcher. However, we'll just be doing a little bit of free motion today, so I won't really be talking about the screen. If you choose to get this Amara without the Pro Stitcher, there will still be a screen here. It's just smaller. It is a touch screen. You can still access everything that you need to. So we're using some thread today that's bright green. I hope that it shows up here. We have some shamrocks here on this table runner that we're going to work on. If you are a long-time listener, I guess, long-time viewer of SMP and their Quilt Fest program, you're going to know that I love to do table runners. I do these a lot. And I love to do couching, so we're going to touch on that a little bit today as well. But before we get to that, if you look behind me, I have this quilt. This quilt is a shamrock quilt, and it's available at ladybugthreads.com. The cool thing about this is I've taken these little shamrocks and I've just made a few extra and put them into our table runner here that we're going to be playing with. And the cool thing about that is sometimes you just need a little bit of something to play with. You need a fun new project or just something to kind of get you out of a funk. And an easy way to do that is just take one element from a quilt pattern that you already have and put it into a table runner. You can just put one block in the center if you have an orphan block, put some regular background fabric around it, and then you're good to go and play and try new tips and tricks that you're learning. So we're going to come over here really fast and just do a quick basting stitch. I've basted around all of the other 3 edges, and I just want to show you how simple it is to do the basting. I have the regular closed-toed foot on right now, and I'm going to come up here to the top corner of my table runner. I'll push my needle down and needle up button, and then I've pulled up my bobbin thread. You can see we've got a nice purple on the bottom just to help with a little bit of the contrast so you can see it. And then I'm going to start. Let me make sure I'm in basting stitch. There's a button right on your screen when you're using the tablet that you can just hit the baste button and it'll go directly to a basting stitch for you. And then you can push the start button on your handlebar and away we go. And basting is something I recommend for all your projects. Basting is actually incredibly important for making sure your project stays square, making sure you don't have any pieces of the edge of the quilt flip up when you're quilting, all of the things like that. So we're going to go ahead and move over. I have to get out of my basting stitch mode. This happens when you don't pay attention to what mode you're in. It happens that you'll just start stitching, whether you're doing a stitched design in Pro Stitcher, or if you're trying to just do some free motion quilting, if you're not careful, you'll actually be stitching in baste mode, which makes it's easy to unpick. That's always the good news. So I'm going to do a little bit of free motion quilting here in this shamrock. Shamrocks are a really fun shape, and the cool thing about this is just the way that these edges are snowballed. You can choose to stitch inside and do designs in the leaves, or you can try and trace the outline of the shamrock and do stitch in the ditch. There's a lot of ways that you can approach this. So on this one, we're going to do a little bit of stitching on the inside of the shamrock. And I'm going to do my needle up, needle down a few times just to kind of tie it off. There is a tie off button, but the really cool thing about this machine, you can actually change the presets on the handles here. And these, I've changed it so that if someone who is left-handed can actually push the start and stop button here. This star button is actually, you can change the presets. And so for me, when I'm quilting on my own machine, this I have set as a tie off, but it's very simple that you can go in and change these buttons and have them change to a different preset. And so right now it's set that if you push this, it will actually start stitching. So we've got this left-hand friendly today, just for anyone who needs to know. So we're going to come down here. I think I'm just going to do a little outlining around the shamrock, and then I'm going to probably do a little bit of a curl here in the middle to imitate a little bit of a leaf. And remember, when you're quilting, I'm going to put my needle down while I snip this thread. When you're quilting, it's okay if you're not perfect, because we're all learning and it's not going to be perfect, and that's okay. So I'm just going to do around the outside. And it looks like my stitch length is set a little bit long. Usually when I'm quilting for myself, I like to have my stitches per inch set at about 11 or 12. And it looks like we're a little bit longer here, which is fine. I'm just going to come here to the end. I like to set my needle down anytime I'm doing free motion quilting so that my machine kind of keeps place of where I am. And I'm actually going to come up here and adjust my stitches for just a second, which is kind of hard to show you guys because I don't have my screen up for you. So I'm sorry about that. I've got my basting turned off. Perfect. Okay. I think we're just going to go with it because I want to make sure we get to some of the other things. So we'll leave it where it is. There we go. That's a little better. We'll do a curl here. This one's a little bit harder to see because they're the same color. But we'll come up here on this green fabric, the darker green, and do a curl like this. And then do a curl here. And just add a little bit of element of fun for you know, any of your free motion stitching that you're doing. I will say that there's no real difference between doing like stitching in the ditch versus doing it on an inside. I'll show you, we can do a couple of inside bump arounds is what I call them. There's not like a fancy name. If I bump like this, it's a great way to travel between one leaf to another. When you stitch in the ditch, it does add a nice element of definition, I guess, for the block. So it's something that we definitely do recommend, but it's not required by any means. Okay, we're going to jump to doing a little bit of couching, just because it's my absolute favorite, and I don't feel like you can get away with free motion quilting without couching. So that means we have to change our foot, and I'll show you how simple it is to change the foot on the machine. This here is our couching foot, and it has, you can see on the inside, there's a little bit of a, here, I'll move the machine so you can see better. There's a little bit of a yellow insert is what it looks like, and this is what allows us to do the couching. It looks exactly like the closed-toed foot that's on the machine right now, but it has this yellow insert, and that's the difference that allows for the couching. So, oh, I pushed my needle down. So we just take our tool. This tool does come with the machine. You don't have to buy it extra or anything. This is how we change out the feet and the needles. So we just insert it here into the screw in the front, and then we can pop off our presser foot. This is not a presser foot, this is a hopping foot, excuse me. And we can lift up the shank, and then this foot comes right off. And then, I'm trying to make sure you guys can see as I'm doing this. Lift up the shank, slide it on, and then I just hold my finger right underneath as I'm tightening, just to make sure that it's seated properly. And I do this couching all the time for you guys. I hope you're not sick of it because it really is truly one of my favorite things to play with. And I'll show you the yarn that we're going to be playing with today. I usually do more of a chenille type yarn. I just picked this up at my local hobby store. And this one has a little bit of a braided twist to it. So I'm really excited to see how this one is going to turn out. I generally, like I said, I generally play with the chenille, and I'm excited. We'll have to see how this goes. I'm just going to pop the whole wrapper off. So when we're doing couching, it's important that you have a puddle, a puddle of yarn on your project. And there's probably a better way to say it, but puddle is a good imagery because it allows you to have, look, I have like a good little amount of yarn here. Before I start any of my stitching, I get my yarn out and plan where my path is, and then I leave my puddle of yarn out of the way up here so that I can work right here. I should also mention I do have someone watching comments for me. If anyone wants to ask any questions, I'm happy to answer them for you. We've done this couching a couple of times, but there's always questions. There's always, people that haven't seen it before. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do another shamrock down here. That's a 4-leaf clover. Here, let me move this so we can see while I do a quick design. And I'm going to do it with blue chalk. I think I've talked before. There's a couple of different marking tools you can use. We have an air and water soluble one. This one is a friction pen that is a heat and friction erasable one, and then we have chalk. And these are all, it's just a personal preference. I know a lot of people shy away from using the friction pen when you're doing quilting, because if you take it, you know, if you're going to ship a quilt, sometimes it gets really cold and the letters from or numbers or markings from friction pens can show up again. So I use friction pens a lot, but I only use them when I know it's going to be hidden underneath the yarn, so I'm not too worried about that. So, but today I'm just going to use the blue. The blue shows up really well for us. And I'm just going to kind of draw my own plan for where I want this to be. And I kind of have looked about my spacing, and I'm just going to do a quick little, and I'm just drawing kind of like hearts that are all connected. Shamrocks are a pretty easy thing. Maybe I'm oversimplifying it, but if you just do hearts connected, you get a really rough outline of a shamrock. And then if you want to throw in a little stem here, you can. So now we have that marked out, we're going to go and do some couching. I'm excited to see how this braided yarn works. Okay, we'll come up here and we're going to pick a point to start. I'm going to start here in the middle just because it'll be a little bit easier to hide the ends of the yarn. And we've done this a couple times, but I will show you multiple times. I'm going to put my needle down, needle up, okay, bring up my bobbin thread, okay. Then, oh, here we go. I'm going to bring my yarn between the needle and the foot post. We're going to put it right in between. Hold it off to the side like this. Needle down, okay? And then needle up, and I will hold the threads but not the yarn. And then I'll gently pull, and you can see it's popping, it's pulling the thread through the presser foot, which is perfect. That's right where we want it. I'm going to come back to my starting point, which is right about here, and I'll put my needle down. And this is where I want to make sure I have all of the yarn pulled up that I want. So I'm ready to go. And then we'll just start stitching nice and slow around the design that we've drawn. And after I've taken a few stitches, I do like to trim what I've got here. Oh, I'm also going to stabilize the side of my quilt. Sometimes I forget to put my clamps on when I'm doing small projects, but it's essential to have the clamps on so that everything is stabilized how it needs to be. So I'll go ahead and snip here. And here we go. Oh, maybe I need to have it a little bit pulled to the front. And I am going to hold back here to put a little bit of tension. Oh, really? You guys. It's because I was moving a little too slow. So what happened when you're using a thicker thread, sometimes if you're not moving through it enough, it can grab a little bit, which is fine. We've played with the chenille a lot, and I know I love that one. I was wanting to try a different texture, which is why I pulled this one up. So whenever we have problems like that, we just snip our yarn, and then we can pull it off to the side. Sometimes when this happens, there's an educator that calls it doing surgery on your quilt, that you have to snip a little bit of the yarn so it's out of the way, which is just fine. This is just part of trying out new things and new projects, right? Oh, I've accidentally snipped my thread from the top too. So we'll get that rethreaded. When you're doing your thread from the needle, you want to make sure that you put it through the hole here. And of course, when you buy this machine, there's a thread guide that you can see everything that to make sure that you have it threaded correctly. But even still, sometimes I miss putting it through the top hole, and then I'm not able to get a good tension, which is really frustrating. So, oh wow, we're coming up on the end of our time faster than I thought, you guys. So to help, because this is chalked out, I'm actually going to do some free motion really fast so that I can see it easier. Oh, bobbin too. It's always important when you guys do get a thread nest like that, that you always check your bobbin, because you can see right here, I have a really, really short tail from my bobbin. It's always important to check the bobbin as well. This is something that whenever there's anything that comes up, the bobbin is one of the first things I check. That's just kind of standard protocol when you're operating a long arm, is make sure the bobbin's happy. The bobbin is the foundation of what you're quilting, and we want that to show up and support you, right? Foundations are good for supporting you. So I'm going to go ahead and stitch around this, so hopefully we can see it a little better than the blue chalk. Perfect. And I'm just getting a loose design in, because when you do it with yarn, it'll hide a lot of the potential mistakes that you may or may not see, that you may or may not like. There we go. Perfect. I'm going to swing away. This is how you pull up your bobbin. You swing away, grab your thread, bring it back, and then pick up your bobbin. Do we have any questions while I'm here doing this? It's all right if we don't. That's okay. The other thing I should mention, I didn't really talk about the frame. This machine is currently on our Studio 2 frame. This frame comes up in all the way up to 14 feet, I believe, which is absolutely huge. So yeah, go ahead.
Found the question.
Okay.
When you're couching, what kind of needle do you have to use?
This is a great question. Someone asked, when we're couching, what kind of needle do we use? And I'm glad people ask, because I forget to mention it. You can actually use a regular needle. You use your needle based on the size of thread that you're using. And this thread is So Fine 50. And I believe that is a 16 or an 18 needle. It's the Superior Threads thread. And so you just use the needle associated with the thread size. So that's actually a really good question, because you know, if you're going to be doing t-shirt quilts, people recommend that you do a ballpoint needle. And that's really the only time that I focus on doing a specialty needle. All the other times I focus on getting it to match the thread. So I'm setting this up again to do one more go. There we go. Oh, and I swing away. Oh, I just broke my bobbin thread today. We're going to have to do that one more time, you guys. One more time, and then we'll pass it back to Blaine, because I don't want Blaine to have to miss out on his sharing about this machine too. So my bobbin is still good. Perfect. And it's still full. The other thing I talked about yesterday, when you take the bobbin out, I made sure to clean before we started, but so I'm not worried about it. But you can always take your bobbin out. I run my pinky finger through here just to make sure there's no fluff in the way. Perfect. Okay, we're going to do it one more time, and then we'll pass it back to Blaine. So you have your thread. This is your top thread. Needle down, needle up, and this is how we pull our bobbin thread up, right? We put our machine where we want it. We put the thread between the needle and the foot, and then we pull the thread slightly out of the way, and then we push needle down, needle up, and then holding my thread, I pull it through, and there's our yarn right where we want it. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to get ready to stitch this out, and we'll pass it back to Blaine. Blaine, do you have any questions for me?
Hey, Shauna, it's Jane, but everyone's...
Jane, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Somebody wanted to know, does the spring in the bobbin go in a certain way or side up?
Yes, and you actually, when you can see, I don't know if I have a good, I could pull it out and show you. The spring in the bobbin does go a certain way, and it can come out, and you just have to make sure you put it back in the right way. It kind of looks like, I don't know if you can see this.
Yep.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
So there's little tabs on the side, on each side, that kind of click in. And you want the spring to be up, so that when you put a bobbin in, it'll bounce.
Wonderful. Thank you. And everybody is just commenting on the couching. A couple people said, I can't wait to see her do this. Oh, I want to see her do this. So they were excited about the couching. But I want to tell everybody how they can get their hands on the Amara 20 from our friends at Handi Quilter. Shauna, you are such a delight to have on the show, and your demo was fantastic. I know people are hanging on to see more of the couching, but they're just going to have to wait.
They're going to have to wait.
Okay. Shauna, thank you so much. I'm going to tell everybody how to get it.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Oh, everybody. That was great, wasn't it? I know. I was like hanging on every word too with the couching. All right. Let's talk about this Amara 20-inch long arm quilting machine from our friends at Handi Quilter. You see it right there. It's an amazing machine. So many great features. Of course, you got that 20 inches of brightly lit throat space, the 7-inch color screen. You've got that menu controlled quilt master LED lighting package. There's so many things. Stitching speeds up to 2,500 stitches per minute. You see the Quilt Fest pricing right there. That's the pricing, $10,995. And guess what? We've got a promo price because it's normally $1,000 more. So we're saving you $1,000 today when you buy the Amara 20-inch long arm quilting machine. You got to order it now. That's all there is to it. Just give a call, 800-401-8151. Place your order online, or you can chat and place your order. But that is a great price. We're giving you $1,000 off on this great promo price for Quilt Fest. You see how much it normally is. But today it's $10,995. Again, that is the Handi Quilter Amara 20-inch long arm quilting machine. You can always go to smplive.tv to check it out. Just put that in the search bar. You've got all of these amazing top features that, of course, Shauna was showing you, but so many things. I wish I could list them all, but I'm going to run out of time because we have to get to our next session. But again, that is a great price for your Amara 20-inch long arm quilter. Okay, you guys good? I am. Okay, let's move on to our next presenter. She was here with us yesterday. Nicole Gilbert, over the last 10 years, has been leading quilt-alongs. She's taught countless classes. She's demonstrated sewing machines, and she's literally quilted an insane number of quilts. Her first love is sharing quilting with all new sewers. I love that so much. There's nothing better than watching a person have that aha moment happen. I love her in the yellow. From our friends at RNK, Nicole Gilbert is here today to talk to us about applique tips and tricks. So say hi to Nicole.
Hi, Jane. Thank you so much.
Oh,
It is
Nicole,
so
how
nice
are
to see
you?
you. It is. I am good. I am good. It's great to see you 2 days in a row.
I know, me too. I'm so excited that you're back. I love your demos and all your explanations. So today you're going to talk about applique tips and tricks.
Yes. So I feel like applique is one of those things where like people are a little bit hesitant to dive all in because it's like, okay, it's a little different than that typical patchworking,
Right.
but this is how to get it done and super, super easy. So I'm going to walk you guys through the easiest way to applique and you're going to absolutely love it. So it looks like, oh, Jane disappeared on me, but that's okay because I'm here. We're here. We're good. Okay. So applique. I want to go ahead. First of all, sometimes you're going to see my face like this. And then sometimes you are going to see the craziness of my workbench. And that's good. That's a good thing. You're going to see all the things. Okay. But we're going to talk about how we take crazy piles of this and turn it into beautiful applique pieces like this. And it really is super, super simple, you guys. Okay. So what I love about applique is that it is, it's a way to get a lot of bright, fun colors and shapes onto your projects. And it's a lot easier than it seems. So I personally love raw edge applique. And this specific technique that I'm going to be showing you today is for raw edge applique, meaning we're not doing needle turn here. Okay. All right. I just want to make sure that we've got that clear, and then let's get off to the races. All right. So I wanted to show you this first so that you can kind of see where we could potentially be going, but we've got all the things here. So what I want to do first and foremost is say that there are only really 2 rules to doing applique, and that's don't overthink it and don't touch your fusible with your iron. As long as you don't overthink it and don't touch your fusible to your iron, you are going to have a great day. All right, so let's get this jammy out of the way, and you're going to see like all the things, all of the things here. So what I like to do for applique, and I don't know if it's a right brain, left brain thing or what's going on here, but I cannot stand having to reverse my non-symmetrical pieces. Some of you who may have attempted to dive into applique have been like, wait, why do I have to flip it upside down? Why do I have to draw it backwards? And then I have to cut it out and then I flip it over. And what is all that? I feel the exact same way. So I don't do that. Here's what I do. I use this awesome product. This is our fabric prep, which is from Quilter Select. And do you see how transparent that is? You can see everything right through it. So I take my applique template, whatever I am tracing, let's say I was tracing this grid, and I use a micron pen. Now, micron pens are my personal favorite because they don't bleed, they won't run, and they don't disappear. Okay, that's the biggest one. You want a pen that's not going to bleed and it's not going to disappear. Okay, especially throughout this process, you don't want anything that's going to disappear on you unless you're the fastest appliquer of all time, in which case I want you to come hang out with me because I want to learn your ways. Okay, so we're going to take this is our fabric prep. This is found in the Quilter Select line fabric prep. It's super gauzy. Do you see how soft it is? Do you see how pliable it is? It is not going to change the weight of your applique piece or your foundation fabric that you're putting this on. So it is super, super sheer and lightweight, which makes it perfect. It's like almost gauzy. That's how light it is. It makes it perfect for tracing your template. Okay. You trace your template. And I just realized my camera is on top of one of my templates. That's okay. We'll pretend. Okay. So you're going to trace your template right on top of this using that non-bleeding, non-disappearing marker. Okay. Once you trace your template, you are going to have, here we go. And this is just me making something up. So we've got a deer here. This is what you end up with. You've traced it out. The backside of this is fusible. It's a little hard to see on camera, but it's got this very light texture that will allow it to adhere to your foundation fabric. Okay. So we've traced our template, and we've traced our template on the smooth side of the fabric prep. Okay. So on the smooth side of the fabric prep, we've traced our template. Now I don't need to reverse anything, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my fabric and put it right on top. So you're never going to have to reverse it. But how do I get my fabric to stick to this template without any of the fusible? Because remember I said the fusible's on the backside, right? Because this is how we're going to attach it to our foundation. So what we're going to use is we are going to use Quilter Select AccuQuilt Plus. This stuff, you guys, I can't even begin to tell you how much I adore this. Quilter Select AccuQuilt Plus is a extremely lightweight, like featherweight, fusible web. Okay. It is paper backed, which is really, really nice. Okay. Now, what you're going to do with this is you are going to adhere it to the back side, the wrong side of your fabric. And when you do that, you are going to end up with this amazing piece of fabric that, do you see this? How it's got kind of this little sheen? This is our fabric, our applique, our AccuQuilt Plus being fused to the back of this fabric. And I actually, while Jane and Shauna were talking, were just cutting out this little heart. And I wanted to cut out this heart so you guys could see how lightweight this is. So this is a piece of fabric with AccuQuilt Plus on the back so that we have a fusible web. And it also has the fabric prep on the back. Okay. And look how soft and pliable this thing is. It is like nothing is on there. And that's really important because when we're appliquing, we don't want any of our applique pieces to be stiff, to be hard, to not do what we want them to do. So how do we use AccuWeb Plus? We take the AccuWeb Plus, we roll it out, and we put it right on the back of our fabrics. And what I want you to see, do you see how easily I just tore all this off? You're going to put it right on the back. And I have already fused the template to this, so this is a little bit hard to see. But you are just going to protect your iron. Remember I said 2 rules, don't overthink it, and protect your iron from the fusible. You're going to protect your iron. I like to use an applique sheet. You can use a high quality parchment paper. I say high quality just because I would hate for you to use something that's still going to get stuck. So high quality parchment paper or an applique sheet. You are going to fuse that AccuWeb right onto the back of your fabric, and your fabric won't have changed the hand. See how it's moving here? Then once you've had that AccuWeb Plus fuse to your fabric, you're going to fuse the whole piece to your template that you have created. And you saw, look, the hand did not change. The hand did not change. It's all moving the same way. That's how lightweight this stuff is. It's a game changer, okay? So you've got your AccuWeb pieces now. Your piece has AccuWeb on it. It's got the template on it. Now, if you're doing freehand shapes like this, you don't need to use a template. You could just AccuWeb it and AccuWeb straight to your background fabric. You don't need the template. I like to show you the using fabric prep and templates in case you're doing a complex design like this deer, and it is important for you that the deer faces one specific way and it doesn't flip or rotate on you, which you would have to do with traditional applique. Using fabric prep as a foundation, you don't have to flip and rotate. But that's the only reason why you have to use that. Otherwise, you can just use the AccuWeb Plus, which, I mean, this stuff, guys, it's amazing. All right. So we've got our templates. We've done our fabric prep in case we needed fabric prep. And now you're like, okay, cool. But how do I make this, right? I have all of these little shapes and pieces all laid out. And you want to know what you're going to do? You are going to make a puzzle. That's it. That's all you're going to do. You may have one solid giant piece like that deer I just showed you, but, and pardon my reach, but in reality, a lot of our applique pieces are like this. They're buildable floral motifs or some sort of other buildable motif. You know, we've got Easter coming up. Maybe you've got that little bunny with the cute little cottontail and you've got the little pink for his ears and you're building everything. So what are we doing here? You can do it in 2 different ways. You can choose to build it one piece at a time, meaning for this specific piece, you would put on this big star blob, then you'd put on the white circle, then you'd put on the purple circle, and then you would build each individual stem in that same vein, meaning put on the stem, put on this circle, then put on the inner circle. Outer spade, each of the petals. And that's how you would lay them out, okay? So you could do it one at a time, meaning you put that on, you take your applique sheet, you put it on top, and you iron. And you're gonna follow the directions for the fabric prep or the AccuWeb Plus, depending on which you're using, which is the direct piece that's in contact with your piece. Many of you may have used different fusibles out there and have been like, well, I don't like it because, you know, it doesn't fuse or it loses its heat and it loses the fusible. I just wanted to show you, these are pieces that I have made and I have layered a gajillion pieces on top of this. And look how great it still folds and rolls. First of all, I made this piece really longer than I would like to admit. simply because I was testing out the AppliWeb and the fabric prep for this process. And I wanted to see kind of how it stood up. And I have heated these things a million times. It doesn't go away. It's stuck there. If you didn't want to, which who doesn't want to just sew and sew and sew, but let's say you're somebody who didn't want to sew it, it's not going anywhere. Look how I'm manipulating this. Look, I'm just crumbling it up into a tight ball. It's not going anywhere. Okay. How phenomenal is that? You do not need to worry about overheating it, over pressing it. It's not going anywhere. And I've tested it and tried it a million times. I have also done large buildups of lots and lots of, ooh, I could pull this one though. Okay, yep, I can pull this. I have done lots and lots and lots of heating and building up of pieces to make sure that this doesn't change the hand of your project. It's not going to make it stiff and crumbly and gross, and that it will stay in place. So that is what I absolutely adore about this stuff. So you're going to use your applique sheet. You're going to build everything on top of itself, and then you're going to press it. And once you have pressed all of this in place, and I'm going to let you take a nice little gander at this because I want you to take a look at all of these blanket stitches that are in here, because we're going to talk about all of that thread in just a second. But once you have built everything in place, you're going to end up with a piece like this. Okay. Now, I have not stitched any of this down yet. Okay. I have just built it and I have pressed it, and we're good. It's beautiful. It's on there. It's not going anywhere, but I don't like this like super raw finish. What I want is this with this beautiful blanket stitch that we've got going on here. So what do I like to do for a blanket stitch? I like to, first and foremost, I use Quilter Select 60 weight thread. This is the exact turquoise that you can see running throughout this. I've also used our pale pink and our lavender on this particular block, but the 60 weight thread is lovely because it comes in a wide variety. It comes in 60 different colors. Okay. Yeah. 60 different colors. And in those 60 different colors, you're going to find a wide array of shades and tones throughout the color spectrum. That's really important to me because when we start to get into some specialty weights of threads, you can get a little bit limited on color choices, not with Quilter Select. Our sister Floriani would not allow us to only have a few colors of these. So we have a great selection of colors. 60 weight thread is going to be a little bit finer. And so I don't even know. Let me bring it up close to the camera. Where are you? I can't see you. There you are. I don't even know if you could see it. It's super, super fine. It's going to be a little bit finer than your traditional 50 weight, but what that's going to allow for is going to allow for you to build on top of yourself. It's also going to allow for those stitches to really sink in, okay? They're really going to sink in when you use a 60 weight or, dare I say it, an 80 weight, which we also have 40 different colors in our 80 weight threads. So how do you pick whether or not you are going to do a blanket stitch or even a satin stitch or even a straight line stitch? I will say that your project is going to dictate which of these sets of stitches you are going to do. I personally, when I've got a lot going on in my applique itself, I like a blanket stitch. I find it to be so traditional and so satisfying and just chef's kiss. Love a blanket stitch. I tend to go for a satin stitch when my project is going to get a heck of a lot of love. When I applique things onto my children's nap time blankets, when I'm appliquing things onto decorative dishcloths or washroom towels, it's going to be a satin stitch. And this is a humongous satin stitch. It's super, super heavy. It's super, super tight. It's super, super dense. The reason for it is so that you can see it on camera. I would not go with this large of a satin stitch for the sizes of pieces that are on this piece, okay? That's another decision that you're gonna have to make, and we'll talk about sizing of stitches in just a minute. But you're gonna want to make sure that you are being, you have the right stitch to size of piece ratio. Now, last one would be your straight stitch. And you could straight stitch around your entire piece just to tack that stinker down. And that is totally a personal choice. It's not my favorite method, but it is the fastest and very secure method. Obviously, the fastest method is going to be just ironing that stinker on and letting it be. Okay, so how are we deciding the sizes of our blanket stitch? Now, I love, and I'm opening this up because I have all the notes. So when I am doing a satin stitch, I truly believe there are two types of quilters in the world. There's quilters who test and quilters who wished they tested, okay? Be the quilter who tests. So you don't have to have your satin stitch be this dense. Some of your machines are going to have a satin stitch, and then some are just going to have a zigzag, and that's totally fine. You just have to adjust your settings on your zigzag in order to make it a nice clean satin stitch. Now, a lighter, looser satin stitch is going to have a 0.5 millimeter width and like a 2.9, 3.0 millimeter length. Actually, reverse that. And then also it's going to have a 2.5 width or like a 0.4 length. Those are going to be a nice breathy satin stitch. You're going to get into really dense satin stitches when your length gets really short, like a 0.3 length. And then if you have a width of like a 2.0, that's how you're going to start getting these really, really dense satin stitches. Okay. Now, blanket stitches. I don't like a lot of variety in my blanket stitch. I've never found that like on a bigger project, I want a large chunky satin stitch. When I've wanted a thicker satin stitch, I've changed my thread. Okay. So my satin stitches are almost always a 3.0, 2.5 configuration. But I change my thread. Now, our sister brand has a 12 weight thread, which is just everything. And that gets us a really nice chunky blanket stitch. So if you want a chunky look blanket stitch, like think almost like a sashiko level thickness, a 12 weight Floriani thread is going to be amazing. When I'm not looking for that, I'm almost always leaning towards this 60 weight thread because I just think it's beautiful. It comes in a wide array of colors. It's fine enough that it disappears, but it's bright enough that it is going to give me color contrast when I'm looking for it. Okay. So that is going to be kind of what you're going to keep in mind when you're thinking about the stitches for your applique. Now, last and final thing before we go, because I know we're getting into where I'm sure there are some questions, and we're down to our last 5 minutes. I can't believe how fast this time goes with you, Jane. But what I will say is you are going to want to pay attention in your sewing machine to the direction that the teeth or the bites are leaning, and make sure your needle is riding where you want your straight line to go. Okay, that is going to assist you with getting that nice clean line along the edge of your applique piece and getting that even bite. And always remember, when we're doing decorative stitches like a satin stitch or a blanket stitch, at the end of the day, Nobody is going to ask you how fast your needle was moving when you did those stitches, okay? Keep that in mind. Nobody is going to, and if they do ask, like, you don't need that kind of negativity in your life. Those are not your quilty people. True story. But what I want you to really keep in mind is that slow and steady wins the race. You will not be disappointed by taking your foot off the gas a little bit and slowing down for those stitches. Okay, let me turn this camera back around so I can see you all. And Jane, did we have any questions pop up that you guys grabbed? I didn't notice anything come through on my side.
You know what, Nicole? We do have a lot of questions, and I was taking notes for you.
Yes.
Are you ready?
I
So a lot of questions were, give us the name of the first product you used to make the deer and the name of the fabric prep. And then someone said, can you just review the products you showed us, like just quickly, like show us? Yeah.
Absolutely. So the first with the deer, which is that really lightweight, gauzy foundation, it is Quilters Select Fabric Prep. Okay. It's really sheer. It's really light. I mean, it's like gauzy. It's fusible on one side and nice and silky smooth on the other. And you'll be drawing your template on the silky smooth side. So that is the fabric prep. That's what you're going to trace your templates onto. What you're going to make, what I, for lack of better words, would call like your applique sticker pieces out of, you're going to be using, and I've got tubes and things everywhere. Where did it go? I was just holding it. The AccuQuilt. This is AccuQuilt Plus, and it is by Quilter Select. It is AccuQuilt Plus. It is a super lightweight, fusible web that is paper backed, and I absolutely adore it. No steam is necessary. It does not get overheated. It's going to stick and restick and stick and restick for you. This stuff is amazing. Okay. For our threads, I love Quilter Select 60 weight threads. They are the Quilter Select threads. You're going to see they've got a gray cone that they're on. And on the labels, if it's 60 weight, it's got this green, this teal green line across it. If it's 80 weight, it's an orange line, okay? So they're exactly the same. 60 different colors are currently available in the 60 weight thread, and there are 40 matching colors in the 80 weight thread. So tons of thread options. And then I did mention, and this is just kind of off on a side note, I love when I'm making those templates, it's really important that we use a non-bleeding, non-running, not disappearing pen. I like micron pens. You can get these at like any art store. I'm sure any of your local places, your kids honestly might even have them in their backpacks. Not gonna lie. It's where I steal mine from, which is why this one's pink. But a micron pen. And that's what you need. Those are like the basics that you need for this applique process. It's super, super easy.
You're so funny. I love it. You're like, this one is pink. You're so good and passionate about these products. A couple more questions before I have to tell everybody how to get everything and what the deal is. Is the fusible washable? You know, once you,
Oh, yes. Once it's in there, it's going to stay in there. You're not going to feel it, guys, at all. It's amazing. It really is. But yep, totally washable.
And the Quilter Select 60 different colors. What size needle would you use with the 60 to 80 weight thread?
You know what? I use a 90-14. Just your standard 90-14. Most of you are going to have that already in your machine.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. And then what is the longest it's taking you to stitch down the applique? And if it goes for a long time, like you had that big, beautiful pattern there, does it start to lift at all?
That's why I love this stuff. That's why I was showing. Where's this guy? This one is not stitched at all.
Oh.
And I made it like 2 months ago.
Wow.
Not stitched at all. It's not going anywhere.
So good.
It's not going anywhere.
Yeah, and I love the ones that you showed us too that you coupled up. Okay, so be the quilter who tests.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Because
That's
otherwise
it.
you're just going to be like, why did I do that?
That's the quote. That's the quote of the session. I like to pick a quote out of every session, and that's yours. Be the quilter who tests. Nicole Gilbert, you are amazing. Thank you for joining us again today. I'm going to let everybody know how they can get their hands on all of these great products. How about that?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jane. And I'll
Okay.
see you guys tomorrow.
Okay, great. See you tomorrow. Have a great afternoon.
Bye.
I like it. I like it a lot. All right, everybody. That's our friend Nicole Gilbert from RNK talking about all of these great quilters selects products, the tips and tricks when it comes to applique. And there you see, we're scrolling through all of these amazing quilters select products, all of them from RNK. And there you're seeing the Apple Web Plus. That's what she was using in the demo. So that's one of the products. But I'm going to tell you what, every product from RNK is 20% off during Quilt Fest. So you know that she went through the Apple Web, excuse me. And then she also went through the Apple Stick. She showed you that one as well. And all the great products that she was showing us. You can find them right there. Just put it in the little search bar if you're looking for it. But Kennedy is doing a great job showing us the website and where you're going. And she's putting in quilters select, and then it'll bring up all of those products. Pick the ones that Nicole was just demonstrating for us, but look at all the products they have, all the ones to choose from. You might as well get 2 or 3, or if you're putting them in your cart now, you might as well get, I don't know, several. Get a half dozen, get 6, maybe 10. 20% off all of the Quilters Select products today and also during all of Quilt Fest. You know what to do. 800-401-8151 or just go to the website, smplive.tv, put it in your cart and check out now. All right. That was so much fun. I love Nicole. She's great. And I do love her passion for her projects as well. Let's move on. It is our first education session of the day. And you know, I love education, so I'm super excited to welcome to the show. We're going to be making a kitchen towel project. So this had me last week when I saw the schedule. I was like, I want to learn how to make a kitchen towel project. So I'm excited to learn from our guest, Edita Sitar. Edita is truly amazing. Her love for fabric began at a very young age, as did probably a lot of us like-minded people. It happened when she just used her mother's drapes to create her first fabric project. I love that. As the founder and owner of her own company, Laundry Basket Quilts, Edita is proud to carry on the family tradition that fabrics and threads have seamlessly stitched together through the generations. Her true passion and quilter spirit really shines through her classes and all that she does, her workshops, presentations. Now she travels all over the world, sharing her experiences and connecting with quilters of all levels through inspiring stories about the quilts that she makes. I'm really excited to say hi to Edita Sitar. Hi, Edita.
Hi, how are you? I'm so thankful and so excited to be here. What a wonderful, wonderful show. Quilt Fest just blows me away. Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh.
How are you doing?
It is our joy and pleasure that you're here to be with us and share your knowledge with us. I know that you are such an expert and a total pro, and you're making a very cool project today.
I'm going to make it super easy for you to have a kitchen towel with quilting design. I think we have a little bit of a misunderstanding. We actually print quilting design on kitchen towel. So there wouldn't be a lot of making of the kitchen towels, but I did prepare them to share with you all of the design. But guess what? If you like the designs on the kitchen towels, we have quilt patterns that you can make the quilts with it. So let me show you some things that I have prepared for you guys and see if you want to enjoy it. And in the end, guess what? You can just go to the website and get a cute kitchen towel to remember all the beautiful things that I'm going to be showing you right now. I actually wanted to share a little bit more about me for anybody that don't know me. I'm a fabric designer for Andover. I have beautiful collection of fabrics. One of the latest collections that we have is our gorgeous English Garden collection. Look at this beautiful fabrics. And what's so special about the fabrics that I design, that many times in the pieces of the fabric, we have pre-printed panels as well. So you can piece the quilts, but if you run out of steam, you can go ahead and get a piece like this where you have the hexagons already printed and use that beautiful piece of fabric in a center, in a border, in your quilts. I'm very popular of my collections are our blue and light collections. This is one of the newest one called Cocoa Blue, and it's gorgeous blues, beautiful lights. I have multiple books, their future blue and light quilts, and the blue kind of comes from me being a young girl, was my favorite color. My mother could not dress me in pink. We always dress in blue, was my favorite. My mother's eyes are blue, and I love the sky. And so blue, my favorite color. So Cocoa Blue collection, another lovely fabric. Now we do have a beautiful selection of just rainbow pieces with small detail. This one is brand new in our studio. This one calls a sewing basket, and it is just beautiful. I know that everybody is carrying those beautiful fabrics, so you can get them out there. And another one, a cocoa pink one. So those is just for a few of the fabrics that I design. Except fabrics, I also love to design matching threads, and I have beautiful threads with Aurifil. This is the set called English Garden. It's just lovely. So what I do is I go ahead and choose the most beautiful selection of colors that match my fabric. So that way, if you sewing or when you appliquing, you can always have something perfect and matching. And I love the 50 weight for my fabric for stitching. And as I'm moving along, I want to also share with you that my passion in quilting doesn't stop with just making the quilts. I love creating patterns. And one of our patterns that it's right here, Pinehurst, is a perfect example of the patterns that I create. I love traditional spin of the pattern. I love mixing batiks and traditional fabrics in my designs. But every time I design pattern, I think about something that can go with it, like a template. How can I make your life easier? So a lot of our patterns have accessories like templates, just like this one, the Pinehurst, but it's the cutest tree. You must try it. So if I have applique in my quilts, I love to design fused applique shapes. And notice the Summer Village quilt right next to me. Isn't that cute? There is applique on the right and the left of the quilt, and all that you do, you purchase a packages like this, and all your pieces are perfectly laser cut with fusible webbing on it. Just beautiful. A little bit more about us and what we do at Laundry Basket Quilts. When I design patterns, many times they're original designs, and one of our best-selling original designs is the Alaska quilt, and we have this quilt in many color options. As a designer, I love to color the quilt and inspire you guys, and we have it in our rainbow, in our English Garden. Notice with this pre-printed panel. We also have it in a holiday colors. Then the magic, there's also one in cocoa blue, that collection that I just showed you. So you have a lot to choose from and you can enjoy it. When I design a pattern, I think, like I said, about templates. And recently I have released a brand new ruler called Alaska ruler. With this ruler, you can make any kind of Alaska designs. And yes, I have been moving things off the table because guess what, guys? I prepare a small cute trunk show so that way you see where my inspiration comes from for those cute kitchen towels. But that is going to be the last thing I'm going to show you, those kitchen towels. So stay tuned. So when I design patterns, like I said, I try to come up with a nice tools like a ruler or templates. Sometimes my patterns are published in a book, and I have beautiful books that we have published with Martingale. If you cannot get those books out there, we have it, so you can always go ahead and get them from us. And notice in the book, I have multiple designs, and this one has 16 different patterns. Another incredible book, and this one is available. And we sign multiple copies for you guys. So you're going to hear more from Jane about that. Rainbow Scraps is our newest book that I just published with 20 beautiful, colorful quilts. And I can't wait to share some of those quilts with you. And notice the quality of my books. And I self-published this one. Is just wonderful. I'm really proud of it. It's a lot of work, but I'm super excited. In case you wonder, what I have in this box is going to be the last thing I'm going to brag about it that has to do with our patterns. When I design patterns, I design the fabric, I try to design the ruler. Sometimes I also design completely pre-cut kits for you guys. So you can go ahead, open a box, and in the box you have all the pieces completely pre-cut. And our Alaska quilt is one that we have it pre-cut in 6 different color options for you. And what you can do is just grab the packages. You have 4 blocks in one package. Start piecing. This quilt has no Y seams at all. Can you imagine this? No Y seams. How exciting. You can create this beautiful star without have to worry about Y seams. But now let's focus on what we came here for. We're not gonna make a kitchen towel. Like, once again, I apologize. There must have been some misunderstanding. We're gonna talk about something that we do in our offices here in Southern California. We're located in California, and we have a very small printing company where we print kitchen towels and panels to create beautiful projects like this one. So what we have is we print panels. Those are canvas panel. Notice how lovely they are. So they're a little bit of a cotton and polyester mix. Is a canvas panel, and you can make pillows, bags, look at, I made this cute little bag for my fabric. Isn't that nice and simple? And so you can make fun projects. So canvas panels are one of the things that we print right here in a studio. Another thing that we print is our kitchen towels. And those kitchen towels are moving things because I'm going to show you the quilts that inspire those gorgeous kitchen towels. So our kitchen towels are so cute. They're microfiber. We also have bath towels. They're color on one side, and then they are white on the other side. They're super easy, absorb water, nice and fun. And for anybody that loves quilting, you want one of those cute towels in your kitchen, because that way you're gonna just enjoy it, that colors and that inspiration maybe in your quilting room too. We also print blankets. We have little floor mats. So we have a lot of different fun things. But for the kitchen towel, let me show you some of the designs. This is the spool one. Then we have a beautiful candy basket. Look at how cute this one is with all those pretty baskets. And I use my designs that I designed. So the fabric in here is from our sewing basket. It's the quilt that I designed called candy basket. Look at this tulip one. Isn't that perfect for Easter? Are you kidding me? This is incredible. You can get one of those towels and display it. Or if you go into your friend's house, wrap your dish with your beautiful hem in it, in that towel, and you're gonna be the splash of color as you walk in and display it. Look at this one. This is the one with the star. Isn't that lovely? So we have an incredible variety of kitchen towels on our website, as well as our hosts are carrying those towels too, like I said, as well as the books. And you can go ahead, choose and pick which one you like. They're super reasonable and they're so useful. And as you're washing them, they're gonna get softer and softer, but maybe you're gonna just use them as a display, because, you know, just like with quilts, We do not want anybody to mess our quilts. And now the kitchen towel, maybe they're too beautiful to use with the dishes. But guess what? If you use them, you know where to get more. We have more of them. So let me now show you some of the beautiful quilts that I have prepared for you. And here is just a small selection of other kitchen towels that we have. We do have seasonal ones. We have the the Christmas one. I said 4th of July because we're preparing right now all the designs for our 4th of July towels. So those are coming out later on in a season. So we're doing all different seasonal. So this one are the Christmas ones. As you can tell, there are some hearts on those two ones. So we have everything that you can just imagine and dream of to add to your quilting life. Not only quilting items, but also some home decorating items. But now, can I take you through some of the quilts that inspire those beautiful towels? Like I said, Alaska is one of our best-selling design, original design. This is just beautiful, and we have it in different colors. This one is from the book Season in Blue. You can get that book. It has those gorgeous designs in it. Now, the next one that I'm gonna show you is this one. This one is from our beautiful pattern called Practical Magic. Look at all these colors. It's polished. It's so easy. And don't you wear it. It's so fun and simple. This is the block. It's a simple kaleidoscope block. And I just play with the color and help you guys enjoy something more special with the simple kaleidoscope block. Now, the next one that I want to share with you is our hard quilt. I love doing appliques. This is another gorgeous quilt that inspires kitchen towels that we have. So yes, you can purchase that one through the kitchen towel. Look at how fun it is. Now, Trip Around the World is one of my favorite designs, and a lot of the quilts are in our book that I just showed you. Let me bring that book out again. I don't want to lose it in my basket, so that way you guys can see it. Or maybe I already lost it in my basket. Isn't that something? Oh, all these goodies. I was so excited rushing through. All right, so the book calls Rainbow Scraps, and it is right under there, under all those goodies that I was showing you. But let's go back into our quilts. So this is Wildflower. Look at those beautiful colors. Like I said, all of the items are available through our gorgeous book, Rainbow Scraps. This one, Illuminate. Look at the stars. Isn't that gorgeous? I love using all variety of different light fabrics. We have a gorgeous collection called Linen Texture, and the Linen Texture collection is in this quilt. It gives you such a good colors. And notice I used all the leftovers in my binding to give a little bit extra splash. Small star, big stars, you can be the star in your quilting world with our designs and our patterns. This one is another one from our beautiful book, Rainbow Scraps. All these gorgeous projects. One of everybody's favorite is this quilt. Yes, those simple polka dot. I created this quilt a few years ago. I was going to QuiltCon, and I needed something that would be a little bit more modern, more fun. And I thought, okay, polka dot it is. So I grabbed all different polka dots from different fabrics, including my daughter's Anna's prom dress. Do you see how shiny this piece is? All this fun fabrics, and I made it into this simple quilt. But small dots, big dots, you will find all of it in that beautiful book, Rainbow Scraps. And you can make it with any scraps you would like. Just arrange them in a nice rainbow arrangement. So this is what the book is all about, giving you ideas that you can take any scraps, any leftovers, and what do you do next to make a fun and successful quilt, how you gather the fabric and sort them up through colors and then spill them onto your beautiful quilts, and arrange them with a gorgeous light background to really pop the color. Yes, the lighter background you use, the more of the color it shows. I know your heart would skip a beat and you're gonna fall in love with all those simple fun projects, and a lot of them cater to different sizes of fabrics that you can purchase, like jelly rolls. So this one is made with a jelly roll. Another fantastic project that I have in the book is this lovely one. This one also is done with a jelly roll, and it's just a holiday for us. Look at how simple and fun and exciting it is. So I hope you're enjoying some of those goodies. And now you can get a kitchen towel that matches your quilt. So this one does have a beautiful kitchen towel to match. And this one is our charm basket. You know, all those gorgeous charm packs that you have purchased, collected, and had so much fun with it. You can create a small little basket. And this one is another project that I have in our beautiful book, Rainbow Scraps. Now, notice the spools. Isn't that fun and exciting? Oh, I love, love, love this quilt. This is the second time that I have made the same quilt. The first one was with scraps. This one is with linen texture scraps with the very light background. This is a fun project, and again, available through our Rainbow Scrap book. I hope you're enjoying all of those wonderful things. Please remember, we also have fun free patterns on our website. If you ever wanted to visit, we have those available as well. I hope you have enjoyed it and loved some of the projects that I have brought it to you, and some of those cuties. I will not be able to find any of those kitchen towels. They're all the way under this pile of gorgeous quilts. I maybe need to move those. Do you guys have any questions for me? Jane, do we have any question for me, so that way I can help our viewers and guide them through anything that they would need from me?
They just are loving your quilts and your designs. You're the haute couture of quilters, is what they are saying.
I love that.
Through the rainbow books, and they want you to dig down and find those towels.
I'm going to. But I thought in the meantime, maybe we can answer some question. Do our viewers also love the mess that I make in a matter of 10 minutes?
I'm going to say yes. I love it. They love it. Let's see. They're asking, what machines do you use?
What machine I love? So we have multiple machines in our studio, but I love my Juki and I love my Janami. Oh, I love my Janami machine. So in my house right now, I have a Janami. In our studio, we have a Juki machine, and I just found those cute kitchen towels again, so we can look at them one more time. All right. Is there any other questions?
No, people they live in a quilter's mess. Everything is so beautiful. They want to see the towels. I mean, so beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. So this one is one of the ones that I showed you with this quilt back here. So notice I wanted to kind of connect this so you guys see, where do I get the idea? How did I come up with the idea for the kitchen towels? Look how fun and exciting this is. Oh, I love this color. So it just gives such an extra beautiful splash of color into your kitchen. And when you're a quilter like me, I don't only make quilts. I buy my bundles, I display them, I decorate my house with all different fabric items and just enjoy every little scrap. I hope our customers can do that too, you know, with the kitchen towels, as well as any of our items like our Rainbow Scrap book, by being able to make those beautiful projects.
They're asking, what is the fiber content of the towels?
So this is macrofiber. So those are macrofiber, and they're um, uh, like nice and soft as I'm touching them, and they absorb water so nice. So let me look at the tag on the back.
I love a microfiber
Yeah,
towel.
they're just microfiber. There is nothing else, just says microfiber.
It's
And
great.
it's just, I took them right away home because as soon as we printed, I wanted to experiment and see how they work. And I tell you, the longer you have it, the more you wash them, the softer they get. So they're really nice.
And they're
really like.
beautiful too.
Yeah.
They're just colors are
Thank
just
you.
amazing.
Thank you so much. You make my day. Thank you.
Everybody. And they said, yeah, all of our rooms look just like that. We all live in that type of room. The question, another question, how many pieces are on the diamond quilt behind you?
Oh, that quilt, you would have to get one of our books to find out. Just kidding. This quilt behind me is from our brand new book, Rainbow Scraps. So if you get that book, the pattern is there. Guys, you have to make this quilt. The way how I did the pattern is incredible. Don't think of the whole star. I broke the quilt into sections. So all you do is you do sections, another section, put the sections together, and it's 8 wedges that are put together, and then you trim the extra diamonds from the outside to get a nice and square. Fun and simple, all straight piece, but yep, there are quite a few diamonds in that one. We would have to count.
Fun and simple. We would have to count. Edita, amazing. Everyone's so excited. It's like they just got to hang out with a celebrity because you are a celebrity, and they're very excited. Somebody said, do not let your husbands get a hold of those towels to wash cars with. I agree.
I tell you what, the way how easily you can get them by just going to your website and ordering them, I would get one for me and one for my husband. And you know, guys like nice things too. Am I right, Michael?
You bet.
Michael is right here. He's taping the show. And, you know, I always think of him. When I want something, I get something for myself, but I also get one for him. And we do have all different designs, more muscular, and we have a whole collection of them coming out for 4th of July. So stay tuned for more towels.
I love it. More towels. Somebody was like, I can't wait to see all the red, white, and blue designs. So Edita, you're amazing. Thank you so much for joining us. Michael, thank you for being here too. And you know what? I'm going to tell everybody that thank you, Edita. We can get the rainbow books at SMP. They have some that you autographed as well.
Yes.
Yeah. And also I have notes here.
Because you can go to your website, and then I autograph some of the books. And I'm very excited for everybody to get a copy. There are beautiful books, and the value is so incredible. You know, with all the patterns in it, it's going to be great.
Yeah, and SMP, you've got the autographed rainbow books. They've got towels. We've got templates. We've got the books, and and patterns as well.
I love that.
Yeah, I wrote down.
And
patterns.
I know you guys are so quick in ordering. So if the customers need anything else, you just let us know, and we would make sure we get it to you guys, so that way your customers can enjoy it.
I love it. And by the way, I'm going to buy several towels right now as soon as we say goodbye, because they're stunning, and they make a great gift too.
Exactly. What a wonderful gift for somebody that it's not a quilter but loves quilts. So this is really fun and exciting. I'm so thrilled that we're able to do it. And the best part of it, it's printed here in United States, here in Southern California. So we're supporting our business right here in this area. And I'm very thankful for that.
Oh, you're wonderful. Edita, thank you so much for joining us on Quilt Fest.
I love that. Thank you. And I look forward to see you guys again for our contest, who wins prizes for the quilts.
That's right. You're okay. Cool. Edita, thank you so much. Have a great afternoon, and we'll see you again later this week. And we really appreciate it.
Always. Thank you so much.
You
and
bet.
Happy Towel Day.
Yeah, happy towel. Everyone get a towel today and a book.
Exactly. Thank you.
You bet. Oh my gosh, isn't she amazing? Wow, that is so cool. Those rainbow books are autographed already. S&P has them. I'm going to bring Blaine back in. He can tell us a little bit more about all the cool products that we have from Edita. Blaine, are you kidding me? The books. You have the books in store, right? They're
Well,
not pre-order.
we do. And, you know, everybody wanted the celebrities of quilting, and we've got all four judges are celebrities in the quilting world. And Edita, I mean, I'm telling you, she's unbelievable. And here's the thing. We have the books on our website right now. The one that she just talked about, it's $34.95, Jane. And here's the secret behind it. All the rest in the country, if you can find them anywhere, they're the same price, but none of them are autographed. Ours are autographed by Edita herself. And so that makes ours
special.
exclusive. So if you get the S&P Nation, if you buy one of those books, it's going to be autographed and you won't get it anywhere else.
And then they can just go right now, right? Everything is there. Okay, perfect. So everything's there. I know Linda was asking, can I go now? Is there a special order? Is there a coupon code or something? There you go. There's the website. Yeah. That's perfect.
And we have about 10 of her towels that we have on the website.
Oh, they're going to be sold out in like 10 minutes.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sure.
And what's unique about the towels, I just kind of want everybody to understand that those towels are actually her quilt designs that she's quilted. Yeah. And they did a digital print and printed the towels, the fabric of that same quilt. So that's what makes so awesome. And it's her design. And so we have those. We have some of her, actually have some of her designs and things. So just go check it out. You can go in on our website, SewingMachinesPlus.com, in the search bar and just type in laundry basket quilts, and it'll bring up the product page with all the different things on there, and you'll be able to find her book in there as well.
Yeah, so just search laundry basket quilts. Put that right there in the search bar. It'll pop right up. You can see everything. I'm telling you, those towels are going to sell out. She was showing us like the quilt that she made next to the towel that was made, that it was made for. And it's just really cool. And I love the idea how she said this could be a gift and you put whatever you made inside the towel. Like, it's so cool. Like, what a great idea.
Think about it. If you wanted a great gift, buy somebody a towel and the book, and it's going to be an autographed copy, and give that as a little set. That would be a great gift for somebody.
Oh, Blaine, you're so thoughtful. Thank you.
All right, Jane. Well, hey, we're going to continue our next presentation. We'll see you back here in just a few.
Okay.
All righty. All right, guys, we're going to continue on, and hey, we've got a special treat for you. We're going to have a little split 30-minute session now. We've got, it's just AccuQuilt? Okay, I thought it was going to be two. So just AccuQuilt, but we do have two people going to present it today. We have Pam Heller and Erica Butler, and they are here. They're going to, present all these new AccuQuilt products. But, Pam is an international educator and cutting expert for AccuQuilt. For the past 5 years, Pam's taught quilters how to get the most use out of their AccuQuilt Go fabric cutting systems at the quilt shop events, guild meetings, and to tour groups from all over the United States and Canada. Pam's passion began about 20 years ago when she discovered a local quilt store in her small Colorado town. Now, Erica has been with the AccuQuilt team for almost 8 years, working with a sales, video, and marketing, and more. She's a veteran quilter with a background in garment sewing and costuming, and says she started sewing as soon as she could hold a needle. When she isn't behind a sewing machine, Erica loves spending time with her family, including her 3 little grandchildren. So y'all make a huge S&P Nation for Pam and Erica. Hey, how are y'all, ladies? I think y'all are muted.
We won't be now.
There you go.
There we go. Thanks so much for having us, Blaine. We're super excited to be here.
Well, we're excited to have you. Welcome to the Quilt Fest, and this is our fourth annual one, and y'all's first. So we're so happy you are here, and I know everybody's super excited to see all the AccuQuilt products. So I'm gonna let y'all take it away, and then I'll be back in about 30 minutes and tell everybody how they can get these great products.
Fantastic. I'll see you then. Thanks, Blaine. All right, quilters. First of all, I'm Pam Heller, AccuQuilt's cutting expert.
And I'm Erica Butler, AccuQuilt's creativity expert.
And we both have been part of the AccuQuilt team for over a decade. And we're super excited to share our knowledge and maybe some inspiration and little insights here to our product.
That's right.
So the AccuQuilt system is a fabric cutting system. You can cut up to 6 layers of cotton fabric in one pass-through cutters, but you can also cut flannel and felt and denim and wool and cork and
All
minky.
kinds of things.
We're going to start with 1 or 2 layers of those thicker fabrics. So here is our Go Me. It is our portable on-the-go cutter.
Yes, we should turn it so they can see that there's a handle.
Yes. Oh, here. So you can see there's a
There we
handle.
go.
There we go. And this is perfect, like if you're just starting out quilting.
Yeah.
Maybe you're doing a little bit of crafting. This is exactly what you want to start with. So here's a sample of our dies. And inside these dies are steel blades. Those blades never need replacing. You're going to get thousands of cuts out of this. What you're going to need to replace is your cutting mat. So flip it and turn it and flip it and turn it. When it stops cutting cleanly, that's when you need to replace your mat. So I have here some fabric. I'm put right sides together. I'm just going to lay it down over our shape. And Erica, don't we have thousands of videos and on our
many
YouTube channel and our Facebook?
Absolutely.
All right. So now I'm going to put my die through the cutter and I'm just going to turn the handle. Look at how easy this is.
You know, and the Go Me is great, not just for when you're getting started, but I still use mine. Pam still uses hers. We use them all the time for travel if we're taking our projects with us someplace, or just to have handy by our sewing machines,
I know, because sometimes I miss cutting like a half square triangle.
I do too.
All right, so I'm going to give it a little love. Get rid of that static. Slide this mat. Don't lift. And now look at this, quilters. I have cut perfect quarter square triangles. And I've put right sides together, so now I could just take them to my sewing machine and chain piece for days. So with this Go Me, you're going to get the quarter square triangle and you're going to get the half square triangle. And the cool thing about our half square triangles and quarter square triangles is we've cut off the dog ears. So from here to here is a perfect 1/4 inch seam.
So we know we save time up front with our cutting.
We do.
And we know we can save you fabric too with very little waste. But what we save you even more time, because you don't have to go back and trim blocks. You don't have to go back and square them up. They're all ready to go. And those are the 2 dies that come in the box with the Go Me.
Right. And with those 2 dies, we have hundreds of patterns on our website that you can download that you can make with just 2 dies.
But we've got a couple of samples of them right here, right? Okay. So this is our card trick. Isn't this cute?
And this is a classic block.
It is such a classic block, and it is made just with those dies that come in the box with the Go Me. So right off the bat, you can make the card trick blocks just like that.
Yeah, so you can see those half square triangles and quarter square triangles right there.
We've got another one here. This is the Go Windy baby quilt.
And I love this one. It's so perfect for spring. And think about different colorways that you could make it. You could totally make it for a baby to match their colors in their room. It's just such a sweet, easy quilt.
And if you're wondering where those shapes are, here is that half square triangle. Here are 2 of the quarter square triangles put together. Again, they're going to finish at 3 inches when they're sewn together and in your project. That's the Go Baby Windy quilt.
Excellent. All right, Erica, what else do we have?
So if you want to go a little bit bigger with our cutter, we have our original cutter, which is the Go fabric cutter. And that's this right over here. It's a little bit bigger. It's got a bigger opening. And it also is a manual system. It has our new comfort grip handle on it. And because we always want you to have something to play with when you get your toy out of the box, this one comes with what we call our value die. So this die really is a huge value because it has 3 great shapes on it. It has a 4-inch finished square, 2 2-inch finished half square triangles, and a 2-inch finished square. And then it comes with a 6x12 cutting mat to match that die board. But you know, a lot of times people say, well, what if I don't want to cut all those shapes at once? Then you don't have to. Can I
There we
borrow
go.
your mat, please?
You can.
I want to show everybody how you can cut just part of the die. So I prepped some fabric to cut half square triangles. Again, you can see those dog ears have been cut off. They're removed already for you. I've taken 2 layers of fabric. Put your right sides together because you're going to sew them together. And I'm going to fan fold back and forth up to my 6 layers. It's the 6-layer law. It's not a
It's not a guideline. It's really a rule.
And I can use a smaller mat then because I'm just cutting the one side. Pam, are you going to turn
I'll turn
for
the
me?
handle for
Thank you.
So our handle turns both directions for both the go and the
Yes.
go me.
That's
So
right.
If you're right-handed, you can turn it one way. Left-handed, you can turn the other. Again, it's really staticky, so we want to give it some love, and slider mats don't lift. And then Erica, do you want to show them all the magic that happened just now?
Just now, we cut 12 2-inch finished half square triangles.
Isn't it amazing?
Isn't that great?
And they're already
6
together.
layers. There's 2 of them right there. They're together. You can take them straight to your sewing machine and chain piece for days, as we like to say.
We do. All right.
All ready to go. And let's show you a sample of a quilt. I'll get this if you want to get the quilt, Pam.
Is it right here?
It is right there.
All right.
This is the Go For It quilt. And this is a quilt that you can make just with your value die. Isn't this fun? So you're going to see that 4-inch finished square, the 2-inch finished squares, and those 2-inch finished half square triangles.
Isn't that great?
Great quilt. Great
Just a
wall hanging.
Super fast, really easy, beautiful quilt. Makes it look like it took a long time.
It
Not so
does.
much. Our fabric cutters can cut up to 10 times faster than traditional rotary cutting or rulers. And hey, we just saw that Adita Sitar was on before us.
That's
She's
right.
actually one of our licensed designers.
She is.
And lots of her patterns are AccuQuilt friendly.
They are.
It was good to see Adita.
Yes, it was. Okay, so we've got one other cutter to show you. That is the Go Big Electric. And Pam, here's the die. There's your...
All right, so this is our flying geese die. And there we go. It has the 2 shapes that you need for flying geese. The quarter square triangle, which is the center, and the half square triangle, which are the wings. And just like the rest of our half square triangles and quarter square triangles, we've cut off the dog ears. So from here to here is that perfect 1/4 inch seam. So again, we're only going to cut one shape today. Shall we cut some half square triangles?
Well, I thought maybe we can.
Okay.
Yes.
Will that work?
That'll work.
All right. So again, we're just going to show you this really great trick about how you don't have to cut all the shapes. There
Okay.
you go. Now this is our electric cutter. It's the cutter that both Eric and I use every day. It's just so much faster. You don't have to turn the handle. Maybe you have some shoulder pain or some arthritis.
Well, and you know what else it is? It's 100% accurate.
Yes.
So you don't have to worry about your cutting because we all know, we've all been there and we've all had that ruler wiggle, right?
So many times have
Wiggle,
cut
wiggle,
fabric
wiggle.
wrong.
Just doesn't work.
Yep.
Here again, here's 12 perfectly cut half square triangles. These are 3-inch finished half square triangles. They would fit on either side to make that flying geese shape.
So you would just stitch from here to here, press it away,
Here to
and
here.
and add the other side. Super fast, super easy to use.
Now, if there's one die we think every quilter needs to have,
Every one of you.
it's our 2.5-inch strip die.
Erica,
we want
what
to
do
show
you-
you why.
What do you use strips for?
Absolutely everything. So I use 2.5-inch strips for binding, but they're also great for borders and for sashing and for so many things in quilting.
You could use your own jelly. You can make your own jelly
Make your
rolls.
own jelly rolls. It's a great way to use up your stash.
We talk about that here at AccuQuilt.
We do.
AccuQuilt is a great way to use up your scraps and use up your stash. It's a great way to find the fabric that you already have, that you've already paid for, and cut them up to make beautiful, beautiful
Make
quilts.
good use of it.
All right, so here is our 2.5-inch strip die. Indeed, it is our most popular die. So it has 4 blades. 1, 2, 3, 4. No blades down here and no blades down here. So what we're going to tell you to do is when you're cutting strips. Now, Erica, is this the only strip die that we have?
We have 18 strip
18.
dies, and 2 of them, one to cut 2.5-inch strips, will fit in the Go Me.
Right.
So don't think that by getting a Go Me, you're not going to be able to cut strips. You still can.
You can. So what we've done is 2.5, 2.5, 2.5 is 7.5 inches. And what we've done is we've cut an 8-inch width of fabric strip. Then it's just going to lay just past those blades. And then we've cut off the selvage. And the reason is we're going to cut off the selvage anyway. So we've done it here before we've run it through the cutter. But Erica, if you took 6 layers of fabric and ran it through our cutter on our 2.5-inch strips, you'd have enough binding for a queen size quilt. One pass through the cutter.
That's right.
All right, so we're going to put now, this is our 10 by 24 mat. One of the questions people ask us all the time is, does a mat come with every die? And the answer is no, but this mat will fit on other 10 by 24
Right, exactly.
dies. Yep. All
You'd
right.
be flooded with mats that
You
you
would.
don't need if we did that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's put this through our Go Big cutter. Now, the strip dies don't have to go through the Go Big. They will also fit through your regular Go. And
They
as
will.
we said, there are 2 that'll fit in that Go Me. So we're going to show you the magic of those angled guidelines here. All right, Miss Pam.
Here we go. I'm loving this. We're so happy to be part
We
of our
are.
Sewing
This is
Machines
so
Plus
fun.
virtual event. It's great. All right. Give it a little love. Slide that mat. Don't lift. And now look, this is all you have.
That's all
left.
we got left.
Yep. All right. So now this die has some angled guidelines. And so let's talk about this. First of all, it has 90 degrees, 30 degrees, 45, and 60. No blades here.
No blades.
They're just for reference. So let's say I needed to make, I don't know, 300 2.5-inch squares. I'm going to take, oh, here, we should show them that the strip is indeed
Oh, show them.
perfect.
There's no mountain in the middle, or as I like to say, dipsy doodle.
Yeah, nothing is perfect every time. And the reason it's perfect is because we lined it up with that black line. All right, so we're going to come here at 90 degrees. The trick is you want to come just past the blade. So where my fingernails are, that's where the blade is. Erica, we have this term in AccuQuilt called fan folding.
Right. It's exactly like we did on the value die. We're going to fold back and forth over the die.
Yep. Keeping in mind, you can only cut 6 layers.
That's right.
Now, some of you are saying, well, hey, Pam and Erica, we could just cut those squares with a rotary cutter. Well, actually, you could start here with a strip and go all the way down the die board and in one pass cut 126 squares. Pretty
That's kind of
impressive.
magical.
Okay.
All right. Show us our angle guidelines
Yep.
now.
So we could cut 30-degree diamonds, 45-degree diamonds, or 60-degree diamonds. So let's cut some 60-degree ones. We're going to come right here just like we did before. We want to make sure that fold comes past our blade. We're going to come right here. Put on a mat because nothing happens without a mat.
That's right. It's a highly technical form of smushing everything together.
It is. Now those dies are going to last thousands of cuts. What you're going to need to replace are the cutting mats. Those
Right.
those are going to last hundreds of cuts. But again, flip them and turn them, flip them and turn them. When it stops cutting cleanly, then you know it's time to get a new mat.
All right, Pam.
All right, here we go. Give it a little love. Slide that mat, don't lift. And look at this, quilters. We have cut squares for days. So many. And then Erica, you want to show us what we can do with those diamonds?
So many things you can do with these diamonds. You can do that classic tumbling block.
Look at that.
You can do some chevron looks.
You can make some stars.
You can make some stars. They're so fun. Let's make a star right here.
Yep.
And there you go.
So the concept of cutting squares and diamonds applies to 17 of our 18 strip dies.
That's right.
because let's say I want to have 4-inch squares. I'm going to cut 4-inch strips, turn them at 90 degrees. and move on.
Absolutely.
All right, we have one last thing to show you, which
That's
is
right. So if you're new to AccuQuilt and the system and you're thinking, okay, but that's great. What if I want to do something other than quilts or strips? And what's the best way to get started? We're going to tell you our Ready, Set, Go is our greatest value. And that's because you're going to get our original Go cutter.
Yes.
You're going to get that 2.5-inch strip die and mat that we just showed you, but you're also going to get our 8-inch cube. And if you're wondering what a cube is, we're here to show you.
So our cube is 8 dies, and this one makes a finished 8-inch block.
That's right.
And there are 8 dies. We're going to open it up and show you which is inside. But combined together, those dies make 72 mix and match patterns. Those are free downloadable from AccuQuilt.com.
And you know what? They're hanging on the quilt right behind us.
They are
All
indeed.
72 of those blocks. So when they go back to showing you that, you're going to see those blocks.
All right, so here's what it looks like when you open up your cube system. And we're going to pull it out. And inside right here, Erica, you're going to find a pattern book and a mat, and we've already taken it out.
We've already taken out because we were using it earlier.
All right, so let's talk about the first 4 shapes.
Right.
All right, so we're going to open it up right here.
Yep.
This is so great because the cube system stores your dies how you should store them, like books on a shelf.
That's right.
So each die, here, I'll point to this one. Each pocket has a number, and it shows you the shape that's in it.
Right.
And then it gives you a description, and it also gives you a die number so that when you're done, you can put things back. So the thing you should know about the cube system is that the cube system is based on a 4-patch. Shape number 1 in every cube is a square. 4 of them sewn together, in this case, makes an 8-inch finished block.
That's right.
Don't think, oh, I'm getting the 8-inch cube. It's going to cut 8-inch blocks.
There's some sewing
A
involved.
little sewing involved.
Mhm.
Okay. So, all right, Erica, let's talk about shape number 2.
So shape number 2 there's our shape number 1. It's our big square. Shape number 2 is our small square. And 4 of those sewn together are going to be the same as one of shape number 1.
Yep.
So right there, you can see that's just going to be the same.
So
Now, shape number 3 is going to keep us moving. It's a half square triangle, and it is our large half square triangle. 2 of them sewn together is going to be equal to, guess
shape
what?
number 1.
Shape number 1. There we go.
The next shape in the first section is shape number 4, which are quarter square triangles. And again, 4 of these sewn together would equal shape number 1.
Just
Also
gonna keep building this.
Also included in your pocket for your cube is this diagram. It's kind of like a quilt by number system.
Right.
Here's a block. It tells you which dies you need to make this block.
Mhm.
Then it tells you how many of each shape you need to cut and the yardage to make one block. The reason we only tell you one block is because we don't know what you're making. Are you
That's right.
making a table runner? Are you making a wall hanging? Maybe you're making a mix and match quilt.
One
On
of the best things to do is grab your scraps and make all of these blocks when you first open up your system.
On the back, this is foreign to all quilters. These are called sewing instructions.
Yes.
Okay, it's going to help you make your block perfectly. All right. So those are the first 4 shapes in our cube. Let's see what the last 4 shapes are. All right.
We started off, we had a big square, we had a small square, we had big half square triangles. With shape number 5, we've got small half square triangles.
Now, some of you are going to say, oh, Pam and Erica, that is so many half square triangles to make a square. You would need 16 of them to make an 8-inch finished block. But
we're going to tell you that you're going to use this one more than any other, and we're going to show you why, because it works with others. It works well with others.
it's like our workhorse.
It is.
So shape number 6 in every cube, and we'll talk about other sizes of cubes in just a moment. Oh, thank you, Miss Erica.
Yes.
Is our square on point. It's meant to live on its tippy toes like a little ballerina. So the shape that we need on the outside to make that square in a square, Erica, is what shape?
That's shape number 5, our small half square triangle that we just talked about. And there it goes. You know what? It's just a square, but we've done the math so that it's going to work just perfectly.
Yes, AccuQuilt did all the math because some of us went to school for history.
Or English.
All right, there we go. Shape number 7 is a parallelogram. Parallelograms are so hard to cut. I've never cut them without a die.
No, but you don't have to.
Now, this is what we call a directional shape. So depending on which way you want your parallelograms to go, if they're going to go west to Sacramento, they lay in one direction. But if they're going to go east to Chicago, they lay in a different.
Exactly. And
Okay.
you know what? Our same friend, shape number 5, the small half square triangle, is going to fit on either side to make it equal to a rectangle. And 2 of those rectangles is going to equal one of shape number 1. But gosh, I wish I knew how to calculate that.
Oh, well, wait, there's a rectangle. Is shape number 8.
So there is.
There it is. All right. And now you have seen the 8 shapes in our cube. Now, quilters, some of you are saying, well, I don't want to make 8-inch blocks. Erica, do we have other sizes of cubes?
But wait, there's more, Pam.
As we say.
We have actually 7 different sizes of cubes. We started a 4-inch finished block, 5, 6, 8.
Look at how fun this is.
9.
Yep, just a little bigger.
10, and 12.
So these are the 7 different sizes of cubes that we have. And depending on which size finished blocks you want, you can determine which size cube. So maybe you're using smaller blocks. You could use that 4.
Right.
Maybe you're making bigger blocks. So you could use the 12-inch cube.
You know what? If you've got a lot of fabric to use up in a hurry, use a 12 or a 10.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And again, we have tons of videos on our website and our Facebook page and our YouTube channel to talk about cubes. But Erica and I, we both made quilts using our cube system last year. You want to show yours?
I'll show you mine. So we have a pattern called Stars in the Crown. And this is my version made with the 8-inch cube.
Right. So we turn these blocks on point because at AccuQuilt, we also have setting triangles. So here's that square and a square, and shapes 4 and 5 in every cube make flying geese. And then I did it in different colors and added some borders. Again, the same pattern, just a different colorway.
Right. Now, the nice thing about this pattern is that we've got it written for all 7 sizes of cubes on our website, and it's a free download. But what's even better is that you don't need us to write it in every size of cube for you, because the shapes in every cube are exactly the same. They're just different sizes.
Excellent.
Now, just in case you don't think 72 blocks is enough, don't worry. We do have companions. They each add 4 more shapes. But let's take a look at some quilts that we can make just using our mix and match cube.
Excellent.
I think we've got about
we have 1
2
minute.
minutes.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say
1
2
minute.
minutes.
So quick, this is our bear paw chisel. This does use one of those chisel shapes that is from one of our companions.
Look at how fun that is.
Isn't that fun? Absolutely gorgeous.
I love the 2 different colors of reds of this.
The next one is our Hugs and Kisses. This is made with the 8-inch cube.
What a sweet quilt. So
Isn't this
perfect for
sweet?
baby gift.
This is a chance to crack out that parallelogram and put it to good use.
There we go.
And I think we've got one more. It is our Go Pencil Me In wall hanging. This could also be a table runner, would be a great teacher gift. And this is a great starting off project.
Lots of them. All right. I think we have used our time.
We
Is
have.
Blaine coming back?
I am. So I got a big question for y'all.
Yes.
How many dies are there available total?
Oh, over 300.
Yes.
Wow.
There are hundreds of dies.
We used to keep track, Blaine, but now we don't.
So does anybody out there have all 300 dies?
I've met quilters at quilt shows that have pretty much most of them. Yeah.
We've certainly met plenty that have all 18 strip dies.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
And
I
also-
know that, this is something that is so cool because you can cut so much. Now, what's the big hand crank one called?
The Go, and it's part of what we call the Ready Set Go,
Okay.
which has that 8-inch mix and match block and the 2.5-inch strip die and the cutting mat. All you need is fabric to get you started.
It's a
And how many
great
layers
value.
will that one cut?
6
Of
layers
fabric.
of cotton.
6 layers
They'll
of
all
fabric. through
cut
that
up
one.
to 6 layers of quilting cotton.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So that really would speed the cutting process up so much. And then if somebody wanted to get a different like design, all they would have to do is look at the dies that are available and get that die, particularly that particular one, to cut the design out for a quilt they're making, and then make it very simple, wouldn't it?
Very much so.
Well, and that's the beauty of the cube system, Blaine, really is that it gives you those basic piecing shapes that'll all work together in the same size, and it makes it so much easier to get started. But we have other kinds of dies too that we didn't have time to show you today, so we'll have to come back again and
All right.
show you
That's
our
the
block
deal.
on boards and our project dies.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to get y'all back on our regular Thursday show where we have over an hour. We could just show nothing but
that'd be
AccuQuilt
great.
dies. That would be awesome.
That'd be
Well,
great.
thank y'all so much. You did a wonderful
Blaine,
job. And
Can I give a little shout out to Jane? I actually met Jane about 7 years ago when I was in Chicago. So it was fun to
really?
see her on the show today.
Well, I don't know if is Jane available right now?
We can talk her in. I don't know if she's there.
We don't see her on the backstage right now, but
No worries.
I would bring her on if she was there, but I don't think she is. So,
No worries.
oh, there she is. Let's bring Jane in. Y'all can tell her yourself. There we go.
Jane, I wonder if she remembers. Jane,
I do remember. Am I stuck? Am I frozen? Oh
You
no.
It's okay. There
I'm
you
gonna-
go.
Hi, it's good to see you. Oh my gosh, I was sitting right here and I was like, I gotta get in there. I gotta get in there.
It was so fun. I was telling Erica, I was like, I met Jane like 6-7 years ago when I was doing an event in Chicago. So
Here we are.
thank you.
It's wonderful to see you. And Blaine, I think I'm frozen, so I'm gonna have to
You are.
reboot. I got
There you go.
gremlins.
Thanks,
All
Jane.
right.
Good to see you.
All right. Well, thank y'all so much. And glad that Jane, you got to talk to her at least. You didn't get to see her moving. But anyway, we're going to tell everybody how they can get your great products. And hopefully we'll get to see y'all again real soon.
Thanks a lot.
Fantastic.
Have a
Thanks,
good day.
everybody.
All right. Y'all have a great day. All right, everyone. That is the AccuQuilt. And y'all saw all the cutters and all the dies and things you can get. Over 300 dies. So there's a lot. So what we do, everything on here, y'all kind of know the drill. When I tell you everything is mapped price, that means a minimum advertised price. The manufacturers can let us, we can't advertise it or even say a price lower than they set for the advertisement. So you have to call us. It's a call-in special to get the quilt show pricing. So you have to call us at 800-401-8151. If you want to see all the products we have available that were on the show today, just go to smplive.tv. When you get to that page right at the very top, it's going to say Day 2 products. There's an arrow. You can just scroll over to the right until you see the AccuQuilt products, and then you can click on it. It takes you right to the product page. That's the easiest way to find it. And you can always go to SewingMachinesPlus.com and just type AccuQuilt in the search bar, and it'll take you to the product pages as well, or the category page, I should say. But Kennedy right now is putting all the products up on the screen. You see it right there. So we have them, all the things that they showed today, we have them. So if you want to go check those out, go do that. And I'm telling you what, I've actually used one of these cutters. It is extremely easy to do. And, you know, that die is so cool how the blades are actually in the die. And then you put that pad on top of it. And as it goes through that machine, it presses them together. And that's what makes those real crisp cuts. So you can see it right there. That's one of the dies. It is really a neat system, very ingenious, and we love these products. So make sure if y'all are interested in one of these, go check it out right now. Naturally, it's going to be free shipping nationwide right to your doorstep. And on some of these, there might be some special financing available, but you'll have to ask your rep when you call in. All right, we're going to continue on with the show. And I think Jane's up next, right?
I think we're good.
So hopefully, is she back up?
I
All
am
right, Jane,
here.
You're moving.
I don't know what's going on today.
Well, you know, there's been some gremlins even yesterday with some of the people's Wi-Fi. And I noticed today a few of them, they kind of, you know, it sounds like the robotic voice and they kind of froze a little bit. So I think it's just nationwide. There's a lot of storms going on and there's some internet problems. So, but hopefully we'll stay in and we're going to let you take it away because I know you've got some great presenters coming up and I'll see y'all back in about an hour.
And by the way, I love Pam Heller. Hi, Pam. I'm sorry that I was frozen, but I do remember meeting and she's awesome. And I have her phone number somewhere up in my office, but yeah. Sorry about that. Hey Blaine, really, can I just, maybe it's time for a joke. I know we got to move on. Yeah, it's just been, it's been a day, right? So I told my friend I was starting a patchwork quilt, and she was like, God, that sounds like a lot of work. And I was like, it's just so.
I was waiting for Blaine to get that.
It took me a little while.
It's just so. Like, again, not a lot of work. Okay, Blaine, thank you.
SEW, SEW.
Yes. so. It's easy. I mean, it's easy. So. Okay.
All right.
Well,
Jane, take it away. I'll see y'all back in about an hour, okay?
Thank you, Barb, for laughing. Paula for laughing. Denise, everybody gets it. Thank you, Ann, Linda. You guys are great. Okay. Moving along here. I'm not going to freeze up. I'm loving our next presenter and our next product that we're going to be talking about. Rosemary Castillo-Sarton. She is here to talk to us about the Brother XJ2. Rosemary's mother was a sewer. Her grandmothers were sewers. Her aunts sewed. So guess what? She sews. It's kind of in her DNA. She has sewed for over 40 years and is now a Brother educator. And her favorite Brother machines, she's got a couple. PR680W. Yes, I love that one. And the XP3. You can often find her sewing in her studio and listening to a good audio book. I can hang with Rosemary. That's what I like to do. Everyone say hi to Rosemary Castillo-Sarton. Hi, Rosemary.
Hey!
How are you?
You can hear me? I'm good. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm so good. We got you loud and clear. You look great. I love the Brother XJ2.
Awesome. So do I. It's fantastic. What a workhorse.
It
and
really
I love
is.
the joke. Now you can tell that Blaine really isn't truly a quilter since he really didn't get that right off the bat. I thought it was a good dad joke. So
I've got dad jokes galore. And so it's just been one of those days we needed a joke. And so I thought that was a good one.
Yeah. Perfect. All
right. I'm going to let you take it away, Rosemary. I'm going to go work on some more jokes.
Good to see you, Jane. We'll be back. All right. So I'm Rosemary Castillo-Sarton, and I'm a Brother educator. And today we're going to talk about the Stellar XJ2, and it is a sewing and embroidery combo machine. It's a great machine. They listed some of my favorites about it being, the Stellar and the PRs. Well, the PRs are pretty high on, they're pretty embedded in my heart. But this XJ2, mwah, beautiful. It's a beautiful machine, and it's perfect for National Quilting Month. So what does it have? Obviously, sewing, embroidery. So there's great, you can piece all your quilts on there. You can just spend, and it's fast and it's fantastic. And then say you want to add a design to something, you can embroider on it, or you can create your own background fill for your quilting using the My Design Center. And there are a couple of other really great features on this as well. So I'm going to get right onto it. So I'm going to switch my camera and I'm going to take you over to the machine just to highlight some stuff. All righty. So I've got, hello, wakey. Okie dokie. So let me go home because there's no place like home. And of course, you've got your sewing, your embroidery. This model comes with some Disney designs, and then of course, My Design Center at the end. I'm going to hit a couple of things there. So sewing. So if we're looking at piecing our quilts together, a lot of times, we can use the regular straight stitches and the utility stitch, but I like to go to the Q. There are different categories of stitching here. Q is for quilting. So I'm going to click on that. And I actually use Q02. And that's the one I'm going to use to piece my fabrics together. And it gives me a really good 1/4 inch. Do I now maybe say I want a scant 1/4 inch? We can do that too. Let me zoom out just a little bit more. There we go. If I want a scant 1/4 inch, I can take the width of this and increase it. And you see how that needle moves over? About 5.88, sometimes at 6.0 millimeters. That's what I'm going to use for my scant 1/4 inch. And then I'm going to town. So it's fantastic on this one. We've got some blanket stitches here. So if you want to blanket stitch your binding, I'll use that stitch quite a bit. Another new stitch on this machine is the sashiko stitching, which is under the S for specialty. And I've got one that's grayed out. Well, I've got the Move It foot, the compact digital dual feed foot on there. So it's kind of graying that out. I can't use that stitch. But these 3 stitches right here are fantastic and do a lot of stuff. So I did a sample yesterday, and in the border, I used that sashiko stitching right in here. Look at that. So what it does, I will use a contrasting thread in my bobbin, and I used a monofilament thread on the top, and it makes teeny tiny little stitches, and then it'll jump. And so it looks like a hand stitched look. How nice is that? So full disclosure, you need to take your time on this when you do this stitch. It automatically, so when I select, say I select that one, I selected, it automatically changes everything. And there's things that you cannot do with this, but it changes the tension right away to allow for this beautiful stitch to happen. It's very, very nice. And so you have 3 of them. You have one of a shorter stitch, a little bit longer, which is this is what I used on this sample right here. And then of course this very long stitch here. So it's great. You can use that with your N+ foot. I use the Move It foot or the dual feed foot for that one as well. But say you want to get super, super fancy. Let's go home again and say, okay, because I want to do this. I'll reveal one at a time. Say I want to do a stipple around an embroidery design for that. Fabulous. Now these are all built-in designs on the machine. So let's go through it and I'll show you how this is going to work. So I'm going to go to the embroidery. And let me unplug my dual feed foot. Embroidery. All righty. So I'm going to go to category 1 here. And I used this one right here. And I'm going to press set. Now this is kind of big, so let me get my notes real quick so I can show you what size. I sized it down. Go to edit, size. There are 2 ways you can size this on your machine, which is really kind of cool. This is kind of the traditional way. So when you go bigger or smaller, it's only like a percentage. I'll go back to that. But when I press this one here, it's going to say it's going to reset the size. I'll say okay. And now it's going to recalculate stitches, density, everything. So I can make it much bigger or I can make it smaller. And I do want to make it smaller to fit the area that I want to do. And that's going to be 1.25. Oops, a little bit too much. There we go. Perfect. Now we want to personalize it, right? So let's add. And I'm not going to use the regular text. I'm going to use one of these really cute ones here. And this one is new on the XJ2. And I put the S there and I set it. Now it's way big. So this, we're going to do the same exact thing again and change it right there and make it as small as it can go. And that's it. It's perfect in that area right there. I'll say okay. So now this is where we get super, super fancy. I am going to select, let me go down there because this is important. We forget about these tools down here. We have a select button. We've got the arrows to go back and forth between each element, or I want to select them all, which is going to be this this button with the pink shapes here. Selects it and it selects all, and I'm going to say okay. Now you can see on the screen, you have got a box about each one for that selection. I'm going to select this stipple key right here, this quilting key. And we can do several things. So it gives us a preview of what it's going to look like. And I have 3 ways of putting a background fill in here. I'm going to show you the stipple way first. But first of all, I'm going to change my hoop, make it that 9.5 by 9.5. That's a really good size. And now I'm going to increase the distance around all this element. Remember, we selected both of them, so it's going to create space. And I'm just going to hold down the distant key. And you see just live on the screen how it eliminates the space right in there, or rather it creates some space around your design. That looks pretty good. I like that a lot. And now I can also change the spacing of the stippling. Let's see, where did I make it? Up to, I moved it to 2.24. I didn't want a whole lot. Now it's up to you. You can, it's all, designer's choice. So let's take a look and see. Voila. Beautiful, isn't it? So it looks really, really good, and it's really close to the size that I made of my sample here. So that's the end result of that. Gorgeous. So I just hooped my cutaway stabilizer, my no-show mesh, and my batting and my fabric. It'll run the design first, and then it'll go back and do everything else. Okay, so that is one thing. So let's look at the other option, which is AccuQuilting. And we've got 3. There we go. AccuQuilting right here. So when I click on that, it's going to recalculate everything here. We're keeping that same distance because we like that distance, but maybe we don't like that spacing. So let's see what it looks like. That's okay, but I like it a little bit more to kind of match that space that we had prior, or the space around the design. That looks pretty cool. And 2, the bigger the space between the stitches, the less time it's going to stay on your machine. So it makes you a little bit more efficient. So that's not too bad. So that is option number 2, which looks like these. And that's your AccuQuilting on that one. Very nice. So we're taking the same design and doing it 3 ways. And so the last way we are going to do it is using a background fill. So when we click on that one, this is my favorite. It shows that again. It already shows a background fill. You're going to press select. We're going to wait. And we have 30 different designs, 30 different fills that we can do around our very nice embroidery. So since my embroidery is, kind of busy, we've got this going on. I don't want to overshadow that. So I don't want to put a complex design behind it. So I'm just going to do a simple crosshatch right there and say, okay, that's what it's going to look like. At 100%, it looks like that. Not too shabby, but let's go up a little bit. I think I went up to 125, I believe. But again, it's all designer's choice when we do that. 125, preview. How is that? Pretty easy, isn't it? It looks great. And so that's what this last one is. Lots of quilting with not a lot of work. It's beautiful. So there you go. So that's one way we can do make our quilting easier on this machine. Now, you ask, well, you know what? I want to create something custom, or else I want a background to have anytime, and that way I can make put any kind of design on top of my background. So I played around and I created this cute little mug rug right here. This is a design that's built into the machine, and I created the stipple pattern in my design center. Actually, I created this whole thing in my design center. So let's take a look and see how we can create a background template for just about any design. So when we go into my design center, which is right at the bottom of the screen, we're going to click on that. And first of all, I'm going to change my line, open the line properties, and I'm going to change it to just a running stitch. We can leave it black, which is fine. Now, if we're doing something in the hoop, there's going to be several steps that go to it and some saving that goes along with it also. So I'm going to get my shape, square, okay, and we're going to go to size. And we're going to make this easy. I want a 6.5 inch block. And you can hold it down and it will size. That looks good. Perfect. Now, I'm going to go back to my line properties, change my color to something else. We'll pick this green. It doesn't matter. By changing the color, it stops the machine. So that's just something to keep in mind. All right, 6.5. And now let's add another square. Okay. And let's change this size to 6 inches. Why 6 inches, you ask? So that first square is going to be your placement square on your stabilizer. You'll hoop your stabilizer, your no-show mesh, hoop that, run this right here, and then put your batting down. Then you're going to tack it down. So that's step number 2. Now I'm going to save it. And so if you look at the bottom of the screen, you've got to cancel, all clear, undo, and save or bring something into your workspace. I'm going to save it into the pocket on my machine. Perfect. Now I'm going to clear everything else. Don't be afraid. It'll be fine. Another square. So we've run our placement stitch. We tacked down a batting. We trimmed around our batting. Now we're going to use that 6.5 that we did originally and as our placement line for our fabric. So I'm not going to do that one again. So the next one is going to be dealt with the fabric. So another square, and we are going to do, oh, that's okay. We can keep it green, and we are going to size it. Oh, let's go back. Because if I click off it, it doesn't do right. One more time and size it to 6 inches. And that's going to tack down our fabric. Perfect. All right. Save it to your machine. All clear. Last one, last step. One more square and say okay. And we are going to size this one again to 6 inches. Perfect. And this time we're going to add that fill. So we're going to go into the region properties right here. Click on that. And we can add a stipple, which is what we want to do. I mean, if we really want to stipple all the time, that's the easiest one. We can always go back and do a crosshatch and go on and on and on. We'll leave the color alone. We'll say okay. And now we're going to touch the bucket and the center of that screen, and it fills it. So let's hit next, because this is the one where we have some previews. I want to change, the run pitch is like the stitch length. I'll leave that alone. The spacing, let's go up to, that might be a little bit too much for this little area. So that sounds good. Perfect. And I want to preview. That looks pretty good. I like that a lot. So I'm going to go back because at this point I want to save this, because now that I have this fill template, I can come back and change the fill to a specialty stitch. So I'm going to put it in the pocket right here on my machine. And I'm going to preview. All right. I like it. I'm going to save it now because it's ready to embroider, and I'm going to save it. on my machine. Now it's saved as an embroidery file. All right. Going to get out of there. Go back to my design center. This time I'm going to recall some of those pieces that we just made. So I'm going to recall this first one right here that we did and set it, only because I want to save it as an embroidery file. Now I'm going to save it in memory on my machine. Perfect. I'm not going to set it. I'm just going to return and return, clear it all. One more time in my memory, or rather machine's memory, because my memory is not very good. And that last square right there, and set it. Nope, 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 cancel. I got button happy there. Preview. And save it on my machine. Perfect. Now we can go into embroidery and put all of this together. So I hit embroidery. I'm going to go to my machine here because that's where my memory is. And here are the files we just did. This one here, go up a little bit more. This one here is that batting tack down, placement and tack down. So I'm going to click that one and set. I'm going to add from my machine this tack down right here. That's going to be my fabric tack down and set. Add one more time from my machine my stipple and set. Okay, now you have your template that you can put any kind of block on. So why did we do it in different steps? If we go up here to this little hoop icon at the top of the screen, this is a magic button. So it shows you the position of the hoop. But my favorite thing is a software feature. So if you have embroidery digitizing software, this play button with the needle, when you click on that, and we'll leave it at 1 and it'll go a little slow, and press the play button, guess what happens? You get to see how it all goes down. Placement, tack down, another placement, and your stipple. How awesome is that? That's how you know you did it right. Believe me, it took me a couple of times of doing it. But now you have a template that you can now add a design and make yourself a handy little mug rug. I'm going to do that one and bring it all down so I can fit it in there. Perfect. How is that? Oh my gosh, that's record time right there. So now you can make your own little quilt blocks. You can make them super special and just go on from that. All right. Well, we've got a few minutes left. Let's go back to so Jane, if you are there, if there's any questions people have on this fabulous machine.
Oh my gosh, Rosemary, everybody is loving it. Well, first of all, if they have the machine, they're like, this was the best purchase ever. Can you adjust the stippling? I just saw a question roll by, and it says, can you adjust the stippling to go around the design? I know you were just showing that. Yes.
Yes, you can. So when you first have that design and you hit that stipple button, it comes right up on the design and in any space it has that's open. So I like, if I'm going to really go through the trouble of making an embroidery design on something, I want a little space so I can spotlight that embroidery, and that's why I have that. Since I had two elements there, that inside element, I really had to increase the space to highlight that that initial as well too.
I was asking, do you put the design on first? Yes. Hold on, I lost that question. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. What is your favorite part? While people are throwing in some questions, just what's your favorite feature on the XJ2?
Oh, I think that my design center is by far my favorite, and we all just honestly scratch the surface, and that's what I just did there is my favorite thing to do in my design center. Obviously, you can scan something in. This machine does not have a scanner or a camera, so that's kind of one of the big things different from the Lumen Air. But the hoop has markings on it, has registration markings, and a free app called My Design Snap. And then you just take open it up, press one of the buttons of the options that you want, and hold your phone over the hoop, and it'll take the picture automatically.
Yeah.
Automatically. And it says, hey, do you want to send it to the machine? Well, I didn't waste my time for nothing. Yes, click, send it, and it comes up. The screen will ask you, hey, there's a picture waiting for you. Want to update? Yes, I would. Click. And it shows up just like you had a camera on the Luminaire. So
and
it is pretty neat.
It's really intuitive too, easy to use. I mean, it's just such a great machine. Great demo, Rosemary. It's always wonderful to see you. Thank you.
You too.
And you're right. We did just scratch the surface, because the thing is, like, you could get in there and just start playing around and learn other things that you're like, oh man, I didn't even know.
Oh, did I mention it's wireless? So it's a wireless machine. Did I mention it talks to the scan and cut? Yes. So the little teapot. Ooh, let me see. There we go.
Yeah,
it's focusing on it. That little teapot.
Yeah.
So that's fabric on there, and you can actually press the applique button on the screen and select the option to select the cutting file and send it to your machine. Send it to scan and cut. It magically happens. And it'll show up just like, changing the picture on the Stellaire. It asks you, hey, there's a new file. Do you want to bring that in? Yes, I would. And there you go.
We love magic, Rosemary.
Magic. I'm gonna get a sorting hat and everything. So we should do our whole Harry Potter thing going on.
I love it. I love it so much. All right. Let me tell everybody how they can get their own XJ2 from our friends at Brother. Everyone say thank you to Rosemary. Great to see you. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
Good to see you. Bye. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Ciao, 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 ciao.
She's the best. Okay, everybody. We love her. Rosemary Castillo starting. Great demo with that Brother XJ2. So let's throw up that screen for everybody to check it out. Oh boy, this is amazing. This is the Brother XJ2 sewing and embroidery machine. Now you're seeing the Quilt Fest pricing there, $999.99. But guess what? It's Quilt Fest. So call for more information. You know the drill. 800-401-8151. And by the way, look what they're doing. You're getting a free print moda from our friends at Brother as well. That is a value of $999 to go along with this amazing machine. We know how much we love the print moda. We know how much we love the XJ2. If this is what you're thinking about getting, today is the absolute day to do it. I love the Stellaire XJ2 sewing and embroidery machine. Again, Rosemary said we're just scratching the surface on all of the magic that this machine can do. So call for information, 800-401-8151. You know you get the best deals this week during Quilt Fest with Blaine and Sewing Machines Plus. So this is a must for you to call in if you're thinking that this is the machine for you. And I know a lot of you are, because I've seen your comments going down the screen. Okay, perfect. So let's keep the show rolling on day 2 of Quilt Fest. And joining us now from Butler Robotics is the one and only Aubrey Hartman. Now, you know her, you love her. She's so fun. I think we spent like a week together the last time we did a fest, but Aubrey is an area sales manager with Butler Robotics. She has a long history with thread fabric and a sewing needle. She's been sewing since she was 5 years old when she took a kids quilting class and has never looked back. She has a degree in theatrical costume design and really loves making her own clothes, especially her yearly Halloween costume. Everyone, please say hi to Aubrey Hartman. Hi, Aubrey.
Hi. Hi, Jane. Hi, S&P Nation.
It's so good to see you.
Good to see you too. I'm so glad to be back for day 2.
I know it. I know I didn't get to do your segments yesterday, but remember I think it was Countdown to Christmas, and we just literally spent all week together.
We did.
Yeah,
We
it
did
was fun.
spend all week together.
It was
so
like
I'm
my
glad to
daily
have you
dose of,
back.
yeah, I know. It was my daily dose of Aubrey. And every time we were together, it was like the sun was about to set and we were like cozy. It was so great.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so glad to be back today and work on the quilt that I've got on my long arm.
And that's what you do. So I'm going to let you take it away and you show us what you got going on.
Great. Thanks, Jane. See you soon. Hey, SMP Nation. So glad to have you guys back with me. We are working with my Butler Robotics system, and the one that you see here on my long arm machine is the professional version. So I've got a beautiful 12-inch full color touchscreen, but we have 3 different models here with Butler Robotics. So you can get a basic model that comes with an 8-inch display and 150 preloaded designs. You can get the deluxe model, and that comes with a 10-inch display and 250 preloaded designs, or you can get this 12-inch just like I have, and that comes with over 500 preloaded designs. So you get to choose what you want, and depending on what model you choose, you'll get features that change and go up as you choose the model you want. So when you start with your basic, you get your basic features to do your edge-to-edge and block designs. And then as you go up in model, you get more features to do different editing and manipulation of your designs. So choose what you want for you. But the great thing about Butler Robotics is that it's a universal system. So it doesn't matter whether you've got a King Quilter 2 like I have, or whether you've got an APQS, or whether you've got a Gamma at home, you can go ahead and get a Butler Robotics system and automate your long arm. So I'm going to pick up where we left off yesterday and look at our quilt top and fill in some more blocks. And then when we're done today, I'll go ahead and take the camera down so you can see what I finished yesterday and what we worked on today. One of the features that I love so much about this robotic system is that it has built-in channel locks. So your channel locks are going to allow you to lock your carriage so that your machine can do perfectly straight lines in the direction that you choose. So we have horizontal locks, we have vertical locks, and we even have diagonal locks. And when we do that, we get those perfectly straight lines stitched out without having to follow lines that we've drawn on our quilt or use rulers, which I'm horrible at for some reason. So it's really nice to have those built in. And they are here in our home screen. And I've got my channel locks over here. So I have a horizontal lock. And when I use that, I'm only going to be able to move my machine vertically because I've locked my machine horizontally. I've got a vertical lock here, so I can use that. When I do that, I can only move my machine horizontally because I've locked it vertically. And then I've got this one right here for diagonal, and I can do any diagonal degree that I like, and I can do that in both directions, which is great. And what's wonderful about this is you can do some really cool modern quilting, cross-hatching, just with these little locks built into the electronics of your system. So we're going to come over here to one of my blocks and do a little grid quilting, and then we can look at that when I'm finished. So I'm going to bring my machine over here, and I did mark out little 1-inch marks on my square so that I can line things up because I just can't guess that very easily. And we're going to go ahead and start with our lines going up and down. So because I want to do vertical lines, I'm going to use my horizontal lock, which is the top one here. And when you touch that, it highlights, and now I can no longer move my machine from side to side. I can only move forward and backward. So I'm lined up on my mark. I'm going to go ahead and pull my bobbin thread up. Just going to grab that little tail there. I'm going to do just some up and down stitches to lock my thread into place. And then all I have to do is turn my machine on and move towards me, and I get perfectly straight lines without the use of rulers. And I just love that. There's no physical locks that you have to put onto your machine. It's just the touch of a button, and that's great. So I'm at the end here, and I'm going to do a quick switcheroo. I'm going to change from my horizontal lock to my vertical lock, and I'm going to just move over in the ditch as carefully as I can to my next line. I'm going to switch again back to my horizontal lock, and now I'm going to push the machine away from me so that I can go back up in the other direction and get back on my mark.
I'm going to tie that off, turn off my locks, and go ahead and grab my bobbin thread. And it is that simple to use your channel locks. I use these a lot, not just for grid quilting or cross hatching, but also just to base my quilt down. I want to start with a nice straight line across the top so I know that my quilt goes on my frame squarely. And I even use it down the sides of my quilt so that I know that I've got my sides tacked down and everything is nice and square the way I want it to be. So this is a great feature to have on your machine. And the touch of a button makes it even better. The next thing I want to show you guys is, and I think I've got it in frame here, I've got a little 4-patch here. And a lot of quilts that we do have different blocks in them, but they generally are the same size. And we're going to take a design and put it into one block and use a modify feature so we can use our design and move it to a new location. And I love this because you don't have to resize your design every single time you put it into a new block. So we're going to stitch one out in our yellow polka dots here and then move it over to our green polka dots that are next to it. So I'm going to show you how to do that. The first thing we're going to do, and we did this yesterday, is use our layout feature. So our layout feature is over here on the left-hand side, and we're going to go ahead and highlight that and add a new layout box. So I'm going to hit my plus sign on my right side of the screen to add a new layout box. And our Butler Robotics always gives us directions, so it's telling me to set the first point in my pattern box. So I'm going to do this yellow polka dotted square here, and I'm going to line my needle up where it's hovering above my top left corner. To set that point, I'm going to hit my plus sign. I'm then going to go around my square kind of counterclockwise and move my machine down to my bottom left corner. And when my needle's hovering above that bottom left corner, I'm going to hit my plus sign again. I'm going to go over to my bottom right corner, and when I've got that needle hovering above that corner, I'm going to hit my plus sign one more time, and then I'm going to move up to my top right corner. And when I've got my needle hovering where I want it to be, I'm going to hit my check mark this time since I've completed all 4 corners. And I'm going to bring the screen over here to you, and hopefully I have a little bit better angle today where you can see that I've got an orange box on the screen. This is my layout box that's representing that little yellow polka dot square. I'm going to go to my patterns, and I'm in my recents right now because I have chosen what I want already and I stitched it out on the row before. But our patterns are loaded in this tab. And as you can see, because I've got the professional model, so I've got over 500 patterns on here, I've got a full list of patterns preloaded on my Robotics system. Now, if you're one who likes to purchase designs, you can purchase designs and import them onto your robotic system, but this does come with a lot to choose from and a lot to play with when you first get your model. I'm going to go back to my recent tab, and the design I want to do is this long pointed star. So I'm going to highlight that orange and hit my green check mark over here so that I load it into my space. And I don't know if you guys can see, but my little orange box is here and my pointed star is much larger than that. So we're going to work a little bit with getting this to fit inside our orange box. We have our scale feature to do that. So I can open up my scale feature here and I can change its size by using any of the different slider bars or my plus and minus to change the height and the width. But I also have this fun little feature here on my professional version, and it's called morph. So when I hit the morph button, it's going to take that design and morph it into my block, even though my block might be a little crooked. As you sew and as you quilt, things get a little off sometimes. So I can see that my square with my orange dotted line goes downhill just a little bit. So my points are going to morph into those corners instead of leaving any gaps because I'm taller on this side than that side. So I'm going to go ahead and hit that button. And now my star fits perfectly inside that box and all of my points hit those corners. So let's go ahead and stitch this out. We're going to do the same thing that we did yesterday when stitching out. We're going to go to our home screen. And remember, we have to engage our needle. If we don't engage our needle, we're going to end up just tracing our design instead of actually stitching it out. So we want to touch our needle icon and highlight it and then we can go ahead and hit our green for go. And now our robotic system is going to start giving us our directions. We always follow what it says and make sure that we're doing all of our steps in order so that things turn out the way they're supposed to. Our robotic system is telling us our machine is going to move to the start of the pattern block, and then it's going to start our pattern, and we need to verify that our needle is in the up position. We never want to start our machine with our needle hovering right above our fabric or in our fabric. We don't want to tear all of the work we've done on our quilt top or somebody else's quilt top if we're quilting for a friend or a customer. So I'm going to check that my needle's up, and it is. And I'm just going to slide my machine over to my yellow quilt block so it doesn't have as far to travel on its own. And I'm going to hit my green check mark so we can get started. The machine shifts over to the start position of the design, and now I'm getting all of my directions to follow. So it says do a single stitch with your quilting machine. So I'm going to go ahead and do my needle up, needle down button, and I've done my single stitch, so I'll hit my green check mark. It now is telling me to pull the bobbin thread up and then press OK. So I'm just going to scoot my machine back a little bit where I can grab that bobbin thread and pull it up. And I'm going to hit my green check mark. The machine's going to recenter to its start position, and it wants me to cycle my needle to lock my stitches. So I'm going to go ahead and cycle my needle 3 times because I usually like 3 locking stitches. Some people call them tie-offs. It's whatever you're comfortable with. You might be a 4-stitch kind of person. So I'm going to hit my check mark now that I've done that. And my Butler system is telling me to turn the stitching on my long arm, and then it's going to start moving after I press OK. So I'm going to turn on my stitching and then hit my green check mark. And we are off to the races. I'm going to clip my bobbin threads here and let that run. Now my design is going straight to the quarters that I've laid out with my box because I use that more feature. So I've got it fully stretched for my whole design. And I did use this earlier on a block above it. So when we look at it at the end, you can see it in both spaces as I'm filling this whole design out across my quilts. So we're at the end here. That was nice and quick. And my machine is telling me to turn off the stitching on my long arm. So I'm going to go ahead and turn off my stitching and hit my check mark. And it's telling me to cycle my needle again to lock my stitches in place. I'll hit my green check mark. And then I'm going to pull my bobbin thread up. So it's that quick to just stitch out a block on your quilt top. But now that I've done that, I want to go ahead and stitch out the friends that are next to it. And now that I've sized this, I want to kind of keep that size. So we're going to use our modify feature to do that. Let me bring this over to you guys so you can see where that is. I'm going to go back into my layout feature. So I'm going to highlight layout here. And our modify is actually over here on the right-hand side of our screen, and it looks like a little crescent wrench. So I'm going to hit that, and I now have directions to set the points of my pattern box. So it's talking to us like we're setting a new layout box. But what it's going to do when we modify is we're going to set those points, and then it's automatically going to put our design in for us so we don't have to load a pattern again or resize it. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to move over to the orange polka dot square that I've got catty corner from it. I'm going to line up my needle above my top left-hand corner of that square and hit my plus sign. I'm going to move to the bottom left-hand corner, hover my needle above it, and hit my plus sign. My bottom right corner, and hover my needle above it and hit my plus sign. And then I'll move to the top right-hand corner, hover my needle above it, and hit my check mark. And once I hit that check mark, you can see that it automatically put my star into that pattern box in the new location where it is. I've got a couple of corners that aren't quite in where they need to be. So I'm going to go back into edit. I'm going to go back into my scale feature, and I'm just going to hit my morph button one more time so that this design gets loaded into that particular square because it's a little bit different than the last one I did. And now we're ready to stitch out again. I can go back to my home, I can start, and I can hit my check mark once I've checked that my needle's not down in my fabric and stitch out one more time. So we can go ahead and do that now and go through all of the same steps. So we're going to do a single stitch, pull our bobbin thread up, cycle our needle, turn our stitching on, and go. I can't tell you how many times I've actually used this modify feature. It's wonderful when you're trying to do custom quilting because you can get that design set the way you want it to and then continue to jump that design across the top of your quilt. So that way you don't have to load a pattern every time and resize it. It's been a lot of fun using this feature and it saves me a little bit of time every time I use it. We're almost at the end here. This one's quick. Yes, Lindsay.
Can you do multiple blocks across at the same time, setting parameters for each block?
You can load as many blocks across your quilt top as you would like and then stitch them out one at a time. I'm always a little careful when I do that, especially on a large piece, because your quilt will shift and shrink a little bit as you go. So though you've set blocks across your quilt, once you start stitching on one end and you get stitching in your quilt, your block might be a little off by the time you get to the other side of your quilt because of the take up between your stitching and your batting. So I tend to set blocks in an area and stitch them all out at one time and then move to another area and stitch them out at one time. But I tend not to set all the way across the whole quilt because by the time I get to the other end, there might be enough shrinkage where it's off by 1/4 of an inch or even 1/2 inch, depending on how dense my designs are. I hope that makes sense for everybody. You have to take into consideration quilt shrinkage with laying out your blocks that many at one time. So I'm just cycling my needle here to do my tie-offs. And pulling out my bobbin thread. All right, so we've got that done. So there's one more thing that I want to try and squeeze in here before we are out of time today. We did borders yesterday around our one block using our point-to-point feature, and I just want to show you a different way to do borders with like an overall fill. So this is kind of fun. We're going to do layout boxes, and we're going to do 2. So we're going to go to our layout feature, and I'm going to add another layout box with my plus sign. And I'm going to go ahead and just do this one right here. That's not in camera. I'll do this one over here so you can see what I'm doing. So I'm going to do the full layout here. So I'm going to start in the top left corner of this one that's bordered in orange. And I'm going to come down to the bottom. I'm just hitting my plus sign when my needle hovers over the corner. And my check mark when I get to the top. All right, so I've got one big layout box on my screen, and I'm going to go to my patterns, and I'm going to add a pattern in here, and I want it more dense than this, and we did this yesterday with our bubbles. So let me scoot this over here so you can see everything. I'm going to use my repeat function, and I'm going to add more. This is called cotton candy, I think. So we're going to add more. And then I'm going to go to my scale feature and get this shrunk on down to where they all fit in there. And now I'm going to go back to my layout screen. And now my designs all fit in there. Let's see if I can get that a little bit closer now that I have a bigger viewpoint. Close. There we go. Okay, so I've got my box with that design all over it. but I don't want to quilt on that middle square. So the next thing I'm going to do is go back to layout, and I'm going to add another layout box. And this time I'm just going to lay out the center square that has little chairs and TV in it. So I'm going to go ahead and hit my 4 corners with my needle hovering over them. And now I've created another little box, and I know that's hard to see on screen. So I've got the little box that is that inside fabric. I'm going to go back to the box that has the design in it. I'm going to go to my edit feature, and I'm going to use my crop feature. So when I engage my crop feature, let me make sure it's on screen. I've got some options, and I'm going to hit this option right here. And now it's taken out that whole inside square. And I've got that cute little cotton candy design that I can quilt in the border and have it stay away from that inside square so that I can put something different on the inside. So that's another fun way that you can do a border around a block without having to do point to point. And I just love that. So I'll probably stitch that out later for you guys, but I'm going to take y'all down so that you can see what we've done. I know some of you are curious about the bubble design that I did yesterday as an edge to edge in a block. So I want you to see that for sure. And I'm going to go slow so I don't make you guys sick. So here is the bubble design that I did on a second block because I loved it so much after I stitched it out the first time. And you can really see it as a contrast because I have orange thread on yellow. So that's how that turned out. But I did stitch it out on the orange up here. You just can't see it as well as you can on the yellow. And then this was the modify that I did on a first block. So you can see that's the star point that we just did. And I used a different design in the opposite corners. So this is the one we just did today with our modify. So we started here on the yellow polka dots and modify and moved it over here onto the orange polka dots. And then here's our grid quilting that we started with our channel locks. So we've got horizontal straight lines. They are perfectly straight without having to use rulers. And we've got our vertical lines here. And I actually did a whole block up here with all of that straight line quilting using those built-in channel locks. So we are making some great progress on this quilt. I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty happy with how that's going. I'm always glad to have you guys along for the ride here.
Hey, Audrey.
Yes, Lindsay?
Can you tell us your personal learning curve when you use this machine, since you've never used the Butler before?
Sure.
I'm curious about that learning curve.
So I don't know if you guys could hear Lindsay, but she said she wants to know what my personal learning curve was when I got my Butler Robotics system. So I've been using the system for 1 year, almost to the day at this point. And I found it very intuitive. I think things are set up very well on the display screen for you to find what you need. And my best friend was this little eye that is on the bottom of the left-hand side of the screen. It is an eye for information. You can touch on this icon and anything else on the screen, and it will give you a pop-up box that tells you what that icon does. And there is a little film strip. So when you get your robotic system, you can actually download videos of what each icon does. So if you get stuck, you can watch a video on how to use that particular feature. It was a lot of fun for me to learn because I'd never used anything like this before. So I took a lot of playtime. I don't think the learning curve was too steep because I gave myself the opportunity to explore and have fun with it. So I encourage everybody who gets one to explore and have fun with theirs too. I think.
What pattern files was the other question I was going to ask?
Oh, so we're being asked the pattern files. So it's QLI, QCC, and DXF are the files that you can use with the robotic system. You have to be careful with all of them, just make sure they're compatible, but those are the ones you can use. Well, I hope we answered everybody's questions. I think it's time to go back to Jane and see how you guys can get one of the 3 robotic systems.
I think it's that time, Aubrey. Thank you so much for that great demo. Everyone's loving it, and I can't wait to tell everyone how to get their hands on it.
Sounds great, Jane. Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks.
All right, bye.
Okay, everybody, let's get to it. You got a lot to look at here. We'll put it up on the screen. Thank you so much to Aubrey Hartman from Butler Robotics. You got to get your hands on yours today. Okay, so we have 3 different robotic editions that we want to tell you about here. So this is the Butler Long Arm Quilting Robotics. This is the basic edition. This has got your 8-inch EPC display. It connects to any long arm quilting machine. It's manual mode only. You've got the block patterns and pantograph patterns. You've got the repeat with autofill, scale, mirror, rotate, pattern nesting, integrated help videos, which Aubrey just talked about. You've got your pattern merging. You got 10 levels of undoing. Thank you. And you have 160 free patterns. Now you can see there that the Quilt Fest pricing is $43.59. But guess what? There is a call-in special. You know what to do. 800-401-8151. If you think the 8-inch display basic version is for you, that's what you need to do. Now, we'll move on to the deluxe edition. This one is the 10-inch display. You see that there. It has everything that the basic edition has, plus 260 free patterns, record, channel locks, text, crop, morph, quilt layout guide, an automatic scaling, and point to point. So just a little bit more, a larger screen, great product, just like the 8-inch and just like the professional one. But this one, Quilt Fest pricing is $59.49, but there is a call-in special. You guys love it. Great demo. 800-401-8151 is the number you'll call. If you think you want this deluxe edition, get that special pricing. Call in now, 800-401-8151. And then finally, we've got the deluxe, we've got the professional edition. So the professional edition has the 12-inch display. It has everything from the basic, from the deluxe plus. It's got additional fonts. It's got point-to-point channel locks and 500 free patterns. That is amazing. The Butlerized computerized quilting system is a must for you. Now, this is $59.99. This is your special pricing. So if you're like, hey, I am so totally a pro, I want the professional edition, this is yours, your 12-inch display and all the good stuff. That's your price, $59.99. Order now, because guess what? It's going fast. Everybody is loving it so much. But you have some choices. We like to give you choices, don't we, Blaine?
We sure do, Jane. Hey, and I want to add too, on all 3 of those Butler systems, you get an automatic, we throw in with the package, it's a battery backup surge protector. Yeah. So basically it's going to protect that machine if you have a surge. And then if electricity happens to go out, it'll still run your machine long enough to get to a stopping point. So you're not going to lose where you're at. So it really was cool. And we throw that in with all 3 packages.
Priceless.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know, like, pro is the way to go, is what friends are saying here. Like, but I think they're all amazing. So it's kind of like,
Yeah. Well, pro right now, it's the same price as the deluxe. So it's kind of a no-brainer.
Right.
We've got a great special on it. The pricing is the same price. So you're saving about $600 on that. And then also you're getting that battery backup surge protector thrown in as well. So it's a really good package.
I love it. If you're thinking about it, I think now's the time, right? I mean, we think about this, we saw it, we see it. Now we're here and we're talking about it. We're giving you this great price. You got to do it. That's how I look at it.
So Jane, I got to tell you, there's a sewing machine that walked into a bar and this guy walked up to it and said, "Are you a singer?" And the sewing machine said, "Why? Do you know me?" I'll be here all week.
That's great, Blaine. This That's amazing. Did you make that up?
Yeah, that was a made-up joke by Kennedy.
Oh my gosh, that's a good one.
She wrote a good joke.
Wow, talent over there.
I'm
So much
telling you.
talent,
I'm
Blaine. I
telling
love
you.
it. Okay.
All right, so we're going to
Yeah,
continue
I got more
on.
jokes later for you.
What's that, Jane?
I got more jokes for you later. Not as good as the
Okay.
one you just told, but that's good.
Hey, we got a couple more in our bag as well. So
Okay.
we'll have to. All right, Jane, we'll see you just in a little while.
Okay, bye, guys. That's a funny joke right there. I love it.
All right, everyone, we're going to continue on and we're going to go in the world of garment printing. So what do y'all think about that? We are going to show you the Ricoh R100 garment printer, and we have our good pal, Kelly Latre, coming in. Now, Kelly, she is a national account trainer at Juki America. She's an accomplished performance-driven territory manager with a strong background in operational management, budgeting, staffing, and inventory control. And her specialty is training and development and customer service. And she has been on our show many times. She's extremely knowledgeable about the Juki products, and we are sure glad to have her part of the show. So y'all welcome back, Kelly Latre.
Hi, Blaine.
Hey,
How is
Kelly,
day
how are
two
you?
going for you? I'm doing great, but I'm sitting here trying to figure out a Juki joke, so give me some time.
I think we've got the whole SMP nation thinking about sewing jokes now.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure Kennedy's back there thinking about that Juki joke.
I'm
Something.
thinking for you, Kelly. I got you.
Awesome.
All right, Kelly. Well, hey, we're going to let you show this Ricoh printer. I know everybody loves this thing, and I know you make it look so easy, and you've got so many creative ideas. So we're super excited to have you on the show to show this, and we got a great Quilt Fest pricing on it. So everybody pay attention, and we'll see you back here in about 30 minutes, Kelly.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Blaine. Good to be back because today we're going to explore the wonderful world of direct garment printing. I have the Ricoh RI100 in my studio, and I love that it fits into my studio because it's a small footprint. As you can see, this portion up on top is the actual printer, and then we have the lower portion, which is the finisher. So let's take a closer look at that printer before we get started designing. What I have in here is the tray that my fabric goes in. And this one is 8.5 by 11. You get two of these with the printer. You get an 8.5 by 11, and I'm speaking of this size right here. You get also a 5 by 7, so you can do smaller projects. The ink is stored right up here. It's easy to change. It's easy to use. And I've had this printer over 2 years, and I just replaced the ink for the second time. So to me, that seems extremely economical. We have figured at Juki it's about 25 to 35 cents a print, depending on the print. So fun, easy, and economical. So the bottom portion is the finisher. This has a couple of functions. You can press your fabric before you start, and then once the ink is on the piece of fabric, then you can finish it by literally baking it in the oven. So in our house right now, we're all focused on St. Patrick's Day because there's a big parade on Sunday. So I've gotten some requests for t-shirts, and just a couple. I just did this one this morning, and I think this is it turned out really well. But you know, I hear a lot of folks talking about direct to garment printing, and I want you guys to know a couple of things about the Ricoh. There's no limit. You can do it on a variety of fabrics, and you can make color pop. The one thing I hear a lot is, oh yeah, that's nice, but you can only print on white. That's really not the case. Look at my family reunion t-shirt here. The colors popped in both photos that the family sent, and it looks great. And also this logo from a science retreat came out really nice. So today we're going to play with color. The other one I really wanted to show you is I made this fabric, but look at it's pink and red. So what I did was I cut out my pattern, I printed my fabric, and then I constructed the top. It's just that easy and so fun to do. But there's so many more things you can do. Tote bags, purses,
all kinds of stuff, but let's take a look at what we're going to do today because this will be fun. This is a t-shirt for a neighbor and he wanted it on green, okay? So I played with this color to make the back emblem pop, and I'm going to show you how I did that today. And we're going to print it out on the top and use some of the same elements of the design. So we're going to go over to the software right now and do some designing. I'm going to open the Rico software. And as you can see, when I open it, there's 3 different sections of the software. There's Easy Designer, and that is really nice to start with because I can pick my project. I can select the thickness of the fabric, and then I can change the size. I can go to 5x7 if I so choose, and landscape or portrait layout. And here it even shows you how to set up the t-shirt or garment that you're printing on. But here's the nice part of the easy. I can take a photo, but I can also source them straight from my phone. And most of the time we have our photos on the phone, right? So that is nice and convenient. Today, I'm going to hang out in Advanced Designer, and I'm going to use the t-shirt layout, and I'm going to keep that 8.5 by 11 up there. So when I'm in the software, there's a couple of things I can do. I can use my camera if I want to. I can import an image, which we'll do today. I also have built-in illustrations, so I can use these for my designing. Or I have artwork in here, and the artwork can be colored. In fact, this is a really nice shamrock design that I can bring up, and of course I can change the color. So it's very easy to use. I'm going to delete that, and there's also built-in frames into the software, so you can frame anything you like. You can draw with the software, and this is nice if you know how to draw. This is a really fun option. And I am just going to select this and get it out of there. Okay, and I can add text. So we're going to use some of these tools today, but I want you to know something. I want you to know that you can use other software because this is just a printer. I can print from Word, I can print from PageMaker, from Photoshop, anything I use to develop and edit a design. So today I'm going to import an image, and I'm going to use the hat and boots that I did. So I'm going to bring in the hat first. And one thing I can do in this software is I can crop this white space out. So I'm just going to crop this down. That looks good. So I'm going to select OK. And now that comes in smaller, and now I can work with the sizing a little bit. So I'm going to center that. But here's how I'm going to play with the color to make it pop on that green. I'm going to increase the brightness so you can see the contrast. And then I'm going to increase the contrast so that it pops off of that green t-shirt. I'm also going to bring in the boots. Okay, and that one is well cropped, so I'm just going to take it to the bottom. And before I forget, I'm going to play with color. So I'm going to bring the brightness up, and I'm going to bring the contrast up. And it's funny how it looks, but on that green, remember, it's going to look good. But you know, if you ever have a question on how it's going to look, what I generally do is use construction paper and print on there, just so I can see what it's going to look like with that color change. So now I am going to add some text. Okay, and then I'm just going to center it, and we'll play with it in a bit. And then I'm going to add another word. And I'm going to center that. There we go. And then one more line of text. Okay, that looks cute. But I think we need to explore font styles because this is just not popping. So I'm going to go to font. And then I just go down and see what they're going to look like. Ooh, I like that. Let's go with Comic Sans. So I'm going to bring this a little bigger and center it. I'm going to select Comic Sans for all of them. Let's center that one. I think Shenanigans should be a little bigger. So let's do that. I think it looks good. However, we can also preview it to see how it's going to look on the t-shirt. And that looks good. So I'm going to get ready to print. So I'm going to select print. And then I'm going to select the printer that I'm on. And down here, I have some choices. I can select the print quality. Now, when I'm testing something like on construction paper, I use the speedy one. Most of the time, I use fine. But if you really want something to pop, you can use vivid. And what that does is it prints the design twice. So it gives a real nice vivid look. So now I'm going to select print. But we're going to go over and load my frame. So a couple of things about the frame. When the R is indicating where the printing's going to start. And the other thing I love is right on here, it shows you how to load a t-shirt. So it makes it really easy. I have already pressed in my center mark. So I'm going to just center this over the center mark on the tray. Bring it a little forward here. Make sure that center mark is right down here, and it is. And now I'm just going to tuck everything in. Smoothing it out and tucking it in. And so you want to check around the tray to make sure everything's inside, okay? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this into the printer. And, haha, we have to plug in the software. So let me plug this in. And I'm going to check and see if, yep, it's sending the message. This is great. So what I'm going to do to make sure, I'm going to just press start. And the printing process has begun. So now it's going to print, and then we're going to bake the design. So let's talk about other things you can do. I want to show you my latest towel. I think towels are a great gift. And this is our family meatball recipe, but I printed the recipe. Actually, I printed it out of Word because that's where I keep my recipes. But for a while, I didn't know I was going to put a meatball or spaghetti with embroidery down here. I ended up using the Italian flag just because it looked good with the recipe. Now, this will be a wedding gift for my niece getting married next month, so she has the family recipe down.
Don't limit yourself on fabric. You know, a lot of people say, oh, you can only use cotton. No, I've used ultra suede, and you can see how beautiful that prints on ultra suede. And my purse is also printed right on ultra suede. And that's a picture that I took from my garden. So think about the unlimited things you can do. You can use photos, you can use clip art, you can use anything that you can get into a computer and print. So now it's coming out, and it is what I was hoping there was no like jobs that I forgot about in there, but actually I've been printing all morning for testing. The other nice thing about this printer is when it needs maintenance, it'll tell you. The maintenance is simple. The printer comes with the maintenance kit. You get eye goggles, you get plastic gloves, and then the items to clean it with the, so that looks good. Let me take this out. And this is what it looks like. Came out really nice. And now I am preheating the heating unit, the finisher, so that I can bake this right on. So I'm going to open that up. And now I'm going to take the lever over, and it's going to take, oops, I have to let that baby heat up. So I'm going to touch preheat so that it's preheated to about 168. And a couple of nice things. I know a couple of you, many of you own this out there. So a couple of things, if this is a quickie, you're not going to be laundering a lot. You can go to a low speed. You can also go to different settings on the time. For t-shirts though, I am going to stay at 3 minutes. You can go down to 1 minute if it's a quick thing. And let me show you some other stuff. I'm actually working on a little quilt, a pop art quilt. And this is just one of the samples. A friend of mine gets paid to do very well, by the way, to do characters. And she's done a lot of pop people in. So I'm working on quilt squares for that quilt. And let's expand. Think about Lycra. This was made on a little girl's swimming suit, and I am just so impressed at how well that printed. Very easy to do and a lot of fun. So we're making our St. Patrick's Day things now in my home. As you can see, this is always running in my house. Whether you want to make tote bags for an event, whether you want to have a special, this is always a good one because this is the family dog. And each year we make her a new stocking, so because she's part of the family. And towels, I do love towels. This is another towel that I love. It's a classic. And even if you can see this great bag for the beach, I put this bag on the tray and printed it. I didn't take the pocket off. I printed it right on the tray. But let's be clear, there's no limitation. You don't have to buy fabric. You can use your own fabric. The ink is very economical. Think about it. I have done this 2 years and I'm just on my second set, and it's very economical. And I'm sure Blaine has fantastic deals on the ink as well as the printing unit. So it's a lot of fun. It's easy to do, and you can incorporate it in quilts. I'm also thinking about making like a family quilt with my parents and their parents. And this would be an easy way to make those quilt squares and incorporate it into a quilt. So we're 45 seconds away for seeing our printed design, but have fun with the Ricoh RA100. Number one, it's very economical. Number two, easy to use. If you set up an inkjet printer before, you've got this. You can do any type. And I just did this, changed the ink this morning. These just slide out and you slide them back in. Easy, easy stuff, and so much fun. We're always making t-shirts and towels and other things. Talk about no limitations. Don't know what that was. We'll find out. But this is cork. So I was very impressed at how well it did cork. So now it's done and we can see how it came out. So I'm just going to take this back to the middle and I'm going to unlock it. And the tray comes out. So now, always forget to close that door. Thank goodness for the alarm. So now, remember we had the back. Isn't that cute? And now we designed the front to go with the back. And remember how I played with the contrast and brightness to make that really pop on the green. So remember, this is just not for white cotton fabric. This is for wherever your imagination will go with the Ricoh RI100 printer. And remember, you can use any program. You can print from anything. If you can print from Word, you can print a recipe out. If you print from Photoshop or PageMaker, those of you who are artists even have a bigger advantage because you can probably create the art, bring it in, and do your own thing. So it is easy to use, and let's give some hints about this. Let's say you're going to go on vacation for a month and you're not going to run the Ricoh printer. My suggestion is to take out the ink so that when you come back, you can be printing and ready to go. Mine is running all the time. I love printing. I love to incorporate it in my sewing. And just a few more samples, because I think when we limit ourselves, we do less. So have some fun. I have a couple of aprons that we did. This was for Christmas because we always have a cookie bake. And then this is for Dad for Father's Day. So when you're thinking about quick gifts, this is an easy one. You know, t-shirts, aprons, napkins, all kinds of stuff you can do. And remember color. This one, of course, you've seen many times, but I actually printed that fabric and then do the embroidery on my embroidery machine. But the limitations are endless with the Ricoh RI100 direct-to-garment printer. The software has built-in fonts, built-in colors. You can bring in photos that you took. You can bring in clip art, anything you can think of to do printing. And anything else that, oh, little bibs. There's a lot of babies coming. We have a lot of weddings and babies this year. So just cute little things you can make for those showers too. So I'm going to check in with Blaine. I think we have a few minutes for questions, but let's see what's going on out there. Does anybody have a question? I also want to hear the wonderful special from Blaine too.
Well, thanks, Kelly. I didn't see any questions, but we're going to tell them how they can get it. And I know we'll see you again here tomorrow, okay?
See you then. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, Kelly. All right, everyone. This was the Ricoh R100 printer. Now, we have 3 different packages available for you on this. Now, again, the first one that we're going to talk about is that Home Crafters bundle. Now, it's $39.50. That is, we do have a call-in special on it now. We have some special financing available, and we're going to ship all 3 of these free nationwide to you. Now, what this one's going to come with, you're going to get that R100 printer. You're going to get that A4 plating. And that's the big one. It's like an 8 by, I think it's 8 by 10 or 11. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's an 8 by 11 size. And then you're going to get the 4 ink cartridges. And then you're going to get that USB stick on it. The other one is the Business Startup Bundle. Now, the Business Startup Bundle, what's going to separate it from the Home Crafters Bundle is you're going to get the dryer. Now, in that picture you see right there, the dryer is that bottom piece under the printer, okay? Now, the price on this one, this is the $49.50 price. Now, you're going to get the R100 printer. You're going to get that RH100 dryer finisher that's under it. You're going to get the A4 plating. You're going to get all 4 inks and the USB. And then there's a professional bundle. Now the professional bundle is $59.50. You're going to get the R100 printer. You're getting that R100 dryer finisher. And on this one, you're going to get the A4 plating. Now the A4 plating is like a 6x8 size. And then you're going to get the A4 is the big one. That's the 8x11. The A5 is the 6x8. And so it's a little bit smaller plating. And that's what you're going to actually wrap your garments on to put into print. Then you're getting your ink cartridges plus the USB. All three of these, free shipping nationwide. We do have financing available, and we have great pricing on them. So call in to get that Quilt Fest pricing, 800-401-8151. All right, we're going to continue on with the show. We have Baby Lock coming in the house, and we have Barb Lewis coming back to us. Now, Barb, she's a national educator for Baby Lock with 10 years of experience teaching, sewing, and serging projects. She is always trying to find something new to serge on because she's been our resident serger queen, but she's going to do some sewing today. She loves to see all the possibilities outside of sewing and quilting. She enjoys spending time with her grandchildren and basking in the Utah weather. And today she's going to talk all about that Baby Lock soprano. So y'all, welcome back to the show, Barb Lewis.
Hey, Blaine, how are you today?
I am doing great. How about yourself?
I am doing wonderful. A little rainy, but we're okay.
Well, you're going to have to switch gears because I know you've been in serger mode. Now you're going to have to get in sewing mode.
I have been in serger mode, but it's not that hard to slip back into sewing. Not at all.
Well, good. I know the SMP Nation can't wait. So we're going to let you take it away, and we'll come back in about 30 minutes and tell them how to get the soprano.
Perfect. Let me tell you, anytime you have a Baby Lock, whether it be serger, embroidery, sewing, you've got a gem of a machine. And I want to talk to you about the soprano today. Let me take you right over to her. She is an amazing machine. She has so much on the front here. Now, if you're used to sewing with your big, expensive machine, I want you to know, at least on my desk, I leave my Baby Lock expensive machine, my Solaris, I leave it here. But when I want to travel, I still want to have all those buttons. I want to have all the things that I'm used to. And with this machine right here, you are going to have it. First of all, you're going to notice you've got your foot up, foot down. You've got your thread cutter. Who can live without a thread cutter? And do you want to see how the needle threads? Let's do this. There it is. My needle is threaded. Baby Lock just has such a great way of always making sure that their machines are easy to use. And once again, I have my speed control. I've always got mine on as fast as I can go, which is maybe not the best thing, but that's where I like to sew. I love this soprano. And the nice thing about this, it only weighs 21 pounds. So if you are traveling with it, it is easy to do. And you've got a handle right back up here, lifts right up, and you are ready to go. So this is a great first-time machine. It is a great second machine. It's a great travel machine so that you don't have to take your big machine anywhere with you. And look how many stitches I have on this. There are 300 built-in stitches, and it will stitch at 850 stitches per minute. And that's where I like to be. There are 3 different categories of decorative stitches and my utility stitches. And then here's another category of decorative stitches. Then I have my fonts, which is such a bonus to have all those wonderful fonts. I want to take you over here and show you what things come with your machine, because this is amazing in itself. First of all, it comes with this little tray right here that fits right on your machine. And that's where I like to hide all of my feet that I'm going to use all the time. In fact, we're going to use some of these today, so I'm going to set those aside. But even right here, if you look at all that comes with this machine, you have so many tools and so many wonderful feet. This is what you're going to use for your free motion quilting. Yes, I said free motion quilting. And I'm going to show you how easy that is to get to free motion quilting. And there's my echo foot. Now the echo foot makes it so that you can stitch around things with just an echo. And that's what I'd use in my free motion. but I'm going to set all of these aside and show you this comes with your machine. It is not a separate purchase. This is your walking foot. So if you are used to using a walking foot when you're doing your bindings or even sewing on a heavy, thick fabric or maybe some minky, you're going to be really glad you have this walking foot. You will just love it. Plus, right here, you will see there is a buttonhole foot. Now, the thing about this is it's not only a buttonhole foot, it's a one-step buttonhole. Right here, I'm going to put my button right in there. And it's going to measure how big my button is. So when I make a buttonhole, it's going to exactly fit that button. Now, I don't have to have a button in there if I don't want to. If I just want to maybe do some darning, or I just want to do a decorative buttonhole, I don't have to have a button. But if you're wanting to make it exactly the right size, this is the guy you're going to want to have, because you can see right here, there's the size of the buttonhole. There is the size of the buttonhole that you're going to make. And this button will fit perfectly into that buttonhole. And we're actually going to stitch one out today so you can see how beautiful that is. In fact, let's go on over there. I want to point out something else that we have here. This machine, not only does it come with a tray that you can use all the time and to keep your feet nicely right at your fingertips, but it comes with this table. And this extension table is going to give you 13 more inches to the left of your needle. And you've got 8.3 to the right of your needle. You have so much room to work with. I really love to have my extension table on while I'm sewing. It just supports my fabric so well. But this is how easy it is to get on and off. I'm just going to pop that off, and then you can see what I've got right there. I have a free arm. So if I have a tiny little sleeve or even a bag that I'm trying to sew that does not, and you want to have it go around, you can take this off and you have a free arm right there. Not only with this free arm, boy, I'm going to show you way too much today. With that free arm, you can also sew directionally. And by that, I mean right up here. I can sew forwards and backwards in a zigzag or a straight. I can also sew sideways. And I think we're going to have to show you how that works in just a minute, because you're going to want to see that. We also have a knee lift that comes with. So if you want to keep your hands right on your project all the time, and you don't want to come back up here all the time to be touching that button or raising it back here, because yeah, you can raise it in the back. You can keep your hands on the project and just use your knee to lift that foot. Some great, great things that you're used to in your big machine, but now you've got it right here. And the nice thing about this is it's easy to keep clean. You're just going to pop this little top off your bobbin cover, and you're going to clean it out. You're going to brush it out. Never do you need to oil this machine. I think that's what makes it so wonderful. You never have to oil this. You take it in like once a year and have your tech just look it over and give it some good oil up inside here. But never do you have to do anything. And with your purchase of this machine comes a 60-day access to the video vault. And there are over 1,100 different videos that you can watch on all the Baby Lock machines. And there are projects and classes just for the soprano. I tell you, there are so many things on here. And look over here. I have an LCD screen right here. And there is so much info right here. And when I touch the different buttons, I'm going to go to a different stitch. And it tells me right there which foot to have on, what the stitch is, what the category I am in, how wide it is, how long it is, and my tension. It's all right there on the screen for me. And not only that, but I can press this button right here, which gives me the automatic foot up, foot down. And I'm going to show you that in just a minute, because that is amazing. You can also do automatically tie off and trim your threads. So those three buttons right there, I usually have those on all the time because I really like them. I'll turn them off for now. There are also right here, having it tell you which foot do you have on. That really saves me a lot of time going to my book and back from my book so that I can know right here which foot I want to have on. So this one's telling me my J foot, and that's my standard utility foot that I have on most of the time anyway. And there are 10 buttonholes if you look up here. So why do you need 10 buttonholes? Well, some of them are made for wool. So if you got really thick fabric, you're not going to have a whole bunch of threads in there. You only have exactly what you need. And then it has another feature in here called a memorized stitch. I'm going to go to that because I tell you, there are some stitches in here that I use all the time. And this may be one of them, but I don't always like it right in the middle. Maybe I want it all the way to the left. I can even go to the left-hand stitch, but it doesn't take me as far as I want to go. So right here, I can bump my needle where I want it to be. And this will move it 1 millimeter at a time. And I can move that stitch wherever I want it to be. And then if I like it there, I'm just going to hit memory. And it's going to save that stitch in that place. So every time I go to it, it's going to be right there. But what if I don't want to have it there all the time? Maybe I've changed my mind. All I have to do is put return to factory settings and save it. You see how easy that was? I have just saved my favorite stitch where I want it to be, and it saved it, but now it unsaved it just because I asked it to do it. And right down here, I actually have a memory pocket. So if I have created a stitch up here that I just love and I want to repeat it maybe later on, I just put it in my memory. And then I can just pull it out of my memory and redo it. Maybe I've written a name or a happy birthday to someone and I want to do it over and over again. Then I just put it in my memory and I'm going to pull it out. All right, I want to show you some of these fantastic stitches I've been talking about. First of all, I'm going to put my foot down, but I want to have my automatic foot up, foot down. This is my pivoting feature. I love this feature. I'm going to go to an applique stitch. Whoops, I want to go to 34. That will give me a beautiful, this one just sinks right into your fabric. And you don't even see it. If you've got matching thread or even a nylon filament, you will never see this stitch. Let me show you how pretty this is. And what happens when I let my foot up on the gas? My foot comes up right here. So I can do a perfect corner around an applique, and I can keep my hands right on my project, turn it around, and there I go. And there I go. I have perfect corners because I was able to leave my hands right on my project. So if you were doing maybe a heart or a star or even some of those delicate appliques that we love to do, know that you have full control and total control. These are things you would expect to find in a very fancy big machine, and you've got it right here in this one. I'm going to trim my thread because I want to get that out of the way. I want to tell you something that this machine has. I'm going to go back to another stitch. I'm going to go back to a straight stitch because this has what is called, I'm going to get the perfect name for you because I want to make sure I get it right. It has a built-in fabric sensor. Okay, so I folded this. This is a heavy denim. I folded that up over the top, and I'm going to show you how beautiful, because this machine right here, this machine can sense how thick the fabric is, and you can go up over a bump. Let me show you how beautiful that stitch is. I didn't even miss a beat. I could go up, I could be sewing over denim and sew through denim and through those heavy seams that you have all the time. And there you've got it right there. And you do not have any quality in your stitch to be changed. It is just beautiful. I'm even going to do that again. And I'm going to go through even thicker fabric. So I have folded that over again. And I want you to see how great that stitch is. Beautiful stitch. You don't even realize I've gone through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 layers of denim and still a beautiful stitch. All right, I want to put that old buttonhole foot on. We have drop feet off. I love that. They're just drop on and off. Okay, I'm going to put this underneath. And I'm just going to snap that foot on right there. And I'm going to get a piece of fabric under this. And I'm going to show you how easy it is to do a buttonhole. I'm going to choose a pretty buttonhole. I think I will do, there are so many I just have to choose, right? I have to choose something. There I go. I'm going to choose number 85. It tells me to put my A foot on, which is this foot right here. And I'm going to put my little sensor down and I'm going to put it between so it's measuring that button. And I'm just going to step on the gas. My hands are out of the way and look what happens. And then stitching backward and forward, doing exactly what I wanted to do. And when it's finished, it will stop. Have you ever done a buttonhole that easy? This is a one-step buttonhole. And I'm still pressing on the gas, but it stopped. I'm going to cut my threads and lift my foot. And look at that. Is that beautiful? Let's test that out. I'm going to put my sensor back up. Let's test that with this button. Look at that. That is the perfect button for that buttonhole. Wow. And it's so beautiful. And you've got 10 different ones that you can use on this. All right, let's get that button attacher foot out. You didn't even know you had one of these. But right here, I can put my button right inside there. And I am going to line my button up so the holes are right there on my foot between those red dots. And I'm going to put this foot on my machine. Boy, I hope you're seeing some things that you will just love. Because now we're going to put this button on. All right, I do have to pick the button stitch, which on this machine is 90. And that's even going to tell me right over here, I'm now installing a button. I need to have my M foot on, and that's exactly what I have. I'm going to turn my hand wheel to make sure that I'm going to definitely clear those buttonholes, and I did. Now I'm going to step on the gas. And when it's finished, it's finished. If I want to reinforce it, I can do it again. Is that so great? I'm just going to slide it out. And there we have it. We have the perfect button in the perfect buttonhole. And that was easy. So now when your son comes to you and says, hey, my button's falling off my shirt, you know that you can put it on pretty easy. You don't have to say no anymore. Okay, I'm going to raise my foot up. I'm going to take this foot off. And I want to show you another fun thing that this machine will do, because it will actually do a, I'm going to put this foot on here first before I start talking. It will actually do an overcast stitch. So this is a foot that comes with the machine, and this will do a great overcasting stitch. So I'm going to pick the overcasting stitch, which is going to be 90. Nope, it's going to be 27. There's so many stitches, you have to remember every one of them, don't you? All right, so I'm just going to line my fabric up in there. It's telling me right there I need to have my G foot on, and this is the stitch it's going to be. And I'm just going to stitch this down. So if you don't have a serger and you just have a little piece you want to just finish with a serge stitch, You're going to see this and you're going to love it. So what it's doing is stitching back and forth on this to give it a serged look. And look at that. There I have a beautiful serge stitch. And that is done with the G foot. Let me show you another foot that I have here. This is another one that I really, really like. This is called the R foot. And this is what you would do, say, a blind hem with it. All right, so let's do a blind hem. I'm going to go to number 36. And these stitches are all programmed right into the machine. So there's nothing you have to do or figure out. You just have to know which button to push. And I'm going to line that up. I have my blind hem stitch picked out. I have my blind hem foot on. And once again, if I had matching threads, you would be, it looks like I've got a thread caught back there. We're just going to let her go. You would have a beautiful blind hem. All right, and I'm going to pull that out. And there I have a blind hem. Do you see how easy that was to do? And do you see how many functions this machine has? And this is just a small 21-pound machine, and you've got it right here. And you still have your automatic bobbin winder right up here. You still have your drop-in bobbin, which I love because I can see if I'm getting low on bobbin. I don't even have to wonder because it's right there in front of me. All right, I want to take you back to my regular foot here, because I'm going to show you something you can do on this machine that is so easy to do. In fact, you're going to love it. All right, I'm going to go back to just a regular straight stitch, but this time I'm going to increase my length up to the longest length. I'm going to increase my tension to the highest tension. So you have the two biggest numbers you can come up with. And if this doesn't knock your socks off, I don't know what will. I love this. Do you see what it's doing back there? Now, if you've ever sewn with me, you know that I love ruffles. And here we go. We have a beautiful ruffle. This is about a 2-to-1 ruffle. And this can be done, yes, right here on this machine. So why wouldn't you want to? Won't you be adding ruffles to everything that you do? There's also a foot that you can get for this called the gathering foot that will allow you to gather your fabric underneath and put a flat fabric on top in one stitch. I'm going to continue this on the other side and show you what I can do with this ruffle and with this stitch. All right, there I go. I had just created some ruching. Is that so fun to do? I'll bet you will find many places that you can do this with. Now, another thing this machine will do, which to me is totally amazing, I'm going to go to my settings pages and I'm going to go to page number 6. Because this is how easy it is to get in free motion. I have just put it in. Let me go back up there. It just moves around so fast, doesn't it? Okay, I am going to put my free motion on. I've now got it on, and I'm going to go right back and I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to put my foot down. But you can see how if you get your free motion foot on here, this is going to hover around and you will be able to do free motion quilting just that easy. Right on your machine with this huge extension table. Of course, I want to have my free motion foot on, which I just have my utility foot on. So let me just pop this off so you can kind of see how easy that's going to be. That is just going to roll around and I will be doing free motion quilting right on my machine. You don't even have to go to your big machine because you have the ability right here. So we've covered a lot of things. We've talked about all of these stitches up here. One thing I haven't mentioned is that when you get into your decorative stitches, there is something called step stitches. So right down here, there are step stitches right here where you can create your own stitch that is very personal to you. So you can do a part of that one and a part of this one and step them around back and forth, meaning you will have create a stitch that nobody else will have. I tell you, this machine, I really like it. And I own one of these and I use it all the time. It's a great addition to my sewing machine library because, you know, they've told us that the average sewer has 8 machines. So this is one of my 8 and I love it. Easy to use. 21 pounds is all it takes. And it has all the features that you're used to with a baby lock machine. All the buttons, if you know any of these buttons on any of the machines, you can sit down and sew with this today. And you look at all those button holes, amazing. Well, I had just talked to you a lot about this. I want to show you a few things that I have made with this machine because I think it is that good. Let me move some things out of the way. Right here, I didn't even talk about the serpentine stitch, but this is one of my favorite stitches to quilt with because you don't even have to be straight. So you're going to be piecing, you're going to be quilting. And right here, I have added a ruffle. I told you I like ruffles. And so I can ruffle it on this machine and then apply it to my project. And then I have quilted it right in here. This is another thing you can do on this machine. This is called Bobbin Works. This is where I put a heavier thread in my bobbin and I can do some decorative stitches with it. It doesn't even have to be embroidery. I can also do some free motion quilting, which is what I've done right here. Just makes it so fun and easy. I love to free motion quilt. Then this project is very appropriate right now with Easter coming. This is my ruffling that I've done right here. I have created this applique all around and I have quilted it and pieced it together. Then this project I have also done with the doodle applique, which I really like to do. This right here is done just with my free motion. And I have drawn a few lines and I've just followed them, but not perfectly. I love to doodle applique. And I have gone around each one of these with this 13.5-inch throat on the left-hand side and the 8.3 on the right-hand side. You will be able to have plenty of room to do all that you need to do. I really love that. Oh, I think I've talked your ear off. I've told you so many things about this soprano. Blaine, have we got some good deals on this machine? Are there any questions that I need to answer?
Well, hey, Barb, I don't think there's any questions out there that I saw, but I tell you what, I know they're wanting to know how to get this. So thank you so much. I know
you are welcome.
Pulled double duty this week.
I
We
love
sure
it.
appreciate it. And I know we'll see you again real soon, but I'm going to tell them how they can get this.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Barb. Okay, everybody, this was the Baby Lock Soprano. Now, this is a sewing-only machine, and this, as you saw, Barb really showed all the great features this has. The price on this is $24.99. We do have a Quilt Fest price on it. You have to call in to get the special pricing. Financing is available, free shipping right to your doorstep, 800-401-8151. Now, again, this thing has that LCD screen on it, 300 built-in stitches, 99 utility, 10 one-step buttonholes, 94 decorative, 17 satin, 18 decorative satin, 14 cross stitch, 58 combination utility stitches, 5 built-in alphabets, has the maximum utility stitch width of 7 millimeters, the stitch length up to 5 millimeters. And this thing has so many features. It is unbelievable. It has an 8.3-inch workspace to the right of the needle. So you have some room there to do some, if you wanted to do some small quilts on that as well. Everything on this, guys, it has full of features. If you want to take a look and check out those features on it, just go to smplive.tv. When you get to the page, you'll see where it says Day 2 products. Just scroll to the right until you see the Soprano. You can click on it right there. It'll take you right to the product page, or you can just go to our website, SewingMachinesPlus.com. Type in Baby Lock Soprano in the search bar, and it'll take you right to the product page. So there's a couple different ways you can get there. Again, guys, $24.99. Give us a call for the call-in special. This is a great machine, and if you're in need for a sewing machine, I would look no further. All right, so let's continue with the show. Let's bring my co-host back in, Miss Jane Klaus.
Hello, Blaine. Hi. her
Hey,
voice,
Jane.
Belle's
So,
voice is so soothing.
oh, I know. She's such an awesome presenter.
Oh, Barb's voice. Sorry.
Barb, yes. I got a big shout out to Linda Brooks out there. Linda Brooks added to our joke. So, basically, a sewing machine walked into a bar and a guy said, "Hey, are you a singer?" And the sewing machine said, "Why? Do you know me?" And she said, she added on and says, "Well, you look like my brother."
I was thinking that's great, Linda.
So good job, Linda Brooks.
Thank you, Linda Brooks. Good for you. I love it. You guys, okay, this is good. I want to hear more jokes, more dad jokes from all of our friends today.
And then we added on to that joke. It says, "You look like my brother." No, but you look like a Viking.
Yeah.
All right. So I got a good joke for you.
Okay.
So how does a quilter travel?
With its stash.
Stitch hiking.
All right, I got one for you.
All right.
Why do quilters not like to play hide and seek with their fabric?
I have no idea.
Because with a stash that big, who can hide?
True.
I know. I thought that was more true than a joke, but really.
Yeah, sometimes the jokes are true. All right. Well, hey, we got to continue on with the event. We got another great presentation coming up next. We'll let you take it away.
Thank you,
and
Blaine.
I will see all y'all just a little bit.
That's right. We can't continue to yuck it up all day, although we would really like to, right?
I know. Got to pace our material, so we're here all week.
Right. Well, that was funny. I was just going to do another one, but you're right. We're here all week. Okay, I'll take it away from here. All right. Thanks, Blaine. See you later. I love it. All right, we're going to move on and talk to our friends from Grace and about the Little Rebel and the Cutie Breeze, Melinda Romero and Mark Martin. Let me tell you all about these guys. Melinda is Sewing Machines Plus personal account executive at Grace, and she provides world-class customer service. She graduated from Salt Lake Community College and is currently based in West Valley City, USA. And Mark Martin is the sales and customer relations manager for the Grace Company. With a team of 9 amazing account executives, he manages the day-to-day sales operations with both customers and dealers. Mark has been with Grace for over 10 years and started as an AE. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and say hi to Melinda and Mark. Hey, y'all. How are you?
I put my hands together. Yeah, I'll put it together.
Yeah, put your hands together. A round of applause.
Yes.
Melinda and Mark. So, how are you guys doing?
We're good. How are you today, Jane?
I'm good. You guys have a joke or anything?
Well, it's funny you guys talk about dad jokes. I don't have any quilting dad jokes, but every day when I get my sales team together, I always do a dad joke. Either they like it or they don't. So you want dad joke?
Yeah, of course.
Because I'm all full of them. Okay.
I love a good dad joke.
All right. Why can't dinosaurs be your buddies?
Why can't dinosaurs be your buddies?
Because they're dead. Okay.
Oh, Mark.
That was intense.
Yeah, like camping. Like camping.
Yeah.
Okay, I got one more.
Okay, all right.
What's orange and sounds like a parrot?
What is orange and sounds like a parrot?
A carrot. All right. That's all. I don't want to take them all out, so.
Oh, my sides. I'm in stitches.
Good one.
See, those are really true dad jokes. The ones before are really good quilting dad jokes, but
Mark.
I got young kids and they love it. So
we love it. We love it.
Yeah.
Listen, the more is more and less is before. You got a joke, we want to hear it. Okay, so you guys are going to talk about the Little Rebel and the Cutie Breeze, yeah?
Yes. We're
Okay,
super excited. So
and we'll leave the joke telling to the end, but I want to see what you guys got.
perfect.
Awesome.
Yeah, we don't want to scare everybody else away from SMP event. We want to keep them with us. So I will not do any more of those jokes. And we'll talk about, right? Come on. They're not that bad. Come on. Maybe a little bad. I'll give you that. Maybe a little bad. But that's why they're called dad's jokes. Okay. So yes, we are going to be talking about the Little Rebel
on the Cutie Breeze.
On the Cutie Breeze. two of my favorite paired together. There's a reason why we put the little Rebel on the Cutie Breeze, and I think that's what we're going to go over right now. But I think there's a reason why we paired this as a perfect combo, right, Melinda?
It is, yes, yes. So I'm hoping everybody had tuned in yesterday and caught our episode where we did talk about the Little Rebel, whether sewing or push quilting. Now we're taking the Little Rebel to the next level, putting it on a frame, the Cutie Breeze, making it a very versatile, user-friendly, easy machine to operate.
Yes. The reason why I love this pair is we want to keep, when we transition from a smaller machine, push quilting, to a frame, to a longer machine, it can be uncomfortable, it could be scary, it's not common, it's not familiar. The transition could be,
There's a learning curve.
There's a learning curve.
Yes.
So the Little Rebel, and maybe put in the comments if that's you, if you have a domestic machine and you push quilt, and there's nothing wrong with push quilting, okay? There's wonderful quilters out there that push quilt, that's great. But think about it this way. If you're ready to quilt and you're like, okay, I got 5 quilt tops, I have 10 quilt tops, and then you look at them like, that's a queen, that's a queen, that's a queen, that's a king, and you start looking at the sizes that you push quilt. How many of you get excited when you look at your system and it's a sit-down table and you have your machine on top knowing that you got to push quilt? How many of you get excited to push quilt a queen size, a king size, or maybe even smaller?
Even a twin, even a twin.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I did. So when we did training on the Little Rebel, we made little pot holders, and we just had, what was it, maybe a 12 by 12 square sandwich that we were push quilting, and I absolutely did not like that process. It was hard. It felt like the direction I wanted to go, and I went, everything kind of went sideways, and it's like, no, that is not what I wanted to do. So yes, let's hear, who looks forward to push quilting those larger quilts or any size quilt.
Yeah, and as they come in, Melinda, if you see any, pop them out.
Kathy Gruber, I do not get excited push quilting a big quilt through a domestic.
Yeah,
and why is that, Mark?
It's not as exciting. It's probably, okay, think like your chair. Let's start your chair, where you're sitting, you're hunched over. So you end up like, I'm going to turn the side here. So you end up like maybe like this, and you have your hands and you're pushing through, your shoulders, or you're trying to grip the fabric and you put it over your shoulder. So your chair you're in, the table that you're sitting on, and maybe you're just getting older, that the grip strength, or you're just not in a comfortable state anymore to do that. It's not very fun. Now, don't get me wrong again. Quilters who push quilt and they do a really good job, that is great. However, we all know, there's no hiding around this, that when you push quilt, it can be a little more tense on your shoulders. It's a workout, okay?
A full, well, I wouldn't say a full body, but an upper body workout.
Yeah.
And mental.
Yeah,
as
we
well.
live in a time right now that, we want stuff easier. We want stuff at our fingertips really, really quick. We want that transition to be easy, fun, and less stressful. This is quilting. Let's have fun quilting, right? You look at your quilt tops, you have those queens, you have those kings, and you're like, yes, I got 5 of them, I got 10 of them, I got 3 of them. Let's get excited to quilt. So next time someone says, are you excited to quilt that? Yes, I am. And that's what we want to say. And going back to this is how exciting it is to transition. Going back to what I said earlier, the Little Rebel is a perfect transition to go from your domestic machine to your long arm, or from your domestic to the Little Rebel, right?
Yes.
There's not any gizmos, gadgets. It's not a whole learning curve. It's something that we can do when you get out of the box and you put it right on the Little Rebel. And now you can start taking those quilts, whatever size they are, on the Cutie. And those who've been watching these events for a long time and know about Grace Company and buying through S&P, you know that we have the Cutie frame available and what it does, right? It's a Cutie. It's a tabletop to allow you to do your large quilts. And they're easier to do. So, Melinda.
Yes.
Let's jump in.
All right.
And let's talk about the transit, or how easy it is, and what features do you get with the Little Rebel? Domestic machine, right? You got foot pedal.
Yes.
Right.
So the Little Rebel, you can use it with a foot pedal, or we have the start-stop mechanism, which comes with the machine and easy to install on the frame. That puts your start-stop, needle up, needle down, right at your fingertips. This way you're not reaching to the side of the machine, kind of looking, what button do I push? How do I stop this thing? Right at your fingertips, easily accessible, ready to go. I love the 13-inch throat on the machine. I love the 8-inch harp height. I love the built-in bobbin winder. I love the throat lights on the machine. And I love the light in the bobbin case area. I love everything about the machine. I love the built-in regulation. I mean, I could go on. Mark, tell us some of your favorite features.
Well, everything that you named. That's how the throat space, for one. So if you do want to sit down and use it, right, you have the taller harp this way, so that you're able to get the large quilts wrapped up in the middle here. It's easy transition to go from quilting to sewing. So you can go into quilting mode, which I love. So this is a true quilting machine, and that's what I really love about it. It's not a machine
But
that
wait, I thought it was a sewing machine.
Yeah, well, it's true both. It's a true sewing and true quilting, but in this aspect, it's a true quilting machine. And the reason why we say it's true sewing and true quilting is we take our domestic machine that was meant for sewing, and we're using it as quilting, whether with a foot pedal, right, or pushing, and that's when we could get inconsistent stitches. The Little Rebel is a true quilting machine, so you can take it from sewing straight to quilting. The regulation is built into the machine, so it is a hybrid between both of them. You're not taking one machine and trying to do something that it's not really meant to do, but we just over time started using those machines for that purpose. Right. This absolutely is a quilting machine. Okay, because it is a quilting machine, it has a larger motor, right?
Yes. Awesome motor.
Yep, it's bigger. 1,600 stitches per minute.
Yes, so incredibly fast, easy breezy way to get through your sewing projects, but bottom line, your quilting projects on the machine itself. That's quite fast.
It is.
1,600 stitches.
It is. Wow. Really, really fast. And we'll turn it on here so you guys can see how well it stitches. But just like all product, they're products that we come out with to help your process, right? It's not the end all say all. It's not to fix everything. Hoop quilting is fantastic because it takes away from the table aspect, it takes away from pushing, but now you're hooping the fabric, right?
Yes.
Some people love that, some people don't.
Right, so I always tell people, we've been coloring, drawing, doodling since we were 3, 4, 5 years old?
2.
2?
No, just
okay,
kidding.
Whatever.
I'm just kidding.
So but we've been doing this motion our entire lives practically when we're push quilting. So again, we're using our arms, our upper body strength, we're pushing that quilt through the machine. We're doing this motion. It's completely unnatural from what we've been doing since we were 2, 3, 4 years old, which is this motion. When we put a machine on the frame, we're back to doing this motion. It's a more natural, we already have that muscle memory because we've been doing coloring, drawing, doodling since we were, a very young age, 2, 3, 4, 5 years old. Our whole lives we've been doing that. So again, it's just that natural movement, the ease of the machine on the frame. And I'll tell people, Mark, yes, you can push quilt. Yes, you can have the strain on your upper body. But shifting and moving fabric on a hoop style frame is so much easier than trying to manage all that fabric. I've seen some bizarre pictures, of what people use to hold fabric, in the front, in the back, and hefting the quilt over their shoulder. And it's like, I don't know if I would ever want to do that.
Yep, absolutely. And we're seeing some questions, so we'll answer the questions as we go along. So keep popping the questions in and we'll get through them. If we miss them, then we'll leave some time at the end to answer the questions. But as we're looking at this system, so the entire system, this is how big it is. So the Little Rebel, we talked about the throat size, 13 inches, right? 8-inch harp, stitch regulation built in, throat lights. Beautiful design on the side of the machine, built-in bobbin winder at the top, M-class bobbin, so it has a larger M-class bobbin like the quilting machine. Okay, and then it's on a 4-foot cutie frame.
Yes.
Okay, 4-foot cutie frame.
Well,
So
cutie breeze frame.
Yep, sorry, cutie breeze frame, 4 foot, on a table that is easily accessible from your own home, or you can go get one. We use a lot of lifetime tables. You can get like at, you know, certain warehouse places, you know, any flat surface, so your dining table, coffee table. So it's only 4 foot. So it's just as big as your sit-down table that you probably had your domestic on. So as far as space, what I love about this entire system too is it's non-dedicated. Right, Melinda? Yes. You don't have to go in your already busy sewing room and say, where am I going to fit this? Well, because it's a tabletop accessory to the little Rebel is what I call that. You can put it anywhere you want in your home.
Yes.
If you have a basement, put it down there. You can put it upstairs. You can put it in the kitchen. If you're in an area where the weather's nice, take it outside to quilt, put it in an RV.
That's what I can't wait for this spring,
Yeah.
when the days are nice
Listen to
and
the birds.
warm. And yes,
Yep.
exactly.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and fire it up, okay, and we're going to start quilting. The stitch regulation is all built in, so no more encoder wheels. Very smooth, very easy. The transition from domestic machine to the little Rebel is seamless, which I love, right?
What I love about the regulation, so look at your computer mouse on the bottom, flip it over where the little red light is. That's an optical reader. That's what tells your machine whether it's plugged in or it's a wireless and you're connected with the Bluetooth adapter. That little red light is telling pretty much your computer where the mouse is on your mouse pad and correlating that to the screen. The optical encoder works very similar to your mouse.
Yep.
So I love that feature.
Yeah, very, very nice. Well said. Okay, so we're going to turn it on, and we're going to move that around. Okay, and you can see like beautiful stitches, stitch regulation, no matter how slow or how fast I go, those stitches are staying. And I'm using this with one hand, okay?
Is it heavy with one hand?
Not heavy at all.
So I know the machine stitching, it's a little bit loud, so let's go ahead and...
Oh, heck no, I can't stop when I start. Like you talk about doodling when you're 3 years old. I'm a little older than 3 and I can't stop. So you're right.
Yes.
So, and it's not as loud. Now, it's probably hard to hear where you're at, but even standing right here, it's not as loud. It's a quilting machine with a bigger motor.
Right.
So it's going to be a little louder than most domestics because it's just, you know, a smaller motor. It's not going in speeds that this is hitting up to. So, I mean, I could hear you talk. It wasn't as loud. And when you're quilting, you're in your area anyways. And we're giving you a tool that makes your quilting experience easier.
Yes.
Sound is a good thing to worry about, but to me, that was not loud at all.
It's not terrible, not terrible at all. So Mark, we saw you moving the machine really just with your fingertips, one-handed moving the machine. I contribute that to the Cutie having the dual wheel carriage system. So the tracks are dual wheel, the carriage is dual wheel. A lot of other frames out in the market that are available, a lot of those are a single wheel. So yes, a single wheel track system is smooth, but I'll tell you what, as soon as you start moving a machine on a carriage across a frame that has a dual track, you immediately notice that difference. I think that's probably one of my favorite features about the Cutie Breeze. We've incorporated that advanced feature, which is found on our high-end frames, also on the Cutie.
Yeah, so sacrificing a lot from the high-end frames, you're not getting a lot less when you go to the little Rebel, right, with the Cutie, Cutie Breeze. So as she's mentioning, the Cutie Breeze has a dual track system, smooth ball bearing wheels as you're moving it over. It's just really nice to operate, and it's the next step up from your quilting, right, Melinda? So, So biggest thing with Little Rebel, as you can see quilting, that you have a larger workspace, and if you have a lot of quilt tops, you can go through them at a quicker pace, and it's not a race, but you can go through them faster and faster and faster with ease. Now you can stand, you can sit as you use the machine, and you have the nice handlebars up top that allows you to move it around with these as we're going along. So beautiful stitches as well for what this has to offer. Now, You know, a lot of great comments are coming in, and I love reading them. You know, from I want to quilt now. You can start quilting. The Little Rebel and the Cutie Breeze just gives you a package. Now, again, it's not the end all sale. So you're going to see a wonderful price at the end of this of what this will cost.
Yes.
Okay?
Now, in addition to the combo, the machine and the frame, we also have an awesome accessory package with our machine this month as well. So we'll SMP will get into that when they come back on. We still have a few more minutes to get there. But a few things, you know, some people may have other Unique machines. You may already have like the 3-piece hopping foot set. You may have the 9-piece hopping foot set. You may have the Quilt Perfect ruler set. You may have the standalone glide foot. You may have the 360 Wonder Foot. If you already have those other feet, they will also work on the Little Rebel. So you don't have to upgrade, you know, and get different feet. Or let's say you start with the Little Rebel and down the road you upgrade to another Unique machine because you want a larger throat area. These feet, again, will work on those Unique machines as well.
Yep, absolutely. So a lot of wonderful accessories from the feet. You could also put a laser on. There's pattern sets you can go on there. You can even put automation on the Little Rebel. So you can even go as far as our Quilt Motion edge to edge or Plus or Pro on the automation or on the Little Rebel. But in this particular package, you know, as we get later on, you hear about the price. But what I would love about the price is it's the best price. You get the best bang for your buck. There are more expensive machines out there. There's bigger frames, right? There's quieter this. Do you have a large throat here? You can do this. Absolutely you can. But we're talking about you right now that is looking to upgrade or transition from your domestic machine. Maybe there's a budget, right, you're trying to hit. And you're trying to keep to that budget so you're not breaking the bank. But you still want to quilt because you love quilting. You don't want to have the fatigue, maybe the pain that comes from the struggle,
the frustration.
Yes. And so the price that you'll see later is the best bang for your buck for the Little Rebel and the Cutie Breeze. Yes. Again, we all have to start somewhere. And if you can go bigger with your budget, then great. But think about you, where you're at right now in your quilting journey. And this is a journey, right? You're going to start somewhere and continue to build. And that's why I love what we've done as a company to offer these types of products for quilters who want to get away from some of these struggles or intense situations that we come up with.
Not like camping.
Not like camping. Yeah, not like camping. So. But I love the accessories you brought in because it gives another element, right, to quilting. And you saw how easy it was to hold with one hand. Means your other hand, you can hold down a ruler template, right, by moving around. So just like all the long arm experiences, you get at a phenomenal package that they'll bring up here shortly.
Yes. Now you mentioned doing ruler work with the Little Rebel. So as of right now, yes, you can kind of hold the ruler with your hand. We don't quite yet have the ruler base for the Little Rebel. That is coming though. You know, so if you're interested in the Little Rebel, if you think you're going to like doing ruler work, just know the ruler base is coming for the machine.
Yep.
Now, Mark, I know we talked a lot about the Little Rebel. I probably couldn't talk about it enough. We could still keep talking about it. But I do want to focus just a little bit more on the Cutie Breeze frame itself. So we've had the original Cutie. When did that debut?
Like 4 years ago, a little 4 years ago.
3, maybe 4 years ago, roughly that time frame. So we heard, you know, from all of our customers that had the original Cutie. We've made some wonderful advancements to the frame itself, just to make it easier to use, funner to use. So let's kind of talk about those few upgrades.
So upgrades, first on the clips on the back, right? We have now plastic clips instead of, if you saw the original one, it had bungees, and there's nothing wrong with the bungees. Enough information and points given to us that we made a change, just because, you know, you get a few people talking about it, let's make a change. So we have the nice plastic clips back here that hold your fabric in place, so no more bungees. We also eliminated the ones from the front because we have the handles on top of the machine, which I love. The handlebars on top of the machine. Most machines have handles attached to the machine, so that's where you familiar with or want to be familiar with. So you have the handles on top. Allows you to float the fabric over the front. The other thing we did was we made it easy to set up. Now, setting the original one up wasn't all that bad, but this one is a breeze.
Yep. So
no pun intended, but this one is really a breeze to set up.
So the original Cutie was what, 26, 27
Yep.
steps from start to finish to set up. The Cutie Breeze, down
Yep.
to 6 steps.
Yep.
Again, it's a breeze, super simple, super quick. So many people, I don't think people will find the instructions hard to read or frustrating. I've heard the opposite, easy to follow, easy to get everything set up. Time and time again, whether it's the Cutie Breeze, whether it's any of our other frames or products, the instructions are very well written, phenomenal,
Yep.
superb instructions. So whoever has that job here at Grace, thank you.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so yeah, just wonderful upgrades, easy to raise and lower. So if you have and it can expand out. So you can keep the same frame and go from your domestic to hopefully now this package where you got Little Rebel, and then from the Little Rebel you can go up to a 16-inch machine to a 19-inch Unique machine. So you have options. So that's what
amazing.
I really love. Yeah, keep the same frame.
Up to a 19-inch. Wow.
Yeah, on the same frame.
Wow.
Okay. Maintenance. So I love all of our machines, especially the Little Rebel when it comes to maintenance. You have a peace of mind when you get the Little Rebel that you can, in your own home, maintain the machine. We've have a lot of resources and videos to help you maintain it. So no matter where you're at and you get the Little Rebel, it's easy for you to keep maintained in your own home. So you have that peace of mind that you're going to have a machine that's going to last you a very, very long time. A lot of the same hardware and build from the Little Rebel we took from our high-end machine. So a lot of the expensive part of our high-end we brought into the Little Rebel. So again that sacrifice, we don't want to cut a lot of corners, right? We still want to give you affordable, long arm,
Easily
maintainable
functional.
without losing a lot of that one doesn't have this and this and this and this. That list is very short when you look at the Little Rebel to our other machines.
Yes.
Especially the M-class bobbin. So the M-class bobbin, you're going to find that you're going to be able to do a lot more projects because it has that larger bobbin that comes with it. Sealed machine, ball bearing. So again, those types of features that come with the machine gives you that peace of mind as you quilt. So you're going to have a machine that's going to take care of you as long as you take care of it.
Yes. Now, I saw a question pop up, and I apologize, I didn't catch the name, but the question was, is there a weight limit for a machine that will work on the Cutie Breeze?
Yeah, great question. I would say we haven't found what that weight limit is. Even our 19 and 16s can fit on there.
Mm-hmm.
It is a very strong plate that sits on top of wheels and tracks, and it sits on top of your table.
Yep.
So the
I
weight
would
on
say
there.
base your weight limit on the table or the solid flat surface that you have the Cutie frame set up on.
Yep. If there's any other questions that we missed, if they can come up. If not, we'll try to get through them. I love, sounds great, ready to quilt. Love the machine. So do we. It's, again, a great way to transition. Just the sound, just, turn it on. And we can, go and quilt and keep that same nice movement all the way through as it's quilting. And so easy access with the hands as we're moving around, and you have that wonderful light as it's going. Okay, so I just wanted to do that one more time, just because I know everybody's like, oh, they like to see, it quilting. This has been a top tier machine for us, just because
since we launched, right after
it.
Houston, so November, December, we had shipped through all of our pre-orders. It was a crazy, hectic, busy time, but browsing social media, it was so much fun seeing the different posts in the different quilting groups about people receiving their little rebels that have unboxed and they jumped feet first using their machine with their frame and the joy, the enthusiasm, that people have and continue to have with the machine, because it allows them to continue doing their hobby, with a smaller footprint in their homes.
That's right. Well, Melinda, is there anything else about this system that we want to share with everybody?
I would just say, if you've been pondering, on a machine to get, if you're on the fence for a sewing machine, but you also want to quilt, with the little rebel, you have the larger throat space. I would say, I would encourage anybody, go for the package that will give you all of it. So you have your sewing machine, you have your quilting machine, you have the frame. It's a one and done package. It truly is.
That's right. I love some of the comments. Stop teasing me. Treat me to, you don't tease yourself. Look at. We'll get right now. We'll turn it back over and listen to the wonderful price, because again, very affordable. The accessories, right, that come with it, very, very easy, very fun to use. No training necessary, quick and easy. And again, that transition is what we want to help you transition from where you're at along your journey to get something bigger and better along the way, because we're always looking to upgrade. This probably won't be your last machine if you're looking to get. You're going to want something bigger. You're going to want something a little faster. So that's always going to happen. But I love Little Rebel on the Cutie Breeze. So don't torment and tease yourself. Once you see the price, jump on the phone and give them a call to place your order. So let's go ahead and...
Well, let's get back to Jane.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yep, let's go ahead and get that price up here.
Hey guys, Mark and Melinda, that was a great presentation. By the way, Mark, you said it best. You said it's a journey. You got to start and continue to build. We all got to start somewhere. You also said this is the best bang for your buck. So I'm going to tell them what that bang is and what that buck's going to be. But you guys are amazing. Mark and Melinda, thank you so much for joining us on Quilt Fest.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
You bet.
Have a great afternoon.
Thanks. We'll see you soon. Okay, everybody. Well, let's find out what the best bang for the buck is. You saw it here, the Grace Little Rebel straight stitch sewing and quilting machine. You're seeing it there. There's a call in special. You got your Quilt Fest pricing, $26.99. But guess what? It's a call in special because it is Quilt Fest 2024. You're getting free accessories package with this. It's a $500 value. So not only are you getting this straight stitch sewing and quilting machine, you're also getting the accessory package. So you know what to do. 800-401-8151. Mark said it, best bang for your buck, and you got to start somewhere. And today is the day to start. Okay, moving on. We have the Cutie Breeze tabletop fabric frame. I love this. I love this because it's tabletop fabric frame and you can put it anywhere. If you're tight on space, this is fantastic. Okay, so you got your Quilt Fest pricing there, $8.99. That's easy. That's great. Oh, but guess what? Call in special, 800-401-8151. Combo the two. Best bang for your buck. We all got to start somewhere. These are all quotes from Melinda and Mark. 800-401-8151. And they also said, easy, the learning curve. There's nothing to learn. You just get on there and start going. So we love that from our friends at Grace. And I know you love it too. 800-401-8151. I do have to say before we move on, Mary Orr is watching. Hi, Mary. Found me on Facebook. Wanted to share a joke with you really quick. She said, why did the fabric go to school? Because they wanted to learn social studies. Thank you, Mary. Mary sent me a couple of jokes to use. Okay, I hope you guys are laughing as much as I am. Mary is hitting me up on Facebook. Love it. Okay, if you guys have a joke, find me on Facebook. I'll read it out loud. We're going to move on and talk to our friend, Belle Bruner. Now, Belle began quilting in her mid-40s, and as quickly she fell in love with the craft. After taking an intensive pattern writing course, she began designing and publishing quilt patterns. Now she focuses on confident beginner patterns and techniques that even advanced quilters love to make, and believes that all people of any age can learn to quilt. Thank you, Belle. Her patterns are sold by major distributors and fat quarter shops. Belle is a brand ambassador for so many different companies. She is also a former 2022 Maywood studio maker and a 2023 instructor for the American Quilters Society Quilt Week, Stitch Fest, the original Sewing and Quilting Expo, and International Quilt Festival. Oh my gosh, please welcome Belle Bruner. Hi, Belle.
Hi, Jane. How
are you today?
I'm great.
Your bio is very impressive.
It's been a fun ride and a fun adventure for sure.
When it said you began quilting in your mid-40s, I was like, she's in her mid-40s. Like, what are they talking about?
I'll be 50 next year.
Okay, so you really just started.
4 years, just 4 years.
I like it. Well, welcome to it. I don't mean welcome to quilting. I mean, welcome to 50. Anyway, I'm going to let you take it away because I don't want to talk about my age, but you're going to talk about the King Quilter sit down.
Okay, that sounds good. Well, you do look young, Jane, if
Thank
that
you.
helps. Oh, great. Well, I'm so glad to be here with all of you at S&P Nation. Again, I think I was here in November. I had just gotten the King Quilter, and so I've had it for a few more months now. And I don't know about any of you. I actually can see the chat, so I'll be able to interact with you pretty well. Hello, everyone. I'm glad you like my shirt. You know, we are cool, right? Cool people do quilt. Thank you for that. So I'm going to talk to you about the King Quilter. And as Jane mentioned, I focus on confident beginner patterns. Well, this really kind of goes along with that in the sense of I was doing some free motion quilting, basic free motion quilting on my machine. It's a Juki, just a basic piecing machine. And I had the quilting feet and all of that. And I thought, you know, I want to learn to start to do free motion. What would be the next step up? What machine? And it's this one. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to talk to you about all of the features that I really like about this sit down machine. So this is a sit down free motion machine, and it's got the Quilt Vision table. Okay. And so I'm going to talk to you about the specs, why I love it. I'm also going to show you where I normally keep this table whenever the extensions are down. It's a great size for if you have a small space and you don't want a large long arm machine. So if you are free motion quilting at home, how many of you are free motion quilting just on your domestic machine? Let me know. Because if you're ready to jump to the next thing, this is perfect. So let me go ahead and give you some of the specs because I see some of you are asking about it. It is a simple machine, and I like simple. I don't like complicated things. My brain doesn't work very well with that. And so let's talk a little bit about the Quilt Vision table first that you can see here. So Quilt Husband is with me today, and he is my videographer showing you everything here. First off, look at the slick surface. So I don't know if you can see the shine on this at all, but when I was doing free motion quilting on my domestic machine, I always had to use a glider, and that would help it move. Well, this has got this great finish on purpose where your quilt will actually just slide. I mean, it's just so slick on here. So that is a great feature of this table. You don't need a glider. It slides really well. The other thing about this table, when you're wondering about the dimensions, it is 32 inches in depth, okay, and then 36 wide. So if you're trying to imagine that, imagine a yard of fabric. You've got a yard of fabric laid out from here to here. That's how wide it is, 36 inches when the extension tables are down, okay? So when I'm doing something small like a wall hanging or something really tiny, I don't have these up. They actually just fold down. You don't take them off. They just nicely fold down. And I actually keep this machine, I'll have Chris show you, over in this corner. That is normally where I have it with the extension table folded down. And then what I'll do is I'll pull it out over there and I'll just lift the extension tables on the side up. So when those are out, each one of these is 18 inches. Okay, so 18 inches, 18 inches. So you would have a total of 6 feet of space if you want it. So you can do a queen, you can do a king quilt, size quilt on this if you want. So I'm in a studio with all kinds of stuff, and this is the perfect size if you are maybe in a bedroom at home and that's your sewing space. This is a perfect size because you can fold it down, you can put it in the corner if you need, or, lift it up. So that's the dimensions. Now let's talk a little bit about moving this. There are casters on the bottom. So these lock. If you want to roll this around, you can see there's a little place here. You just click that and it rolls around, or it stays in place so you don't, have it scooting off. And then what we'll look at is the space as far as the dimensions for the throat. So it is 18 inches from where the needle comes down all the way back to here, 18 inches from here to here, which is wonderful. Some of you might want to roll your quilts up when you're quilting. Some like to smush it all up under here, whatever floats your boat. You've got plenty of room for that. Then also you've got 8 inches. So from here to the top is 8 inches. So there's lots of room here, which is really, really nice. The other great thing is I'm tall, and from where I'm sitting in an Arrow sewing chair. And when I look down at where my needle is, I have great visibility. Sometimes with some machines, I've got another home sewing machine, and it's hard to see your needle. So you've got great visibility of what you're doing right here as far as the inches from here to here. So that's important. The other piece, if you'll notice here, are these sensors. This is the wonderful part of this machine. This is why it's called a Quilt Vision table. These are sensors so that you can actually do free motion quilting and it regulates your stitch. Okay, so we're going to talk about the 2 modes of stitch regulation that this does for you, or you can do manual mode, which is controlled with the foot pedal more so. So I want you to make sure that you see that and know, oh, this is how this is reading my movement with the fabric. So when you have fabric here and you're moving your quilt around, these eyes can see how quick or slowly you're moving your fabric. And that way it'll speed up or slow down your stitch. So it looks like you're a better stitcher, better quilter maybe than what you are. So you've got that. So when we talk a little bit about that in a second, I'm going to show you manual mode, and I'm going to show you the basting mode that it has, as well as the 2 options for the stitch regulator. Now let's talk about threading. Now you can use the cones. I actually have a smaller spool on here because I wanted to use a dark color so that you could see really well, if we have time for me to kind of show you really quickly the quilting. It's easy to thread. Sometimes it can get complicated, and if your brain switches stuff around like mine, it's not fun, but this is easy. So you come up through the thread mast, and then you've got these thread guides. Whoops, you come all the way down through here. You'll loop without twisting through these 3 holes here, these thread guides. You'll come down through the tension knob. Now notice this knob here. There's no numbers on it. There's a reason for that. I'm going to show you in a few minutes my screen, because the tension readout is actually on the screen. So that's really, really nice. And then you're going to, that actually came out of there. Then you're going to come up through here, through the pull down, all the way through here, and then down through to your needle. That's it. It's that easy. It's that easy to thread the machine. Okay. So I wanted to be able to show that to you. You don't have to be intimidated with this machine. I've been intimidated before at shows and stuff with other machines, but this is the great next step. If you want to go from quilting on your domestic machine to sit down free motion for this. Okay. Let's talk a little bit too about the bobbin. So it uses a Class M bobbin here. This is an example of one. And I'll have Chris move around here in a minute to show you where we load it underneath. This holds 210 yards of thread, which means you can quilt for quite a while. I'll have Chris come around here and let you see underneath 2 things. You can see underneath here where the bobbin goes. And after a little practice, you actually can feel without looking, and it'll just snap. You can just snap it right into the spot. But in the beginning, you might have to look for it just a little bit. So that's it. It's right here in the front, easy. And then there's a foot pedal as well. Now, I opted for the larger foot pedal, and you have the option to get that one rather than the regular size, but it's really nice. You can see how much room there you've got to try to find that pedal whenever you're quilting. So that's another feature there for you also. So let's talk a little bit now about lighting. Now, lighting's important, I know, for me. I don't have like any umbrellas or lamps right now. Oh, I'm so glad you like my quilt back behind me. This is my posy chain quilt, for those of you that are asking back here. You can find it on my website. So when we talk about lighting, you've got two lights. There's a light back here and there's a light up here. And you control all of that through the screen here on the front. And I'm going to have Chris come around in a minute, but for now, I'm going to show you these options. So I have both lights on. I'm going to turn the back one off, and then I'm going to turn the front one off so you can see your option. If you just want the front one on, you can do that. If you want the back one on, you can do that. If you just want the back one, whichever you prefer. I usually leave both of mine on. And so you've got really, really great lighting here, and it's really bright and nice, which is really good on that. Okay, so let's, Chris, why don't you come around here to the front, and I'm going to show everyone the screen here. So the great thing about this screen is it is a 3.5 inches, and 3.5 inches, let's see, this way. And the nice thing about it is it doesn't get in your way. When you're looking down at your quilt, it's not huge. It's just easy and simple. So when you look on here, let me show you the modes. You've got M for manual mode, and that's where you can control things with your foot. So you're pressing your presser foot just your foot pedal like you would on your machine at home, your domestic machine, and you loosen off that pedal and it'll slow down. You press it more, it'll speed up. So that is manual mode. You've got a number here. I usually stitch about 525 stitches per minute. So you can change that, and you can save your speed down here. That's what these are. And so I've got 2 of mine saved right here, 525 and then 600. Okay, and you can alter that. Some people like to free motion quilt really fast, some slower. You just do whatever works for you. Then we've got the basting stitch right here. That is really a great feature because you know how we do the victory lap too around the edges of our quilts. Really, really handy to do that. And so with that, we've got options. You can do 1 stitch per every 1/2 inch, 1 inch, 2 inch, and 4 inch. And so you're able to do that here with the basting mode. So I wanted to be able to show that to you. Now, you've also got this option right here. You can see the little bobbin. That actually tells you if your bobbin is low and getting ready to run out. Because we know we really don't like to do bobbin chicken, right? Where we run out in the middle. So I'll show you in a minute the bobbin winder. You can load up several bobbins and be ready to go. And that will tell you if it's getting low. I don't have mine turned on right now, but you're able to set that up really quickly. You've also got the needle up, the needle down, or you can press your foot pedal once and the needle will come down too. So that's a really great feature for you. Now, you remember how I told you the dial here on the side doesn't have numbers? Well, those numbers are right here. This is where you adjust your tension, and it'll go up or down. And you just have to play with that sometimes to kind of figure out, depending on the thread, if you're using 50 weight, 40 weight, whatever that may be. When you make your changes with your knob here, it will show up and read out for you electronically here. Okay, let's look at stitch regulator mode. Okay, so here we are, we're in that, and you've got 2 options. You've got cruise control, and then you've got precision. So this is where, with cruise control, it's the minimum speed that the machine will stitch regardless of how slowly you're moving the fabric under here, okay? And then you've got precision. And with precision, basically, this evens out your stitches, and these sensors here will read that. So as you move the fabric faster, then the needle goes faster. If you slow down, it slows down. And so that way you don't have all these wonky stitches. Some are shorter, some are less than others. So that's really, really great. for you on those options that you've got there. Now, let me tell you about the speed for this machine. It can go anywhere from 50 to 2,200 stitches per minute. So you've got that as an option depending on what works best for you. And then it'll do anywhere from, so let me go to manual mode or to regulated mode. I have mine set on 10 stitches per inch, but you can go anywhere from 4 to 22 stitches per inch on here too. So I wanted to be able to show that to you. Okay, let me see what questions some of you may have. What's the warranty? I think Jane will talk to you about the warranty on that. I believe it's 10 years on the casting, 5 years on the electronics, but I'll let her double check all that when we go back to her. Oh, I know. Isn't this great? It's such a great machine, and it's so simple. You don't feel overwhelmed at all with this machine. You can't really mess anything up. I mean, basically, it's just figuring out your tension with whatever thread you've got on here, but it's super easy. And I believe Blaine had told me, and you'll have to let him know, Jane, there are little holes, and I believe at some point this can be upgraded to have the handlebars and put on a frame. Not 100% sure, but I believe that's what he said it is possible at some point on this one. So maybe someday I'll do that. But for now, definitely a lot of fun with this one. Okay, another thing that I want to show you, if there's no other questions, yes, sit down. Long arm machines are great for sure. Wish you had the space for it. Well, just keep in mind, if you've got room, take 1 yard of fabric from your studio or your sewing space, lay it out, and you can just wad 32 inches deep, and that would show you if you've got room for this right now. Go measure and see if you've got room for this to put into your space. Okay, a couple other things I want to show you, the feet that come with this. So this is just your basic foot. It's open here on the side so you can actually see where the needle is and what's going on. The other one that comes with it is this foot. This is your ruler foot. Now, I actually used this for the first time last month with a ruler, and I'll show you the quilts that I actually did. It's actually another one of my posy chain quilts, and I'll show it for you. So I actually used a ruler with this foot. I'd never done it before, so let me just say, I know it's not perfect, but you know what? We're not all about perfect. We're all about loving tries, aren't we? So here is the ruler that I used. And I was able to use the ruler foot, and you can see, you know, it just fits on so many different kinds of rulers. So I gave this a try here on the posy chain quilt, and I was pretty pleased for my first time. You know, I'm all about confident beginner stuff, and so I think we just got to try things. And the stitch was beautiful on there. You can see how pretty the stitch is for this machine. So it does come with the ruler foot. I wanted you to be able to see that also. And another fun thing too is whenever you're practicing and you're doing some quilting, like I did it on squares, you know, just quilt blocks that I turned into practice sandwiches. I actually made an eyeglass case, and I'm going to do a tutorial on this at some point, but this right here was my practice. When I very first got this machine, I was trying like a new pantograph of just little flowers. So I cut it up and actually turned it into just this little eyeglass case. So you can do fun things with your practice sandwiches that you have, you know, as you're practicing all different kinds of little motifs and having fun with that. You've definitely got a lot of options. Another foot too is this one. So this is the glide foot, or sometimes called the echo foot. And so if you've got applique or kind of some bumps and stuff in your quilt, I know for me, I do a lot of cathedral window quilts with a modern method that I use, and you need something like this to kind of go around those. So this is another foot that you can get with this extra. I also have a couching foot too. Not used it yet, but you can use, I think Beth Ann was on Nimish earlier this week, and she talked about her couching that she does. So there's options to add on if you want other feet than the two that come with it, other than the ruler foot and this basic foot here. Handi Quilter is compatible. Their accessories are compatible with this machine. So very good to know on that. Okay, another thing that I want to show you is the bobbin winder. So I'm going to have Chris come over here and show you the bobbin winder. So here's the great thing. This is not on the machine, right? So you're not having to unthread anything. You actually can just pop on over, wind up 4 or 5 bobbins ready to go. And it's super, super simple. I'm not going to do it all for you because we don't have time today. But basically, you've got your spool of thread here. It's going to come up through the thread mast, and then it's going to come through a little hole back here. It's going to wrap around the tension. You'll put the thread through your bobbin here, and it just snaps on, and you press start. That's how simple it is. So you can just wind them all up, be ready to go. Remember that you're going to get the little alert on this machine that, uh-oh, my bobbin's getting low. I need a new one. You just grab it. So the other thing about this being separate from the machine is it really saves on your motor. So you're not having to use this motor in this machine to constantly wind your bobbins. Okay, so that is another great thing that comes with the machine. Easy to use. If you forget anything I'm telling you today, you can go to my YouTube channel, and I have a video on how to use the bobbin winder as well as all the features on this machine. So if you're taking notes, no worries. And it's also on the SMP website too. Another great thing is with some machines, you have to stand up sometimes to want to thread your machine. Well, look, you don't with this. I've got extra room here. So I'm able to reach everything sitting down, which is really nice. So another great thing. Okay, let me look at some of the questions. Love seeing all the features on this. Very nice machine. Wind a few bobbins. Yeah, ready to go. That's exactly right. That's why I love this machine over here. I don't have to stop and do all of that like I do just like on my home sewing machine. Okay. Any other questions at all about this machine? I do have a little sandwich here. Just briefly, you can kind of see some of the stitches. I was just kind of actually just making sure that the tension was good to be able just to show you some of the stitches on there. We won't have time. This isn't really a demo on how to do free motion quilting, but it's more about the machine. So this is just kind of a practice sandwich that I was working on there, but it's a really great machine. Again, manual mode, you've got stitch regulator, whether you want cruise or you want precision, and it's great to be able just to sit down and see what you're doing here. I love this machine, absolutely love this machine. And again, it's kind of new to me. I've only had it for about 3 months. And as we say in our household, you know, give things a loving try. So you don't have to be nervous. Like this is super simple. Oh, thanks, Penny. I'm glad you're enjoying the demo. I just kind of lay it all out there like I would want someone to lay it out there for me, right? And it does do a really nice stitch. And you just practice. I mean, you get better with time as you practice. And sometimes it can be scary to upgrade, but this is a great machine. It's at a great price. And I think you even can get a better price when you call in today on this one. I'm just super thrilled that I got it, and I am still learning every day. Sometimes I'll get on YouTube and look at other pantographs to kind of try out and see how that works. It is height adjustable, Lisa. I can't remember if I mentioned that. So height adjustable. So it's 25.5 inches to 39.9 inches. So I'm not sure exactly what height I have mine, but it is adjustable. So you technically could stand and do free motion quilting if you wanted to. I mean, you could absolutely do that. But no, you're right, Paula. You don't need to be intimidated. You are in control, whether you're in manual mode, which I tend to use manual mode a little bit more than the stitch regulator mode, but that's a fun one too. So you just do you and do what works best for you and just try it all out. So if you want to go from free motion quilting a little bit or even a lot on your domestic machine at home, this is a great next step to learn to be able to be a confident beginner with free motion quilting. And it's small, it fits into a small space, but it can open up to do a king size quilt. So you've got lots of options there. You love that you can stand with this. Yeah, Anne, isn't that great? I know we all need this table in our life. I'm so glad I have it in my life, and I found out about it from Blaine. Okay, any other questions? Because I think I'm getting ready to have to hand this back over to Jane because she's going to tell you how you can get this, how you can take the leap today and up your game with free motion quilting. So I'm happy to be here with all you today. If you want to find me, I've got a YouTube channel. It's Belle of Seam Sew Me. I'm also on Instagram. I'm there quite a bit, and you can find me on Instagram at seams_sew me, and then my website, seamsewme.com. It was so great to be with all of you. I'm glad you enjoyed the demo, and I'll be back tomorrow. So I'll be doing the same thing tomorrow. Tell your friends, and we're going to talk about this table again.
I love
it.
it.
Okay, back to you, Jane, to let everybody know how they can actually get this table.
Wonderful, Belle. Thank you so much. I follow Belle on Instagram, just so you know. Great presentation by Belle. So you answered all of your questions because she had them right there in front of her. I love that. So let's just tell you how you get it. Let's do that. Okay, here you go. We've got a call-in special on this one as well. This is our King Quilter sit down with Quilt Vision stitch regulation table. We love the table. You got your Quilt Fest pricing right there. Really good, $59.95. But there is a call-in special, and you're getting 2 free extension tables to go along with it. I love that. That is fantastic. Belle showed you all the bells and whistles. She's only had about 3 months, and she is just loving it so much. Now, Belle mentioned that I was going to tell you about the warranty, and I'm going to do that right now. For the warranty, it's a 10-year warranty for casting and 5-year warranty on the electrical and mechanical. So we wanted to get that little bit of note to you because she said we would tell you that. But again, look at this great price. Call in 800-401-8151. If you have any questions, of course, you can chat live. The representatives are standing by waiting to hear from you. And again, if you're, this is it, this is the time, this is the place, 800-401-8151, get that call in special. And of course, you see you're getting 2 free extension tables there. So let's move right along. We love Belle, and we love all of you for hanging out with us here at Quilt Fest on day 2. Blaine, how are you?
I am doing fantastic, Jane. And hey, Belle did such a great job on that. And I saw a couple questions out there. This machine, it's part of the King Quilter family. We have the 18-inch stand-up that, you can put on. We have 2 different ones with standard and an elite. And the difference of it, those are just the handlebars and the display. One has rear handlebars, so you can do pantographs from the rear. And then you can get a 10 or 12-foot frame. This one is the sit-down 18 that's got the Quilt Vision table. And then we have the brand new 16-inch that we have a 5-foot little foot 5-foot frame, or you can put it on an 8 or 10-foot frame that goes with it. So have it just all across the board, a bunch of different options for people. So if they have any questions, just call us and they can help you. All of our salespeople are experts on this, and they can get them the best one. And we have robotics that goes on it as well.
They're waiting for your call, waiting. Blaine, did you hear my joke earlier?
No.
What? Mary Orr found me and she gave me a joke, but she gave me another joke as well. So I'm going to tell you it, okay? This is Mary. Okay. She's watching. She found me on Facebook. She said, this is the joke. Why was the fabric so good at making friends?
Why was the fabric so good at making friends?
Mm-hmm. Why? Because it always knew how to weave its way into the quilter's heart. You're not laughing. Oh, maybe he's frozen. Hey, that's Mary's joke.
That's crickets.
Oh, all right.
Kennedy was a little late on the crickets.
My phone was on silent.
So our joke just backfired on us.
I thought I was frozen again.
That was funny.
Thank you, Nancy.
No, we were.
Oh, wait.
Thank you, Mary. You were planning that. I know you.
I didn't want to laugh. I wanted to have the crickets planned, and so.
We'll try again.
So that one completely failed on our end. So, all right, Jane. Well, we'll wait and save your next joke till the next segment. But let's get this thing rolling. We'll see you back here in just a few minutes. All right, everyone. We are going to go back to Handi Quilters in the house again, and we're going to talk all about that Pro Stitcher Lite. And again, this one's going to fit. It fits on our brand new King Quilter 16, and we're super excited about that. We have Shauna Westergaard coming back in again, and so y'all welcome back to the show, Shauna.
Hi, how are you?
I am doing awesome. And how about yourself?
Good. Are you sick of me yet? I keep showing up.
Not at all. We hope that you get to stay with us even longer this week. We are loving everything we're seeing from you. And again,
Thank you.
For one Mountain Dew drinker to the other one, I'm glad you're here.
Thank you. I sure do
told them,
love
I
me
said,
some
if
Mountain Dew.
she's got that in her bio, she must really like Mountain Dew.
I really do. I really do. I keep working on, I have a plan for a Mountain Dew quilt. I haven't made it yet, but it's in my brain. So
That's awesome. All right. Well, Shauna, we're going to let you get going, and then I'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll tell everybody how they can get this Pro Stitcher Lite.
okay, perfect. I'm all set up here to show you guys a lot of great things about Pro Stitcher. I'm using our Handi Quilter Amara. This is the Amara 20, and this is actually set up to use the Pro Stitcher Premium. But really everything that we're doing today, you'll be able to do with Pro Stitcher Lite, so that's not an issue. And I know that Blaine has a lot of good deals going on right now with Pro Stitcher Lite, so you're going to want to pay attention at the end of this segment. Make sure you pay attention to what Blaine has going for the deals and everything for Pro Stitcher Lite. Really, the only difference between Pro Stitcher Lite and Pro Stitcher Premium is probably the amount of designs that you get. Pro Stitcher Lite really can do everything that Pro Stitcher Premium can do. It's just for a lighter machine. So that's why they call it Pro Stitcher Lite. So today we're working with Pro Stitcher Premium, which just means we're on more of a robust frame. We have a heavier carriage and we have a heavier machine. So we're using Pro Stitcher Premium, but really it's going to be exactly the same. So before we get started, you can all kind of see this quilt behind me here. This is where I've stolen my ideas from. This is called Stamped with Love. This pattern is available on ladybugthreads.com. Sorry, Stamped with Luck. Stamped with Luck because it's lucky, it's shamrocks, right? So I love coming up with ideas that I can just use little bits and pieces to come up with a fast project, and that's what we're doing today. I've taken these shamrocks that are these smaller squares, and I just made a few extra when I was putting this quilt together. And then I put them here onto a table runner. So we're going to be working, we did a table runner earlier this morning. We did a segment working on the Amara, and we had a table runner here. The problem was we didn't have enough time to get the couching done. So I'm actually hoping that I can still show you some couching while we're still playing with Pro Stitcher Lite. So no stress though, we should be able to get there. If you look at our table runner, this one compared to what we worked on this morning, this actually has our shamrocks oriented a slightly different way. And that's because this one is going to be a door hanger. So it's going to hang the long way down a front door instead of being on a table. Just, it's the same dimensions though. This is about 12 and a half inches wide by 38 inches long. I just wanted something that would be quick and easy to show you some of these fun features that we have on Pro Stitcher. So, and you can also see I have quilted up here the first row of the design. This is a design that does come with Pro Stitcher. This is called Clover Edge to Edge, which I thought would be perfect for working with shamrocks today. And I've stitched out the first design for you, or the first row of the design for you. If we switch over to my screen, you can actually see all of the yellow clovers. I'll zoom in just a little bit so you can see it better. Let me sneak up here. There we go, so we can get it centered. So you can see that I have all of these clovers that are yellow are the ones that I've already sorry, I've already stitched. And I'm going to come down and start the next row. This is important to know how to line things up though, which is one of the things that can be a little intimidating when you're doing an edge-to-edge design. So I'm going to show you, it's going to be working between the screen and working between the needle here on the quilt. So what you do is you take your machine and you're going to move your needle over to a point, and I don't know if you'll be able to see very clearly, but I have a point here that's really nice. I love to have designs that have a little bit of a point on them somewhere, because we have some curves and we have points. So I'll pick a point on the design from the previous row, and I'll put my needle right in the point. And then when you look at the screen, you can see that my crosshairs, I'll zoom in here so you can see, my crosshairs are really close to that point. And so to match it up perfectly, there's actually a button here on the left-hand side called drag. We call it drag and drop. And you actually are able to move the design on the screen and match it up with the design that's already been stitched out from the previous row. So I'll just move my needle just a smidge so that I get it to the point where I want on my screen. And then I'll select the drag button, and then I'll move it to where I'm looking down on the quilt now where my needle is. I move my needle to the exact point where I want it to be. And once I have it there, then I go back to my screen and I select the drop button again. So I'm deselecting it. And that has lined up the previous row so that I'm now able to start my next row. The other thing about doing several rows of a design when you're doing an edge-to-edge design is that you sometimes have to select, if you've stopped in the middle or if you have a thread break, you have to tell the machine where to start at the next point. So we come to our Pro Stitcher tab at the very top, and you'll see under the Pro Stitchers tab we have a button that says New, Start, and End. I'll select the New, Start, and End, and then I have a lot of options over on the right-hand side. On the right-hand side, I usually will just, if I have a thread break, I can move my crosshairs to where the thread break is, you know, if I run out of bobbin or if my tension's off, and I'll find my point here, and I'll use my crosshairs to select where I'm going to start again, and then I'll hit the button that says Auto, and that selected it, and then I have to deselect it to make sure that my new start point is where I want it to be. And I can move my crosshairs and the start point has stayed where I put it. If I select Auto, and I don't deselect it, then when I move my machine, when I move my crosshairs, the little point moves around with me. And it's not a bad thing. It's actually really helpful to have auto selected if you're trying really hard to find a specific point within the design. Just make sure you deselect it when you're done. Otherwise, you end up starting in the middle of something you didn't want to start in. So we're actually going to use the jump arrows down at the very bottom though, because I've already finished the first row. So I'm going to hit the jump button to go down, and you can see my little green circle that starts has moved all the way over here to the first point of the second row. And we're all ready to stitch. I'm going to hit my quilt button. So remember the Pro Stitcher tab, there's a button here that says quilt. We're going to select the quilt button, and then I'm going to select the run button down in the bottom left hand of my screen. Once I've selected that, a window pops up that talks about verifying your settings. And this is something that's important to double check when you have the little red bars. That means that things are turned off. And it's very helpful to have those turned off, like I'll show you in a little bit. But for now, we want to have our pull up turned on. So on the right-hand side of the screen, I'll select the pull up on button. And then we're going to do, I like to have my pull up auto turned on. That means it will automatically pull it up for you. That's just my personal preference. And then once I have everything turned on that I want, I'll go ahead and hit proceed in the bottom left-hand corner. Perfect. It's going to pull aside so I can pull up my bobbin thread. Now that I'm holding both threads in my hand, I can, back on the screen, I can hit the resume button and it will start stitching for me. And this design for this size is going to take about 6 or 7 minutes to stitch out the whole thing. And so we're not going to let it do the whole thing. Oh, I'm dancing around it. But I want to give you a chance to see it work because it can be really mesmerizing to watch the machine stitch out. It's very entertaining. And one of the reasons that a lot of quilters will get a computerized machine is so that they can do other projects while they have their long arm running, or to do customer quilts. A lot of people will do customer quilts as well. You'll notice that the stitching is coming off of my quilt top down here. I prefer to have it that way when I can, so that I have a little bit of leeway with trimming, so, so that I can trim it nicely and get a good binding on there. You'll also notice right here, this is a prime example of why we want to use a glide foot. I'm not using one, and this is a good example of why. You can see the tiny edge there has flipped up and been stitched down in the path. That's why we have the glide foot. Now, I'm not using the glide foot on purpose, and I'll show you again in a minute why. We're also using a green thread. This thread is So Fine 50. This is a Superior Threads line that we love here at Handi Quilter. This thread actually will come with your machine, not this specific color, but we send lots of different threads with your machine when you purchase it. And so that you can try out a lot of different tensions, you know, practice your tension, try different thicknesses of thread, all of that sort of thing. We're going to let it go just one more minute, and then we're going to play with a couple of other things that I really love doing in Pro Stitcher. You can also adjust your screen on your screen if you look at the screen really fast while the machine is running. On the right hand side, I do have acceleration and speed. The acceleration is how fast it moves in and out of corners, and the speed is how fast the machine is actually moving. And I prefer to have my speed set a little bit slower. I feel like I get some better stitch definition when I'm using a slower speed. But you can actually adjust this while the machine is running if you wanted to. I know some quilters run it at 90 or 100%. It's just a personal preference. Okay. And while this is stitching the last clover or two that I'm going to do, I'm actually going to show you what we're playing with this time. This is a metallic yarn, it's not thread, it's more of a yarn, on a nice big spool. And I found it actually in between sessions today. I found this awesome sparkly green that I think is going to look really cool while we're playing with our couching and playing with Pro Stitcher. So this will be the next step that we're going to do, which is also why I have the wrong foot on my machine. Okay, after this clover, we're going to go ahead and hit stop. So if you look at my screen, I actually have two ways to stop it. On the bottom left is a pause button, and the bottom right is emergency. I always just hit the pause. There we go. I tried to pause it at the end, at the edge of my quilt top so that it would be easier to find my start and stop point for next time. It's a personal preference though. If you wanted to stop your project in the middle, it's very easy. Like I showed you, to find your point, you can have your start and stop point move and use the auto button. So now on my screen, I have, I've hit pause. And so it has a needle up check window that pops up. This is for the safety of your machine and for your quilt. They want to make sure the needle is up before you tell it to do anything else, which my needle is. And then I'm going to hit the cancel button in the bottom left. The emergency button that you see on the right will stop everything. It's a hard stop, and I don't encourage pushing that unless there really is an emergency. So we just try to hit the pause or resume buttons that show up on the bottom left hand. So now that we've done our stitching, we'll pretend that we've done our whole entire row, because I want to get a chance to show you guys some of the other fun stuff we can do. We're going to play with our couching. So I already have my couching foot on. And the really cool thing about this machine, you really can do a lot of stitching with the different types of feet. Let me show you the feet really fast. This is our closed toe foot. This does come with the machine. This is for just basic everyday stitching. This is something that, this one and then the open toe foot, both of them come with the machine. And then this is our couching foot. And you can see that it has a little bit of an insert. This one is yellow, and it's actually the largest couching foot. When you buy the couching feet, it is an add-on accessory. When you purchase them, they have 3 different sizes. And I'm using this one on my foot on the machine. It is a couching foot. It's hard to see, but it has a blue insert instead of this yellow insert. And that's how you know the difference in sizes, as well as you can look and see that the hole on the inside for the couching for the yarn to go through, they are different sizes as well. So these are the 2 feet that I'm kind of talking about. We also have a glide foot that I'll show you that really fast. We've got our glide foot here. Some people call it a spoon or a scoop foot, but it is a glide foot. And this is what I was talking about. When you see down here at the bottom edge of my quilt, we have a couple of places where the edge of the quilt, even though I had previously basted, there are a couple places right here. You can see that it was pushed up by the foot, and the glide foot will prevent this from happening. And so it will just glide smoothly over it, right? It glides over the seams, it glides over the edges. And so you won't have these pieces fold up here. But it's okay. I just wanted to save time in switching out feet. That's why I didn't start with the glide foot. And it's kind of like, you know, choose your poison. I knew it wouldn't be an issue in the middle of the quilt, and I know this is going to be hid under the binding, so I'm not too worried about it. Okay, let's talk couching using Pro Stitcher. This is actually something that you can do, and I'm doing this really cool shiny metallic thread yarn, sorry. It's going to show up really nicely for you guys on camera. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my screen, and I'm going to clear everything. So I can go to File, Clear All. So File is the tab. We're going to the Clear All button. And I'm going to open another design. So I can go to my Design button right under the File tab. And I can hit Open and search for my designs. Now in Pro Stitcher Lite, you get 250 designs. You might see a few more here because I'm working in Premium. But that's okay. You still get a lot of designs that come. And when you think about it, if you're purchasing designs from other websites, they're usually between $12 and $15 depending on the design. And so that's a lot of money that you're saving when you're purchasing Pro Stitcher Lite because you have all of these designs that already come with the software. So there's a lot of different designs here. We're going to be looking, this right here is the Clover Edge to Edge that we just did. And we've got a couple of different, we have fire trucks, there's butterflies, leaves, flowers, there's everything. But because I've been playing with this a little bit, you can come, so I canceled out of that screen. I'm going to come to my File tab and the Design button, and you can actually see several of the designs that I've opened previously, and it'll have, so if you've been looking at designs and you're trying to figure out which one you like, you actually have kind of a saved list here of the designs you've looked at most recently. And I would like to pull up this Clover 2. And this one, if you look on the right-hand side of the window of the screen, it tells you that it is about 3.5 inches wide and about 3.5 inches high. So we know how big it is, but I am going to want to turn this design and place it specifically on this table runner or door hanging. And because it is a door hanger, it's going to be hanging the long way, hanging vertically, and so I want to rotate this. So I'm going to come look at my quilt here. We're going to be moving and kind of creating an area. I'm looking in this area here for where I would like to put this clover with my couching foot. So I'm going to kind of just select an area. I'm not really being picky about how big it is. It's just to kind of help me know where to place it. So on my screen, I'll go to the Area tab at the very top, and then I will push to corner. And that you can see will put a pink dot, a pink square on my screen. And that's going to show me the first corner of where I'm going to place this. And then looking at my quilt, I'm going to move my needle down to where I want to have it. We'll say right about there. And I'll push to corner again on my screen. That's the button that helps select. Oh, sorry. I need to go back up to the top. It's pushing the to corner button gives you one corner, and then the to corner gives you the other, and it creates a square for you on your screen. This is the area that you're working within on your quilt. It's your kind of your quilting space. So now I can manually move this shamrock, this clover, with my finger by just dragging on the screen, and I can put it where I want it. Or there's other ways to get it to align where you want. Oh, I forget to say this every time, but if anyone has questions, please go ahead and put them in the comments. I do have someone watching. I'm happy to answer any of your questions as they come up. And I know I'm moving a little bit quickly, but I want to make sure and get time to show this. So if you have questions, please ask them. I'm happy to answer them. So the other way that we move our shamrock is we go to the Modify tab, and we can go to the Align button. And there's all of these buttons on the right-hand side that we can hit. If I hit center in the top right, it'll center it vertically and horizontally in the area that I've highlighted. And that looks great. However, I do want to rotate it. So we can go still under the Modify tab. There is a Rotate button, and I'll hit Rotate. And then on the right-hand side of the screen, it gives me all of these options for how to rotate it. And I know that I'm working on something that's going to be hung vertically instead of horizontally like most quilts are. So I'm going to rotate this, And I could leave it just like that, but I think I liked having it at a 45-degree angle, so I'll pop it back. So now I'm ready to go. I've got this nice big clover. I can actually double check to see where it's going to start. I look at the screen and I move my crosshairs to where the start point is. And once I get it close, it doesn't have to be perfect. Then I look at my quilt and I can see that this is where my needle's going to start. So this is how we're going to start the couching. I hope you're paying attention. When we start couching, we need to have our bobbin thread up. So I hold my top thread, I do a needle down button on the handlebars, my needle up, and I pull away. That's going to pull up my bobbin thread. And I come back here to about where we're going to start. And then I take my yarn. This is the metallic yarn that I showed you at the beginning. And I pull it just slightly to the side of the needle. And then I push the needle down button again. Then I'm going to hold my 2 threads, leave the yarn free, push the needle up and slide the machine away just enough that I can get this thread to start coming through the foot. Perfect, that's exactly what we want. So then I move my machine back to about the start point. It does not have to be perfect. And I can do a few stitches of my own. Just do the needle down up once or twice to kind of get it tacked down where you want it. And I'm going to stitch, because I'm going to snip. I have a very long tail right here. I'm going to snip just a little bit. I'll probably come back and snip more later. I just didn't want to have that much in the way because I know this design will be a little bit smaller. Now, before we start, I have a question. Go ahead.
Is Pro Stitcher specific to Handi Quilter only?
This is a great question. Someone just asked if Pro Stitcher is specific to Handi Quilter only. The answer is no. Pro Stitcher is all that we use here at Handi Quilter, but there are a lot of other machines that are compatible with Pro Stitcher. That's a great question, which is why I believe Blaine is showing this one with the previous machine that they showed in the last segment. So that's a good question. All right, so before we start with the couching, I want to make sure that I have enough of my yarn and thread pooled right here, just off to the side where it won't be in the way, right? And if I don't have enough, it can snag. I can, have threads breaking, all these sorts of things. So we just try to make sure we have enough. And then go to my screen. I'm going to go to the Pro Stitcher tab, and I'm going to have my quilt button selected so that I'm ready to stitch. I'm going to hit run, but I'm not going to proceed. So if I hit run, I get my window that pops up. This is where I'm going to turn off the pull up and the pull up auto. Both of them will turn off because I've already pulled up my bobbin thread. I've already got everything situated just how I want it, and I just need it to be ready to go. Now it's telling me, make sure the needle is up. This is important because I have my needle down right now because I did a few half stitches to tack the yarn down in place. So I'm going to push the needle up button, and now I can hit the proceed button and it's going to be able to couch. Here we go. And it's going to start right off without pulling aside for me to pull up any bobbin thread or anything because we told it not to. And now I can snip this. There we go. And now it's going to take a few of its tie-off stitches. And now that it's done, I let it finish its tie-off stitches. And then I actually will snip the remaining yarn right here. And then I will manually stitch that down. I just kind of I'll either follow the circle here or I'll follow down the stem, whatever works with wherever I want to stitch down the remaining excess. And then we're done. So I can pull away, grab my top thread, come back and do a needle down, needle up. And I've pulled up my bobbin thread, and there we go. And it's looking like we need to pass things back to Blaine here in just a second. Are we having any other questions?
People are just so excited. They got to see
We got to see the couching. Yes, I'm so happy for you guys. I'm going to show you one more time really fast. We're going to take the design that we have, and we're going to move it down to this area right here so we can have 2 clovers that are the metallic couched clovers. So on my screen, I'm going to hit the area tab, and I'll actually clear my area. So I'll select on the right hand side, there's a clear button. So I'll select that button, and then I will come and create another area that I want to move this design to. So I'll hit the 2 corner button. And then you can see this is, you might think, oh no, what's wrong? My design is suddenly in the middle of my 2 corner, my pink square. That's because we've already turned on having the design centered in our area. So I'll move my machine, put the needle where I want it, and push 2 corner again. And look, it automatically pops right in where I have it. Now, this area is slightly smaller than my other one. It doesn't really matter. It's just giving me a general place for where I want to put the clover. And I think I want to rotate this one. So I'll go to Modify, and then I'll hit Rotate is already highlighted. So on the right-hand side, I can select 45 degrees. I think I want to turn it this way so that the stems kind of point at each other between the two. So I'm going to move my machine. We're going to do a needle down, needle up, close to where the starting point is. So needle down, needle up, and this is just pulling up your bobbin thread so we can set up the couching again. Put it about where we want it. Bring my yarn, put it between the needle and the foot post, and I pull it slightly to the side so I can put the needle down. Now I let go of the yarn and I hold the top thread and the bobbin thread, needle up, and I swing away just enough to get the yarn through here. There we go. And I'm going to do 1 or 2 stitches in place. My needle is up, so now I can go to the Pro Stitcher tab on my screen, and I can select Run, and my pull-ups and my pull-up auto are both turned off still. So I can go ahead and hit Run or Proceed, and it will stitch it for me. Okay. If we don't have any other questions, I'll let this stitch out while we see if Blaine's there ready to talk to us. There we go. Look how beautiful that is. Love it. And now we have 2 clovers that are couched with our beautiful metallic yarn. Do we have any other questions there, Allie?
I don't think so.
Okay, it looks like we're great.
Thank you, Shauna.
Oh, I'm happy to help. I'm glad we got to show some couching. Makes my heart happy. If we don't have Blaine, I'm going to keep stitching if he's not coming back. That's okay with me. Or is it?
Hey, I'm here.
Okay. So I love to quilt, so you might have to pull me away.
All right. Well, Shauna, great job. You make it look so easy, and everybody was commenting they love the metallic thread that you're using, that green, and or the yarn. I'm sorry. And so, hey, we're going to tell everybody how they can get the Pro Stitcher Lite, and I know we'll see you again.
Perfect. Thank you.
All righty. Okay, everyone, this is the Pro Stitcher Lite, and I think I saw one of the questions in there. They're asking about, what machines it'll fit on. Pro Stitcher makes, robotic systems for all the Handi Quilter machines, and I thought somebody out there asked about the Pro Stitcher Lite. Could you put it on the Simply 16? Yes, it'll fit on the Simply 16 of Handi Quilters. It'll fit on our brand new 16-inch. In the Pro Stitcher full version fits on our 18-inch. And it'll also fit on the Baby Lock, Janome quilting machines and all the Handi Quilters. And if you want to know any other machines like that, just give us a call. We can give you some guidance on the machines that it'll fit on. But you see it on your screen right there. That's the Pro Stitcher full version. And this is $9,995. And again, guys, this thing is loaded up with features. This is going to fit on our King Quilter 18. It'll fit on the Janome 18-inch. It'll fit on the Baby Lock 18. It's going to fit on all the Handi Quilter 18 and up machines. Now, the Pro Stitcher Lite that we were talking about as well, that's going to fit on the kind of the smaller type machines of Handi Quilters, Baby Lock, Janome, and King Quilter. So just kind of give you a little guidance on that. Again, $995 for this one. This is the Pro Stitcher Premium. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. We do have some special financing available, and naturally, it's always going to be free shipping right to your doorstep. All right, so we're going to continue on. And next up, guys, we are in for a treat. We are going to talk all about a serger, and this is a serger that comes from Bernina called the Bernette B68. and we have one of their experts here. Mary Beck is in the house. Now, Mary, she's an educator for Bernina. She grew up watching her mom busy at sewing machine, making clothes for the family. It looked like fun, but Mary really didn't get it until she was married and had a machine of her own. Her first machine was a pre-loved Aurora 440 QE. She wasn't sure she wanted that embroidery module for it, but since has changed her mind. Piecing and quilting are her favorite things, but just about any sewing, surgery, and project or embroidery project is fair game. And we are super excited to have Mary here with us to talk all about that Bernette B68. So y'all welcome Mary to the show.
Hi, Blaine, and thank you so much for including me in the Quilt Fest.
Well, hey, we're super excited you're here. And I know you love this B68. This is one of our top sellers out there with Sergers from Bernina, and we absolutely love it. And we're going to let you get started on it, because I know there's a lot to cover. And then I'm going to come back in about 30 minutes and tell them how they can get the special.
Sounds good. So we're at the end of day 2, right? So you guys have been watching and learning a lot. And then you hear that somebody's coming along and they're talking about a serger. And you're wondering, why are we talking about a serger at a quilt fest? And I want you to stick with me, because I've got some great tips and tricks that I want to show you that's going to make your quilting just so much faster and so much more unique. So as Blaine said, I have got the Bernette 68 airlock here with me today. And it says Bernina of America next to my name. And you're probably wondering, well, this is a Bernette. Are they the same thing? Well, Bernette is part of the Bernina family. In fact, the name Bernette comes from a combination of the word Bernina, which is our family-owned Swiss company, and Odette, who is the granddaughter of the founder of the company. So she has left her legacy in the names of the machines. So the Bernette line of machines includes sewing machines, embroidery machines, and sergers, and they're all designed for Bernina and very attractively priced. But we're going to focus on the Bernette 68. And I don't know if Blaine said, I think he did, but it says airlock. And I don't know if you caught on to what that means, but I'm going to open it up. And this is an air threading machine. So our loopers are now going to be air threaded on a Bernette machine, and it makes it so much easier. So years ago, when I got my first serger, I was wanting to make clothes for my kids and stuff. And I was so stressed trying to thread the loopers, didn't really understand how it all worked. And I wish they'd had these machines, you know, way back then when I was starting out. But now it is so much easier. So this is a combination machine. So what that means is it does overlock stitches, rolled hems, flat lock stitches, but we can also convert it very easily to do combo stitches, cover stitches, and chain stitches. So before I go into the details about the machine, I thought there might be some of you who are like, I don't even know what all of those means. You've just started speaking a foreign language. So I thought I would start off showing you some sample stitches. So this is a 4-thread overlock. This is the basic stitch. It has 2 lines of needle stitching, which are yellow and green. And then the blue thread here at the top is our upper looper. And the red thread on the bottom is the lower looper. And the reason they're called upper and lower is because the upper looper takes the thread to the top and it lays on the top of the fabric, and the lower looper brings the thread to the underneath. And the advantage of garment construction, because that's primarily what this stitch is for, is that it sews the seam and it neatens the edge and trims the seam all at the same time at a top speed of 1,300 stitches per minute. So that's pretty quick. And if you're wearing a store-bought garment right now, if you take a look at the seam, this is what you've got on it. So that, when we talk overlock stitches, that's what it is. This stitch is a rolled hem. And to be honest, this is probably why most people buy an overlocker, is because they want to do a rolled hem stitch on napkins. But I mean, there's so many more things, but this is a fun stitch. I've got a variegated 12-weight thread on here, so it adds some interest, and it's really pretty and easy to do. My favorite stitch is the flat lock. And you're looking at this going, well, that looks kind of strange. And it is, because when we sew this stitch, we then pull the fabrics open, and then one side reveals a ladder stitch, and one side we have our looper stitches, and the seam is nice and flat. And the reason we do this is particularly with thick fabrics where we're putting a seam and we don't want that thick seam allowance, we can stitch this and everything will lay flat. And I definitely have a quilting application for this to show you later. Now this is also a flat lock stitch, but it looks a little different. Are you thinking of a blanket stitch on your sewing machine? Because that's what we call this stitch. So this is a piece of felt, but this would also be a great stitch on flannel or fleece where you just want to have a pretty edge on the fabric, and you stitch it with your fabric and some wash away stabilizer, and then when you open it up, those needle threads pull over and we get that blanket stitch look. Now, I did say the machine was a combo machine, and so this is the combo stitch. So you can see the overlock stitch, but do you also see that yellow line of stitching? That's the chain stitch, and so that's giving us a wider seam allowance. And this is also common on garment construction, especially like if you're wearing some blue jeans right now, take a look at the seam. That is probably what that is. Now here is the cover stitch. Take a look at the t-shirt you're wearing at the hem, the bottom. You'll see either 2 or 3 lines of stitching. Those are the needle threads. And then on the back side, you'll have your looper stitches, and they'll be right next to the raw edge. So you're hemming and you're finishing that raw edge all at the same time. And then finally, we can do, let's turn that around. We can do a chain stitch. And this looks very much like the straight stitch on your sewing machine. So we can do a straight stitch, and that's just regular serger thread. But in the looper, I have put some 12 weight decorative thread, and it's got a little bit of texture. So I love the decorative effect of this. Now, where this is great, I'm going to talk to my long arm owners now. If you have zipper leaders that you're putting on your machine, on your frame, consider using the chain stitch to stitch the backing to those leaders. Because when we release the needle threads from the chain looper, we can just pull off that chain looper and everything comes off very easily and very quickly. You don't even need a seam ripper. You don't have to worry about pins, but this is a great way to attach the your quilt to your leaders. But I also like the decorative things as well. So let's go back to the machine a minute and just talk about some of the features. And then I'm going to show you some samples, and I'm going to talk you through quilting, how you would do that with the machine. So I've got the cover open, and you can see that all the tools that I would use most of the time are right here at hand. I've got my lint brush, my screwdriver for the needles, tweezers. I've got a needle threader, extra needles, and I also have a color-coded threading guide, so it's very easy to thread the machine. On the inside here, I can raise or lower the knife. I can adjust my cutting width up to 7 millimeters wide. And then on the side, I can adjust my stitch length and my differential feed. You know, the differential feed was what made a world of difference when I bought my first serger, because I had 3 children, and at one point they were all under the age of 5, and the last place I was going to take them was to the store to buy clothes. So instead I took them to the fabric store because that was a lot more fun. And some of you can maybe remember the days of stretch and sew and those kind of patterns working with knits. Having that differential feed to help me handle those knit fabrics was wonderful because I struggled sewing with them on my sewing machine. Another feature I wanted to show you is right here. And I'm putting my finger, I think you can see my finger going in there. This is a free arm. So whenever you're sewing anything that's circular or tubular, you now can fit it around the free arm, just like the free arm on your sewing machine, and it makes it so much easier to sew. But the machine also comes with a very nice sew table. So you've got all that support for your project as you're stitching. But probably my favorite thing is my knee lift. Whether I'm sewing or whether I'm serging, my hands are hanging onto the fabric, and then I've run out of hands to be able to raise and lower my presser foot. So with this attached, I can use my knee to raise and lower that foot. So it gives me a lot more control. And then, of course, I've got the included trimmings bin. I can put that right here because as the machine sews, it is trimming the fabrics and you're getting lint and so on. I'd rather have it go in here or in my lap or on the floor because my husband's the one that does the vacuuming and he really doesn't like it when I leave a sewing mess for him to have to tidy up. The machine comes with a quick start guide to get you started and shows you how to get the machine set up for the different stitches, and then a color-coded stitch chart so that you can get everything set up easily. And then there's a little accessory box with all the extra things you might need. And I have to tell you, my favorite one is this. Now, this is a decorative thread guide, and it sits up here on the top of the machine. There's a little slot for it. So when I'm using those thicker decorative threads, I will thread it through here for easier feeding through the machine. But you guys all know, you sew, you have machines. You always have to accessorize, right? You always want more than what the basic things are that come with the machine. So I'm going to show you a couple of boxes. So these are the optional accessory feet for the overlock side of the machine. So if you want to do gathering or blind hems, or you want to sew in beads, all of those feet are right here, plus an instructional booklet to tell you how to use them. Now you can get the feet individually, but you know, I love containers and getting things organized, so I like that. So that's all for the overlock side. There are also feet for the cover stitch side, and these are all clear, and I love these. I've got a basic clear foot, which I probably use the most. I have a binder foot, a belt loop foot, and a cording foot, and some different hemmer feet, and a booklet to explain all of it. So having them, I see some of you are loving how they're all together in sets, and it's truly nice to have them all organized instead of having to go hunt for where you've been storing your feet. I've got two more attachments to show you. These are actually Bernina serger attachments. They fit on our L890, but they also work on our Bernette, and these are our two binder attachments. This one is a double fold binder attachment, so it folds both the top and bottom layer of fabric like a traditional binding, and then this one just folds under the top layer. So when I'm making garments, maybe I'm attaching a neck band, I don't want all that extra bulk there, and it keeps it flat. So you need to get an accessory holder, and that screws into the cover stitch insert. But what's great is it swings out, so it makes it super easy to add your fabric into the binder. So those are the accessories. And of course, if you're going to get a serger, you've got to get this. I don't know if you're familiar with Bernina's big book of different things. They have big books of embroidery and quilting and sewing. And this will tell you everything you wanted to know about what you could do with your serger. And it's got color pictures and settings and ideas for different techniques. So definitely, whether you've had a serger for a while or you're just getting one, you need to get this. So I am primarily a piecer. So what I thought I would do is walk you through the journey of how I use the serger in my quilting journey. And the first thing I'm going to talk about is pre-washing. Now, I don't generally pre-wash my fabrics. You know, the dyes are pretty stable, but you know, those rich reds and those indigo blues, you want to pre-wash those sometimes a couple of times just to make sure that extra dye goes away. But what does your fabric look like when it comes out of the dryer? Mine gets all bundled up and the threads shred off and they wrap around it and it's pretty much of a mess. So this fabric has been through my washer and dryer, and here you can see that I have overcast the edges and they're all nice and tidy. But take a look at this side. It's kind of a mess. And you know, our fabric is precious, every last inch of it. So I don't want to lose any of it to those shreddings. So you get your fabric all ready. Now for my quilters, you all are quilters, right? You're thinking, but I need a 1/4 inch seam when I piece my quilts. Our sergers can do that. When we're using our left needle, we set our cutting width to 6 millimeters, and that's a 1/4 inch. So here I've got my seam, and I have my seam guide. I want to show you that it's a 1/4 inch. So we can get accurate 1/4 inch seams with our serger, and we can get them fast. Now, when do I want a piece fast? Well, if I'm making charity quilts, and oftentimes those are with big pieces of fabric, or maybe I'm going to make a jelly roll race quilt, and I'm not only racing when I make that quilt, I am sprinting as fast as I can go. I can do it on the overlocker, and it's a lot more fun. Oh, somebody says they want to see more K fabric. Okay, here's some more. So here's a 9-patch block that I did, and it's all serged, and you can see that those seams are nice and flat, and it goes together so nicely and so easily. Now let's pretend that this is a finished quilt. So when my quilt is all done, I'll go to a narrow overlock and I will stitch all around the edges of my quilt before I send it off to the long armor, because it's happened that maybe I forgot to secure my stitches at the very end and they lay it on the frame, and all of a sudden that seam on the end is getting undone. So the serger is going to help keep that all nice and tidy for me. But sometimes I like to quilt my own quilts. So raise your hand if you save your batting scraps. And I'm seeing a lot of hands going up. Well, we save the batting scraps because we want to use them for other projects. We can't throw them away. So if you use the flat lock stitch to join your batting, and then here I'm showing you how I'm opening that flat lock stitch, and you're looking at the looper side. Here's the ladder side, and you can see now the batting's not overlapping, but the ends are adjusting or are butting together so that we can have a nice flat piece of batting. And my batting is nice and flat. I recently pieced some batting together on my sewing machine, and I noticed that it was just doing some waving and wasn't laying as flat as what it does when I put it on my overlocker. Because of differential feed, I can adjust the movement of my feed dogs. So if anything is starting to buckle, I can stretch it out so that they stay nice and flat. So you've got that pile of batting. Let's go ahead and start sewing it all together into one piece. So the next time we have a quilt to put together, it's all ready to go. Now I mentioned that a flat lock was my favorite stitch. So take a look at this. This is a rail fence block, and it was pieced together using a flat lock stitch. And I've put some decorative thread in the upper looper. And I love how it gives just that extra pop of color to my block while I sewed it, instead of having to sew it on the sewing machine and then perhaps go back with a satin stitch to add that. And I've got the quilt finished. I'll show you here in a minute of what it looks like, but I just love that extra bit of color. Have you tried Quilt As You Go? That's a fun way to put together, I think, placemats and table runners and things like that. And the way it works is we have our fabrics and our battings that we're sewing together. So here I've started one, and then I'm going to lay, I've got the fabric and my batting that I'm laying on top, and on the back is the backing fabric. So I've got 2 pieces of batting and 4 pieces of fabric, and I'm going to put those through the machine. and then take it. When it's done, I'll give it a good press. And then I have got the seams quilted in the ditch and everything is attached. So then I can go back and do some more quilting. And I've got a project to show you with that as well. But that goes really nicely through the serger. And you would think, oh, that's a lot of layers to be putting through there, but it handles it just fine. Now, what about creating your own fabric? Well, that's what I did here. So here's the cover stitch. And I made a cover stitch plaid with the blue thread. And then this other thread here, I'm trying to, there, right here, that yellow and blue, that kind of looks green. That's 2 decorative threads that I threaded through the chain looper. We call it thread blending. And you get, it almost looks green, but it's a blue and a yellow thread going through there. So I put that on the fabric and then I quilted it with a chain stitch. So this yellow is another 12 weight thread. And I put a top stitch needle in the machine. And then in the looper, I put an 8 weight thread. And I don't know if you can see it, but an 8 weight thread is pretty thick. The smaller the number of your thread, the heavier the thread. And this machine can handle it. So it was a fun way to add a decorative look. And I've done it all on the serger. Now, if you notice the edge here, this is some more of that sparkly thread. So you don't necessarily have to put a binding on, but you can use decorative thread to edge your fabric. But I tell you, the way I like to do my binding now is I sew it on with my serger, but in the lower looper, I put fusible thread. And it's kind of hard to see. There you go. It's fusible thread. So then you go to the iron and you fold your binding over and you give it a press and it will stay down. Now, if this is going to be a wall hanging that I'm never going to wash, I'm not going to handle again, I'm done. I'm going to go hang it up and consider myself finished. But if it's a quilt that I'm going to wash and I'm going to give it a lot of love, I might go back and top stitch the binding down or do some hand tacking. But I don't have to worry about maneuvering around clips and pins and all that. And I live in Arizona, and if I've got a quilt that has to be bound in July, the last thing I want to do is hold that quilt in my lap and do the binding. So I'm going to use that fusible thread. So I've got the threads here. I wanted to show you the threads that I was using. My favorite decorative threads come from Wonderfill. So these are 2 12 weight spaghetti threads, and they come in so many colors, and I think I'm close to having all of them. This is an 8 weight thread, also by Wonderfill. This is Eleganza, and that's what I used in the chain stitch. And these are the sparkly glamour threads. And they just go so nicely in the serger. I think my serger has seen more decorative thread than my sewing machine ever has. And then finally, this is the fusible thread. And this one is called, it's from Superior. It's Charlotte's Fusible Thread. I will give you a tip. If in case you lose the label, it's always a good idea to store it in a bag with a note so you know what kind of thread it is, especially if it's wash away thread. But fusible thread, you should probably do that as well. So Blaine, have I got time to show a couple of quilting samples? Well, he hasn't come to kick me off.
Yes,
so.
you do.
I do? Okay. So I don't just do quilts. I love to make little bags. So this is a little zip bag. And I use the chain stitch to quilt it and then use the serger to insert the zipper. And then this is a rolled hem without fabric to make the tassel. Okay, this is a table runner made with Quilt As You Go. Now, Bernina has a blog, and it's called weallsew.com. And this will be coming up later this year. I'm going to give you instructions on how to piece the table runner, doing Quilt As You Go, and then I'm going to give some embroidery quilting tips. This is quilting applique, and that was really fun. It's got some shiny stuff there. And then I use the cover stitch to attach the binding. Here's another table runner. Let's see if I can, there we go. So those are prairie points. And the prairie points, normally we take squares and we press them in half and then make them into the triangles. Well, instead I used a rolled hem and stitched around the edge. So now I've got another pop of color. But I didn't stop there. So can you see the flat lock stitch? That's the red stitching. That's the Serger flat lock stitch. Then I took a needle and some blue thread and I wove in and out and added some beads on there. Doesn't that look like fun to do? And it all started on my Serger. And this straight line quilting, I also did that on the Serger. And then finally, here's that quilt. And don't you just love how that sparkly thread just makes those rectangles set, you know, it sets them apart. So I think I'm coming close to my time. I could go on and on showing you other things you can do with the Serger, but the quilting possibilities. Next time you see a Serger, or maybe this is the one you've been looking for, it's not just for garments. There are just so many creative and quilting opportunities. And Blaine, can you tell them how they can get one?
I sure can. Well, thanks, Mary. Sure do appreciate you coming on.
You're
great
very
job.
welcome.
And hopefully we'll get to see you again soon.
That would be great. I'd love to come back.
All right. Thanks, Mary.
Bye.
All right, everyone. This is the Bernette B68 Air Thread Serger. You see it right there. What a great price this is. It's $17.99, but we do have a call-in special on it. So if you're interested in one of these air thread sergers made by Bernina, you need to jump on the phone right now and give us a call at 800-401-8151. And we have some special financing. It's available and free shipping nationwide. And we have these in stock ready to go right now. So if you've been interested in a great serger to do a lot of different things, now's the time to jump on it and get one. All right. So there we go, guys. Guess what? It's time to bring Jane back.
Here I am.
Well, Jane, it is the end of day 2 already.
I don't believe it. What happened?
And it's flown by again. And,
so much fun.
It is. It's so much fun, and I really do appreciate all the SMP Nation out there watching today. And we've had some great demonstrations. Edita this morning was a great educational session, and we got a great educational sessions the next 2 days. So we're excited about that. And then Friday we're going to have meet the judges and get a little bit of in-depth behind the scenes with them and kind of learn what they look for in an award-winning quilt and kind of find out their quilting journey. And so we got a lot of great things coming.
It is so much fun. I'm looking forward to it. Literally, okay, we're not going to say this anymore, but I know we're going to say it every day. I can't believe it's the end of day 2.
I know.
It's so
That's
fun.
what it always happens.
I know.
Well, hey, but we're getting ready to give some stuff away. But before we do, Jane, got to ask you, why do quilters make good detectives?
Oh, well, why do quilters make good detectives?
Because they're always following a pattern.
Gosh, that's good. That's good.
All right,
okay.
I better stick to giving stuff away.
Why don't sewing machines ever get tired?
I have no idea.
Because they're always bobbing along.
Oh, that's the wrong drum.
Oh.
No, that was a good one. I'm finding your drum, Jane.
Okay.
Kennedy missed the mark
There we
again.
go.
Oh, it's good.
There she goes. Just a little late, but she got it.
Shoot.
All right.
Keep it coming. Keep them coming.
All righty. So today we're going to do some giveaways, and we're going to pick our second finalist, Jane, for the Dream Studio giveaway worth $26,000.
Let's do it. I'm so excited. I know everybody wants to get in on that drawing too. But listen, I think everyone's if you get in and you win something, you're happy. So that's good. Yeah.
All right. So here we go. First thing we're going to give away is the AccuQuilt Go Cutter.
Oh,
you
cool.
got to see it demonstrated today. This is a $149.99 value. And so, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
We should get some music for the wheel spinning. Oh, you have music.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have it. That is the wheel spinning music.
Oh, I can't. Oh, Cheryl Walker. Yay. Congratulations, Cheryl, watching us on YouTube today. It's so great to have you here. Cheryl, do you want me to tell her what to do, Blaine, or you want to do it?
You go ahead.
Okay, I'm on it. I'm doing it. Cheryl, just go to smplive.tv, scroll to the bottom, and say, hey, guess what, guys? I won the prize. And then you will fill out all the information and tell us where we're sending it. And it is the AccuQuilter. I missed what it was. Blaine?
AccuQuilt Go.
Yeah, AccuQuilt Go. I knew it had Go in there. And that's what you need to do. And Cheryl, you have 30 days to redeem your prize, but don't delay. Do it today.
There you go. All right, next up, we are going to give away an Arrow, one of the Krista's quilt blocks. And these are the things that'll actually clamp on your table that keeps the quilt from sliding off the table.
Great.
They're valued at $99. So, Jane, you can do the honors.
You betcha. Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Wow, that was a good wheel spin in there.
That was a good wheel spinning. She's getting stronger. Day 2, she's in it. Okay, Blaine, you take it.
Really?
Yep.
Sue Ricius, how's that?
Yay.
Sue Ricius. Sue is watching today from YouTube, so congratulations, Sue. We need you to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom where you see Claim My Prize, fill out all that information complete, hit submit, and we will get your prize sent out to you. Everybody has 30 days to claim your prizes.
Congratulations, Sue Ricius.
There you go.
Yeah, Ricius. I love that. That's cool.
All right, next up is going to be a Janome, one of the SOA 725 sewing machines. All right, so Kennedy, spin that wheel.
There we go. It's very exciting, very suspenseful. Brenda Daniels joining us on YouTube today. Brenda, thank you so much for joining us. I know you've been watching all day, so this pays off. Congratulations, Brenda. You know what to do. You need to go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize. Scroll to the bottom, fill out all the information, and we'll get it out to you. And by the way, you have 30 days to redeem your prize, and you have a full day of watching tomorrow, too. That's what you won.
All righty, so next up, we are going to give a Sew Steady suspension system away. And this will, for all you quilters out there, this is going to be an awesome thing. And, people can even use this if you have something you wanted to embroidery and help hold it up, to help slide it with your hoop. This will work well, $99 value. So take it away, Jane.
All right, Kennedy, spin that wheel. I almost say Brenda, spin that wheel. It's only day 2. I'm not slap happy yet. Come on.
May Simmons.
Yay, May Simmons. Congratulations. Go ahead, Blaine.
So congratulations, May. She's watching today from YouTube. So May, what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says Claim My Prize, fill out all the information complete, hit submit, and we will get your prize sent out to you ASAP. All right, next up.
Amazing.
Is a Handi Quilter HQ Stitch 510 sewing machine. This is a $1,195 value, Jane.
Oh my goodness, it's very suspenseful. This is a great prize. 11. What's it? Yeah, 11.
This is a good one.
$1,200 value. That's amazing.
All right.
Okay, good luck, Kennedy. Spin that wheel. I know, that's so annoying. I'm sorry.
Tammy Schumer.
Tammy Schumer. Congratulations, Tammy, joining us on Facebook. Okay, that's fun. Hey, Tammy, you just won the great sewing machine, right? You need to go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize. Go to the bottom, fill out all the information, and you have 30 days, but I probably think you're going to redeem that thing right now.
Yes, you will. We'll ship it right out to you. All right, next up, we are going to pick our second finalist.
Right now?
Right now
Oh,
for the
boy.
Dream Studio giveaway worth $26,000. And they're guaranteed, Jane, to win a sewing machine regardless
Regardless.
So-
Okay, fingers crossed for everybody. I can't just pick one. Fingers are crossed for everyone.
This is a big one.
Yeah.
All right, Kennedy, are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Here she goes. This is exciting. Everyone's waiting on pins and needles.
Sewing Bev.
Bev! I love that. I had a couple of sewing Bevs today.
Sewing Bev is watching today from YouTube. She is our second finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway. So what we need you to do, Bev, is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page, fill out all that information complete. Tell us in there that you were the second finalist for the Dream Studio in the notes section. And look at her sewing. She's already making comments, Jane.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Bev.
Thank you so much, Sewing Bev.
So this is what's going to happen, everyone. So it's getting narrowed down. Tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday, we're going to pick our third, fourth, and fifth finalists. And then at the end of the day on Friday, we will put all their names in a hat, and I will draw it out live on air. And the winner will get that Dream Studio giveaway for $26,000. But every one of them are going to win a sewing machine.
Let's tell everybody, too, how they can get entered into winning the prizes, Blaine.
Very easy, Jane. All you have to do is participate in the show. Just make comments, ask questions in the chat. No matter what social media channel you're watching from, you can just get in the chat and do it, and it'll automatically enter you to win. And it's pretty easy.
So the more you chat, the more you're entered, like the name spins around?
I think it's just if you just chat one time, you can have a chance to do it.
Well,
So-
that doesn't mean you have to stop chatting with us, people. We're chatters. We're chatting with you at all times. I feel like I'm hanging out with thousands of my favorite friends.
Oh, you are, because we had, I think yesterday's show, there's almost 8,000 people have watched. And so today it'll probably be a little bigger because I think
Yep.
it was trending to be a lot more people watching the show today. So you're amongst, 7,000, 8,000 people. And so
Yeah.
you got to be very fortunate to win something. So I think it's pretty awesome to get your name called.
And I think that everybody's a winner. That's what I think.
Well, I think they are because of the quality of the educators we have and
Yeah.
the products that we're getting to show.
So great. I mean, I got to be honest. So sometimes like I'm here and then I'm like over here when I'm off screen, getting my notes ready, listening, taking notes. And sometimes I just get so lost in what the educators are saying and the presenters. And I'm like, oh, I got to go. I got to like get back on the air because I'm into it. I'm looking online. I'm like, what am I going to buy? I'm just like you. I'm buying stuff too.
Well, we'll take your credit card too, Jane.
I know you will. It's okay. It's fine.
All right. Well, everybody, we're going to be here again tomorrow. The stream will start at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central. Jane and I will come on about 15 minutes past the hour. And then our first presentation starts at 30 minutes past the hour. And we're ready to go for another full day. Got great content tomorrow. Got another great educational session and a lot of stuff to give away, Jane.
That is fantastic. I cannot wait for day 3 of Quilt Fest. It goes so fast.
I know, it sure does.
I'm
All
gonna
right,
miss you
everyone.
guys
Thank
overnight.
y'all
Have a
so
great
much
night.
for joining in. And we hope that y'all have a great night. Everybody, we hope we'll see you in the morning. And we'll be here.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good night.
See y'all.